morning and welcome. How's it going? I gotta make sure I'm all situated here. I've only got myself live in the studio this morning. I gotta get that cleared out. Get this chair. Well, can the chair stay? We'll have a little chair in the corner this morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Hi, how you doing? How's it going? I tell you what, I am a little behind this morning. April and I did the Uncle Rico show last night, and goddamn, Shuli and Bob, if you laugh, the harder you laugh doing something, I feel like the more it takes out of you. And last night, those guys had me fucking belly laughing the entire 2 hours. People thought when Stuttering John went away that shows like that and Carl's show and things of that nature that they would dry up. Not happening. Well, first of all, Shuli and Bob know John, so there's that element of it. But fuck, when you're dealing with funny people, it just there is no running out of material if you just happen to be funny. And speaking of funny, joining oh God. See, I can't even talk this morning. Good morning from Austin, Texas to Corey Adam. How are you, sir?
Yo.
Your sound is impeccable this morning.
All right. That's what we like to hear.
I was really worried that I had you turned up and everything. I was worried that when I brought you on here that you were going to be muted. It was so...
Yeah, I worry about that too.
It's so silent when we brought you in. Good morning, sir, and I know that you are celebrating the unveiling about a week. It's been a week, so I mean, I guess we can't spend too much time on it because it's been done to death, but the resurgence of one primetime, new nickname, primetime Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I don't know. Yeah, it's good. Like, I'm still really worried and grounded about it. I'm not getting super sold on it still. Like, I mean, our defense is still one of the worst in the league now. I mean, we're like 31 in the league. Like, that's weird.
I think our pass defense might be 32.
Right, but I mean, like, and that's kind of like the Cowboys. Like, when you look at the people that we might be playing in the playoffs, because I think we all agree like playoff wins are what we're all here for, right? And that's what worries me. And I also am kind of starting to be concerned that the two best people on our team are Jefferson's left arm and his right arm.
Hey, somebody's got to get it there, and that's where we come to primetime Kirk Cousins. No, we'll see.
No, like just a really horrific interception early, and then like those 50-50 balls like that he trusts Jefferson, fine, if that's what we're doing, but we got to understand that's not always going to work out like that. But like, you got to admit, even primetime Kirk Cousins, like that was an ugly fucking pick. You're
allowed those every once in a while.
I mean, at this point,
you know who threw ugly picks?
Rodgers.
A gentleman by the name of Brett Favre. Just ugly picks was part of the game.
That's what we're doing. We're comparing him to Brett Favre.
Oh yeah. Well, no, you're right. It's unfair, and Kirk deserves a little more respect.
Your ability to always drink the Kool-Aid is impressive, though. I will give you that.
It's not Kool-Aid, my friend. It is top-notch, 100% pure carrot juice. It is good for this. It's good for the soul. It's primetime Kirk Cousins. Nobody better.
I'll say this, man, and I don't think you're going to get me to waver on it. Like, I'm excited. I'm glad we're winning and everything. I'm on board with the coach. I'm still iffy on Cousins. Especially the better Jefferson looks. Like, the better Jefferson looks, I become more and more convinced that you and I could throw touchdowns to him. Just blindly lob it up. He'll get there somehow.
I want to see how many passes you and I would have to throw before we went, oh, yeah, no, I was full of shit.
I mean, I think you're underestimating Jefferson. Like, how good is Justin Jefferson, though? Like, seriously.
You know, I was watching the game, and I was like, this guy's okay. You know?
Yeah, you were too busy slurping on Cousins' dick. You couldn't even look up to see Jefferson. I was too busy
watching those beautiful throws Kirk Cousins was laying out for him, and I'm like, man, this Jefferson kid would be in trouble if he didn't have such an eagle-eyed
That
marksman.
one where he hit the wide-open D guy, though? Shit, man. Fuck, what a beaut.
He spreads it around. Spreads it around.
And good for him, and I'm glad he got turkey. And it was cool. It was really, honestly, it was awesome to see Thielen get a touchdown finally, too. Kind of feel like Thielen's been kind of left out, but like the other thing is How much of a difference is this fucking Hawkinson? Like, holy shit.
He's good, man. TJ Hawkinson's really, really
blocking
good.
Every which way. Like, and then the Lions get rid of what looks to be the best tight end I've seen in a long time, and somehow they're winning now.
They're doing better. Yeah, I thought they were going to pull it off against the Bills even. But Hawkinson, we even freed up money this year. It looks like after next year, we're going to lock him up. Like, that's not a rent-to-player deal. TJ Hawkinson is he's here to stay, and Irv Smith is... See you later, bud. Sorry.
So Jefferson or Cousins, you can only pick one. Who do you keep?
That's a harder decision than you might think because we've seen.
I think when you're looking at the budget, that's going to be a decision they're going to have to make.
$35 million.
Because they're like Jefferson's going to get paid.
He's just gonna. I don't think you have to look too hard at the budget because I don't know how many years Kirk has left. And after next year is his last huge year, and Jefferson is still on a rookie deal next year. So maybe we've built up enough cred with Kirk that we get a little bit of a Minnesota discount on the next contract. I know that's not up to him. That's up to his agent. But I don't know. I feel like we'll make that work. I feel like if you're Kirk Cousins, maybe you're willing to take a few off the top to keep a guy like Jefferson.
I would hope so. And, I still... You and I actually talked about this way back in the day. And this is the difference between like your Kobe Bryants or your fucking Tom Brady's, right? Tom Brady was always taking less money in New England.
All the time.
All the time. And that's so that they could build a better team around him.
Yeah.
And I think Cousins might understand that. So I think you're right. I think he might stick around for less money.
Yeah, well, I think we'll blow up the entire team around him to keep Jefferson, though. So, I mean, it's... I think Adam Thielen's not long for this world. I think there's about 3 or 4 guys where I could go, I don't think they'll make it into Jefferson's next big deal, and that's Kendrick, Smith, Cook, and Thielen. And I think with those 4 guys alone, you've got more than enough to pay him. So I think I think in the next...
I just think we can't lose Jefferson. I'm still with Cousins. I still think it's fine. I mean, look, he's playing some of the best football in his life, so good for him. And that primetime win looked good. Like he looked good down the stretch. Like there was no blink moment. But here's the real question: if you're looking down towards the end of the schedule, right? And let's say the Vikings, let's say we win, let's say we lose 2 more games the whole rest of the way, right? We get in at like a 2nd or 3rd seed. Do you think Dallas is resting people so that they go to Minnesota?
Would they be the... Now, how do they do... It depends. How do they do that in the playoffs? Do they do the 2nd seed?
They just do record of the seeds, right? Like, except for the wild cards?
We're right. Do they switch it after the wild cards? I know wild card, it's division champions. So would we be playing Dallas or would we be playing San Francisco or we wouldn't be Tampa? Yeah, it would be Tampa. It would be Tampa. We'd be playing Tampa in the first. No, in the first round we'd be playing the Commanders or
if
Seattle.
We get that too, we get because the 1 and 2 get the bye, right? Or do they not do that anymore?
Only the 1 gets the bye.
Because right now the Cowboys would be the 5, right? Right now, if it started today, I'm looking at it right now.
We would play the Cowboys in the NFC Championship game, I believe. Because the Eagles would get to play the lowest seed.
If they rested their starters and finished 6th, then we play them. That's what I'm saying.
I want another shot at them. That's like when the Russians beat the shit out of the U.S. in hockey in 1980. I want that.
Okay, so now you want Cousins to Miracle on Ice this shit. That's
I want Cousins to... I don't know if it's Miracle on Ice so much as I want him to D2 the Mighty Ducks this shit.
Jesus Christ. Again, your ability to drink the Kool-Aid under any circumstances is commendable.
Kirk's going to be ready this time. He wore ill-fitting shoes in the first game.
Yeah, okay.
Ill-fitting shoes.
Shut up. All right, you know what about it. Shut up.
And those shoes caused the offensive line to all just turn on him. I think he fucked all the offensive. He fucked all the offensive linemen's wives the night before, and they just decided to get him killed. Is what happened with Kirk. It's common in football.
Shut up. You shut up now. You shut up now.
I want to thank The Mood for starting us off today with $11. Of course, as you know, a new VIP joining during Uncle Rico yesterday. We want to thank, God damn it, was it Daniel? I'm so fucking embarrassed. Frank was better. He became a VIP. We are actually no goal tonight, no goal today, and we are $110 into Thursday's goal. So thank you guys very, very much. if you feel like chipping in, that will all go towards Thursday. We are all good for here. Overtime on the way, going until...
saying it was Fred.
10:30. Fred. Okay, Frank, Fred. How many names have I gone to now? Frank, Fred.
I don't know.
Dan, who the fuck?
Congratulations to Frankie, Frederick, Paul.
Fred Franklin. Thank you, Fred Franklin.
Fred Franklin.
I appreciate that.
I love his memorabilia.
Yes.
I'm a big fan of his notebooks. Oh wait, that's Benjamin Covey. My bad.
Jesus. I thought it was Lisa Frank. I don't know.
Come on, you don't want to start the day on a good Benjamin Covey joke?
I believe that's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So yeah, I do.
Remember that weird ass store that smelled like fucking old people candy and like sold stationery? God, that place was weird.
I don't remember.
They have those in St. Cloud or no?
I don't remember that store.
Oh man, they had them in Ridgedale Mall, the mall where I grew up in by Minnetonka, and they sold all these like office planning stationery. You know, the like 3-ring binders where you set your like calendar in and out, and it was just all like all kinds of like fancy D-bag like office man station, like calendars that come in like a leather bound handled like notebook.
Oh, like the
tracker keepers for business people, I guess.
Like the office setup that Neil got from Dead Poets Society.
Yes, it's an entire fucking store of that, and all just like old businessmen with fucking like it literally smelled like Werther's Original and Blackberries, the phone, not the candy.
I want to apologize to everyone for fucking up a Dead Poets Society reference. It wasn't Neil. It was Ethan Hawke's character. God damn it. I can do this. My autism is killing me. I can't move on. Neil and
stand on your desk. Stand on your desk. It'll come to you.
I'm not going to the chat for this one. I can do this. It was Neil and Todd. Todd.
Stand on your desk. It'll come to you.
Oh, Captain, my captain. And then that kid went on to become a police officer in the LAPD, and he worked in the narcotics division. He actually busted a dirty cop named Alonzo Harris.
More importantly, didn't he go on to be Rudy?
Oh, Rudy was Sean Astin, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
Hold on a minute. Now, God damn it,
yeah, it is. I'm fucking with you.
Who played Rudy?
Yeah,
it was Sean Astin. I wasn't confident enough. Holy shit, that movie had some people in it. I never liked Rudy. I don't like it when small people are the hero.
Why? You're very small.
I don't believe in small people being the hero. I got into a fight with my English teacher in high school because we were doing The Hobbit, and I was shitting.
Yeah. Okay, this should be good.
I was shitting all over the book in class. I was like, I hated it because everyone was like, because it was like peak Lord of the Rings time. So everyone was like, oh, we get to read Tolkien. We get to read The Hobbit. And everyone's sucking its dick, and that made me mad. And then the teacher was like, Aaron, what do you think about it? I go, oh, I hate this book. So in case you're wondering if I got this way, no.
Hobbit was an okay book, but Lord of the Rings is a series. Like here's my take that I'll come with you on, right? Lord of the Rings, like as a series, garbage. Like The Hobbit was okay. Like it had a lot of dragons.
Yeah,
I was always rooting for the dragon, you know.
I was shitting on the book to the English teacher in front of the whole class. She goes, "Now, Aaron, what is your problem?" Like she was all into like the great historic literature that this is, and blah blah blah. I go, "I don't like that he's short." And she's like, "What?" I go, "I don't like that he's a short guy." I go, "You could just crush this dude. He doesn't need to be. He's not a hero. He'd be screwed in any kind of battle he went into." And she goes, well, sometimes it's the smallest people that blah, blah, blah. And I think I said something like, yeah, tell that to Rocky. It's just like, you got to be able to fight. I need a big dude. Like, I was basically Vince McMahoning it. Like,
Rocky was pretty little, though.
Oh, come on. Look, I mean, Rocky was still a guy who could pound you.
Look at the way he looks at Drago. He's looking straight up to his fucking nipples.
But then after that, he walked into his body and hammered him until the guy almost died. So
tiny. Look at Apollo Creed. He was undersized for everybody he fought in those movies.
Oh, yeah? How was Frodo's jab? Tell me this. Or Bilbo.
He was more of a hook guy. You know that. You know he was more of a hook guy.
Yeah, oh, yeah. He was a hook man. He was more of a Joe Frazier
type. Kickboxer. I'm sure you can fucking fuck people up with those hairy fucking huge toes.
Oh, those midget elbows of his?
Actually, yeah, they use more of a Thai boxer, dude. If he got in with you on those fucking elbows, it was on.
If Bilbo
fucking come in, he's like, Bilbo Baggins, pap, pap.
Bilbo gets you in a fucking tie clinch. It's curtains for you.
You fucking hob end.
But I was like Vince McMahon. I was like, no, they got to be muscle bound. Because she's like, oh, so small people can't be heroes. And it was one of those things where I refused to be shamed. And I went, no, they can't. I go, you have to be a big dude. You have to be a large man, like Batman. I think I was using like Batman and other people. Superman. I was like, that's a hero. Like, I don't need these little tiny guys. They'd be crushed. The amount of gimmicks you have to pull for these small people, the Deus Ex Machina moments you have to have for this small person not to get pancaked to death. And needless to say, that teacher didn't like me very much. But I
can't imagine why.
I think I went to Rocky.
Was the teacher short too? It'd be better if the teacher was short.
She's like kind of an old lesbian. She was just kind of normal.
Probably just attracted to you because you look like a lesbian.
She probably did. She probably liked my tits. But there was I used Hulk Hogan, Rocky Balboa, Batman, Superman, and God, there was one other example I gave her where she just like gave up on me. She's like, "Oh, Aaron, you know what? Fine." Because I just shitting on Tolkien. I didn't like Tolkien. I think I told her, like, I don't like wizards.
Tolkien, I'm with you, though. I think it's, like, so overrated. I think those movies are fucking terrible, too. Everybody yells at me about that shit. It's like, it's so boring. Like, we don't need 8 fucking movies for a bunch of people walking and singing. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not a pussy. I don't want to watch musicals. I'm sorry.
I think Jeff Anderson's character in Clerks 2 pretty much nailed my thoughts on the...
I actually, when that came out, I had a friend of mine call me because we had that almost verbatim conversation, and I used to flip out about like, let's go walking some more. It's so much fucking walking, and I used to just fucking rant about it. And then when Clerks 2 came out, he's like, they stole your bit, and I go, no, they didn't steal my bit. It's the fucking truth.
Comes in and Sam flat out bricks in Frodo's mouth. The kid pukes. TK 800 kilowatt says hopefully Jefferson doesn't pull a Moss. Get that mega contract, then pulls back the effort. Ooh, I don't know. If you go back and look at Randy Moss's numbers.
Yeah, what are you talking about? He only went to the Patriots, and they went undefeated for an entire season while he had one of the best years of his career.
Yeah,
Shut up.
He set records with the Patriots.
He also had a really good year with the Niners, and then people forget this. He had a pretty decent year with us back when Favre was here.
No, he did not.
Didn't he? Yeah,
no,
he did.
He played here for a few games, and we traded him to like Tennessee or something.
Right, and he caught a touchdown in like every game.
I remember him catching 1 touchdown. I don't remember the same Randy Moss.
He played 4 games and he caught 4 touchdowns. I'm pretty sure.
2010 Randy Moss.
Yeah,
stats.
I'm looking at it now too.
I don't remember that going very well.
Although, I mean, all they were doing at that point was handing the ball to AP, right? Like that was our offense.
Well, no, that was Favre's second year. I mean, they were definitely letting him throw. Receiving, 2 touchdowns. 13 catches, 174 yards in 4 games.
Ooh, all right, never mind. That's trash.
He was dog
if
shit.
It's 4 games. I wonder how many. Does it say how many games?
43.5 yards per game.
Yeah, so that's. I mean, it's not like that's not the worst in the NFL, but that's pretty shitty for him.
It's not Randy Moss.
Yeah, that's like Thielen now.
Yeah, Todd says, say a prayer. The Vikings win the first game. If the kicker doesn't miss the extra points, they win it all. Look, here's this weird thing that's keeping our kicker here. He doesn't miss field goals, but this son of a bitch will miss an extra point a game. And at halftime of that game on Thursday, we were all met back in the bar area, and I was just looking at him going, can we hire somebody? I go, has Fuad Revez been doing squats? Like, we're going to be the only team who hires a kicker only for extra points. Because we're like, look, I'm happy with my kicker on field goals. He's fine there. I just need an extra point specialist. That's it.
I'll say this, though, like making the extra point is not as automatic as it has been our entire life since they moved it back a little bit. Like there are a lot of kickers in the NFL who will miss one here and there. It's just what it is.
I don't know the number, but I want to see where he ranks in terms of extra point accuracy.
I feel like he misses like one like every 3 games, it feels like. But he never misses field goals, so whatever.
Yeah. Pug Pounder says the Patriots got robbed on Thanksgiving. The rules analyst even said that should have been a touchdown. Oh, really? 'Cause every rules analyst I've heard on the shows says that nope, by the letter of the rule, that was not a catch. And it wasn't.
I don't understand. I mean, I understand. Like, I'm convinced I don't know what the rules are, but like, if that's not a catch, I don't understand what is. Like, literally, dude. Like, because the thing is that he never let it hit the ground. It went off his hand, and then he's on his back, still with it on his chest. Like, so I don't understand how that's not.
Go watch again. The reason they had to overturn it is he has one hand on the side of the ball. It makes contact with the ground, and the ball moves. And that may be.
They showed it from a different angle on TV, and that is not what happened. Because the commentators were like, it hit the ground, and then there's one angle where like, oh no, it didn't.
Go watch the they do the thing on like the post game shows and shit where they replay it.
I don't care, man. I'm looking forward. I don't give a shit about the past. A win's a win, baby, right?
Touches the ground. I'm not saying the rule doesn't suck ass. I'm not saying the rule's not too picky. I think it is. But by the letter of the rule, the ball touched the ground and it shifted. It moved. And by the rule, that's not a catch. I just find it weird that if you're a running back, once the ball crosses the plane, the play's dead. But if you're a receiver, you have to keep hanging on after it breaks the plane. I don't know. I always thought that rule was
I think it's a weird, there's no consistency in how they enforce the rules either. Like, it's so weird. It's like pass interference. I'm completely convinced I have no idea what pass interference is anymore. No clue.
Pud Pounder says Mac Jones had almost 400 yards against Minnesota's garbage defense. The one pass I will give our defense is those sacks seem to come. Those sacks seem to come at the perfect time. I mean, Hunter and Smith, it's the classic bend but don't break. They just seem to get to the quarterback right when we need them to, so we can hang on to win by 4.
But we don't even win that game if our special teams doesn't return a kick. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like I know we're drinking the Kool-Aid and we love our team and we want them to win out, but this is what I have been voicing my concern about the entire year, is that we have had one game this year where we went out and kicked their ass, and it was awesome that it was the Packers. That felt good. But this, like, every single game, I see a play where, like, we are trying our best to give, like, we basically tried to give Buffalo the win. We kept giving them the ball, like, you take it. It took them fumbling in the end zone for us to win that game. And it's like the Patriots game, that catch, sure, let's say it isn't, it doesn't matter. It isn't, that's fine. I don't care. But, like, it's a narrow edge margin of our defense basically giving up a touchdown. It obviously doesn't count. That's fine. Our special teams has to run a touchdown, and then we still barely eke it out by 4. Like, that just it's that shit worries me, especially heading into the playoffs.
I will say this: the Patriots are not Super Bowl champions against the Seahawks unless Pete Carroll decides to throw from the 1-yard line with Marshawn Lynch on his bench. But you know what they call it? They call it a Patriots Super Bowl championship. I don't care how the win gets got and it goes down in the record books.
It's not, but that's not how it's going to work in the playoffs, is what I'm saying. And that's what worries me the most, right?
It will happen the way Kirk has foreseen it.
It's not, because, again, we're doing this with absolute shit defenses, right?
Enjoy yourself.
You're not doing that to the Eagles. You're not doing that to the Niners. You might do that to the Buccaneers. You're not doing that to the Cowboys. You might do it to the Giants in Washington.
It'll happen to all of them. Enjoy yourself. It is a hell of a ride, and it's a lot of fun. Don't throw cold water on your fun ride. That's all. But then if you get your expectations up and you just fucking bite all in, then you're going to be extra fucking salty when it plays out how our eyes are telling us it's going to play out, though. That's my only problem. If you're not numb to it already, I don't know what to tell you. I'm ready. Let's break my heart. I'm ready. I'm enjoying the ride. Let's get to the heartbreak.
Have you ever seen that meme that's like the Viking fan cycle of life, which is like, it's just like get your hopes up, break your hopes up, make you start believing again. It's just a circle.
I'm ready for that cycle. Let's talk about another place that's full of hope and love and trust. That would be China. They are having a great time there in China, and it's fun to watch. My thing now when it comes to any Chinese coverage is watching, like, the more right-wing sites get really hopeful about this. They do this with Iran all the time, too. Every time there's a big protest in Iran, they're like, and this is the moment that the people, and I'm like, they're just going to kill enough people until it all quiets down again. Like, it's all that's going to happen. Like, we've seen this play before. Hundreds of thousands of people gather in the streets, and we're like, is this the moment they take back democracy? First of all, China, more so than Iran, they don't know what democracy is. They haven't had any kind of, like, republic or anything like that in their entire history. So it's not like America where, all of a sudden we see our government doing clandestine shit and we're like, this shall not stand. 1776 will commence again. If you try to, in China, they're just like, oh, man, they're welding our doors shut again? Shit. It's not uncommon, the things they're doing. So, I appreciate the enthusiasm from the American media, but how many times do you have to watch this happen before you go, oh, boy, Chinese are getting rowdy again. Let's see what...
Only Only once. Tiananmen Square, 1989. You only have to watch it once.
Right. And how many, there's been times where, or Hong Kong, like in 2020.
You know what we talk about? We always talk about like legacies with presidents, right? And it applies to dictators too, right? I think this is Xi Jinping's moment to go out there and have himself a Mao Tiananmen Square moment, just really open fire on some fucking citizens. Literally, like, just, that's the problem, is that they haven't really let loose on these people to let them know, no, we are a ruthless regime, get fucked.
It is, you are a brutal regime when your soft warning shot is welding people into their homes. When you literally go to their doors and you go, and you seal it shut so they can't get out, and you're like, look, this is your warning.
Yeah. Look, here's where all of your kids and your kids go to school. Here's where all your extended family live. And also there's a tank pointed against your fucking house.
Yeah.
So do you still want to do this protest or what?
How about releasing a deadly plague upon the world was the warning shot they fired at Hong Kong.
And now they won't let people do anything until 0 of that plague remains.
Right. Toastmaster says, lots of people protested Saddam's reign in Iraq. He just shot Scud missiles loaded with chemical weapons at them. Exactly.
Right.
They're like, oh man, this is going to be, wasn't it like just before COVID, weren't the Iranian women like taking off their burqas and like Fox News was coming in their pants and they're like, this is where the women of Iran, I'm like, no, they're going to start hitting them with sticks pretty soon and they'll all go home.
Yeah.
And yes.
Well, it's like, look what happened to that one chick. She got like killed. And then everybody's like, we're going to take off our burqas and empower ourselves. And then it just was brutal protest for like 3 days. Their internet went off. And then when it came back on, the protests had died down and a lot less people were around.
Yeah.
And people still don't know what happened with that.
Wasn't that? Yeah, that was that chick. Like they arrested her for not wearing a burqa.
Yeah, that's what these current protests. I don't even know if they're so like, I don't know if you followed that shit, but like this chick that wouldn't put her burqa on, they basically beat the shit out of her and she died. Right. Yep. And so then violent protests erupted. And then for like 2 days, their internet was off. Then when their internet came down, their protest was like a fourth or third less people. And a lot of those people that were leading the protest have yet to be heard from.
Are you saying that you don't think her family got $27 million in a settlement?
I'm saying I don't think their citizens was setting up their own Floyd Square over there.
No, I don't. I don't think so. When they take those down in Iran, those stay taken down.
Sure do.
Skeezy says the protesters' success depends on one thing. Is the CIA behind the protest? Yeah, why don't we send, what's his name? The guy the FBI won't acknowledge, Ray Hobbs?
He's too busy in Ukraine.
Oh, is he in Ukraine now? I can never keep track of the guy. You know, it's amazing. The FBI won't acknowledge whether or not is it Roy or Ray Hobbs? And is that his name?
Hobbs,
do I have it? Epps. Ray Epps, whatever. Ray Epps. Thank you, Balls Deep. The FBI won't say whether or not Ray.
Omar Epps. No, Michael B. does it. It's Omar Epps.
It's Omar Epps. I appreciate that. I fucked that up.
Michael Bolton.
Oh, it's Michael Bolton. I was way off. Oh, Samsonite. Hey.
Samsonite.
Ray Epps.
Patrick Swayze.
Ray Epps. Oh, Ken Fresno. Thank you, Grank Nutter Butter. See, I would have never got that. I'm glad you were there to let me know what his name was. So Ray Epps, the FBI will not say whether or not he works for them. And I'm not saying they're giving it away, but he's literally the only person who's on tape shouting anything about the Capitol who has not been called in to testify or been brought up on charges.
Every video of him talking is super incendiary, too.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's inciting to the max. And he has not been so
they're
much
loosely
pulled over
grabbing
for
these
speed.
guys off some loose charges, but he's like, hey, we should fucking go burn the place down.
Yeah. And he wasn't even doing like a subtle, I'm just saying, he's like, guys, we need to get into the He's literally shouting, we need to get into the Capitol. And that guy has not even been given a parking ticket since then.
Yep.
They arrested Baked Alaska, which I cannot think of a bigger waste of time than arresting Baked Alaska. And Ray Epps is still hanging out there. Like you said, though, he might be in Ukraine, so he might be busy. I mean, in fairness,
busy.
You can't investigate a guy who's in Ukraine. He's in there wearing like one of those big bear
hats.
Not yet.
Give us time, and then we'll be on their side. And then with all this Europe shit, it's Dude, the world is hilarious right now. Like it's all hilarious. It's all bananas.
Yeah. I think like a lot of this, like I think the ruling class kind of took off the mask a little too early, and they're realizing they did, and they're like, oh shit, I thought people would be so numb they wouldn't be mad about all this. And they're like, oh guys, I think we kind of overstepped. We I don't know, let Elon have Twitter for a while and maybe that'll calm him down. I'm not really sure, but
I don't even think it's that. I think they got to a point where they're like, fuck it, doesn't matter. What are they going to do?
Well, we'll see. Right. Like, I don't think the China thing is going to be a long-term pain in the ass for anybody. I think, like I said,
well, I think like China probably rolls on Taiwan to calm their people down, though. This is the perfect opportunity for them to roll on Taiwan now.
Yeah, people were saying yesterday, like, oh, Iranians were celebrating America beating Iran in the World Cup because they hate their government. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's what's going to turn this whole thing around. Oh, we beat them in the great soccer revolution of 2022. But yeah, the China thing. The China.
China aren't allowed to have gay people, right?
Yeah, they don't. Well, no, they don't exist.
But they have a soccer team.
Yeah, it's what we call a paradox. Yeah, China will send in the tanks, and I think that thing will go away pretty quick. It was funny yesterday. Justin Trudeau, they were asking him about it, and he goes, "Those are heroic protesters, and their rights are to be respected." Yeah. And I'm like, this is like 3 days
driving truck, you piece of shit.
Yeah, there's like 3 days after the news came out that he asked about rolling tanks in on the convoy protesters. So, and those people were just breakdancing in the street. Like, they weren't even like running and throwing bottles at shit or anything like that. And he was like, is there any way that we can bring tanks in there? It's so weird to watch like a kind of gay, soft, foppish guy like ask tough questions. Like, excuse me, guys. I'm just wondering, is there any way we could take heavy weaponry and just mow all these people down? Whoa.
Just wait. We're going to get our own when President Newsom is elected.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We'll get our own, like, really passive gay authoritarian.
President Newsom with Buttigieg as his VP, the gayest card on the planet.
Oh, yeah. You know what? At least we'll get that one out of the way, right? The first gay president with old Gavin. I think
we already did with Obama.
You listen to Larry Sinclair. But I think actually I would actually favor I think Newsom would beat Trump.
No.
I don't think Trump has a win in him again. I think that magic is gone.
I don't know that he has a win in him, but I don't know that he like Biden maybe. I don't like Newsom isn't middle enough to grab the Republican splinter up. Like, a bunch of Republicans would begrudgingly vote for Trump over Gavin, but like with Biden is basically a Republican, and people don't like to like talk about that, but if you look at a lot of his policies, he's the guy that they can like sell to like older Republican dudes as like, well, he's not that much of a Democrat, guys. Let's stop Trump, huh?
Yeah.
Like, they can't do that. They can't do that with Newsom.
True. And you know, the other thing, God, who was it? ROTC yesterday was talking about how if you look at his record outside of inflation and the economy, Biden's become accidentally pretty based. Like, now he's union busting. He's busting the rail unions now, like not letting
He's
them
asking
strike.
Congress. Yeah, he's asking Congress to stop their strike.
Right. I mean, could you imagine like the news if a Republican president was like, yeah, we're not allowing those union workers to strike. Oh my God, union busting. He's anti-labor. And the media is pitching Biden as like the hero who's stopping labor, who's stopping the railway or causing the rail to keep going and this and that. And he avoided the strike and this and that. But like, okay, lockdowns ended on his watch. Fauci's leaving on his watch. He caused a Republican House to be gained in an election. God, there was a list of union busting. There was a bunch of like Republican shit that they were pointing out. And now look, they were pointing it out like he's doing it ironically or accidentally, but like it's getting done.
Yeah. Well, but that's how it always goes, right? Like the president takes all the blame, but he takes all the credit, right? That's what they do.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I really don't have any confidence that Trump's going to be able to not turn. Like, that he won't turn so many people off that he can't, because like you can't win with just being getting Democrats or just getting Republicans. You've got to get all enough of those middle people. I don't know if they're not. First of all, I don't think middle people are disgusted and follow Gavin Newsom enough to hate him as much as people who are kind of clued in do.
I mean, he had a re-election called for him in a Democratic state. Like California doesn't even really like him that much.
True, but here's who I always worry about, and it's a common refrain with me: women.
Sure,
I worry that women will vote for him.
You know who you don't have to worry about? The blacks.
Do they not like him?
No, the blacks were basically like on board with Biden because like basically Obama was like their fucking spoke for, you know what I mean? He vouched for him.
Whoa, easy. Oh, spoke. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Sometimes I don't hear
but
because
a lot of black and Hispanic Americans feel like they got absolutely like bamboozled over Biden. Like a lot of black voters would go for Trump over Biden in a re-election.
Happy Days.
That's a huge demographic.
Happy Day says, I'm a lady in California, and I'm not voting for that jackass. I know, but I worry about women who don't know who he is. Because he is a handsome gentleman, and they will go for that. And as we know from his marital and dating history, he fucks. Balls and Wiener says, most libertarians are going to vote red and not waste their vote this time around. Oh, never count out those pesky, what do they call them? Those principled libertarians, those dummies.
Whatever. If the libertarians run Justin Amash with Tulsi Gabbard underneath, like all bets are off, and it's going to get crazy.
Oh, great!
They'll probably get their 5% that they need, maybe even more.
Libertarians are a great example of just some groups don't just need it beaten out of them before they get the picture. They need to get the tanks rolling up before they start going, all right, just make it so this guy doesn't get elected. Hey, because libertarians always counter with, well, why don't they run better candidates? It's like,
yeah, it's sorry you don't vote your principles, even though you voted libertarian the last two elections, buddy. Sorry.
Well, no, just the last one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I voted libertarian in the last one. It was either between my choice was between a lifelong Democrat who believed in using the government to curtail people's freedoms and Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Those were my two choices.
And those are going to be your choices again.
Right. My two choices now are going to be a lifelong Democrat who shut down an entire country and Joe Biden. Yeah. Like Trump
your choice is going to be two Democrats that shut down an entire country.
That's true, yeah. No, the hardcore Trump people do not give him any shit for not firing Fauci, for plugging the shit out of the vaccine, for all of the COVID stuff. Like, I know that if they primary Trump, he's going to, like, sandbag anyone, even if they beat him. But, like, to watch DeSantis be able to tell him, like, look, I pulled the plug on this lockdown shit long before you did. Like, my attorney general, or not attorney general, my surgeon general was talking about how this vaccine has some pretty nasty side effects, while you were talking about having the military put it in people's arms. So,
I mean, that's not really a hit on Trump, though, because, like, Trump wasn't the military guy. That was Biden. I mean, I think, like, I know Trump did. Trump said he wanted to use
Trump said he wanted to use the National Guard to have everybody get a shot.
I don't remember that, but I do believe you.
Yeah, he did. He Operation Warp Speed. He wanted to use the military to get people vaccinated.
That's fucking nuts.
Yeah,
that is really crazy. But I was gonna say, like, I kind of like because I don't really like Trump or Biden. I've never really liked either of them, and I just think that in Trump you have a very small window of a benefit of the doubt in the fact that this shit was crazy and nobody really knew what was happening. I hold Biden way more accountable for the shit he did because his administration was the one that just basically constantly was suppressing all the stuff coming out, saying, no, we got to trust the science, but not this study, not this study, not this study, not this study, but we have to trust the science. Like it's easier for me to give a guy a pass who's making a call based on how it is, And I hate to tell you guys this, but DeSantis isn't even going to primary, guys. He's not going to run. Like I cannot state this enough for all of you. Like all the people out there that are like, oh, DeSantis is not, he's not even going to primary. I would bet almost anything on it. Because if you're DeSantis, why would you ever run right now? You basically have a state in Florida that worships you. You can sit down, you can let Trump do Trump shit, and then you can be the guy that comes in 2028 and saves the entire fucking republic. And not only do you not have to be in the trenches getting mud thrown on you by Trump, Trump will fucking endorse you.
Think about it. If he's still alive, like these guys are 80.
Right.
These guys are fucking 80. It shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed to be that old and even run. Neither of those two should be allowed to run for president. What do we, like, don't they make federal workers retire at like 64, 65?
Yeah.
But you can be in charge of all the federal workers at 80. That makes a whole lot of sense.
Well, but it does if you think about it, right? Because the president's not really in charge, Aaron. The Pentagon is.
That's a weird way to say Never mind. What did you think about, did you watch any of Kanye, what is it, Kanye on Tim Pool's show?
I did. I watched up until when he left.
I have to say, like, and we have a clip up on this on the channel, but like, Tim Pool is such a I want to be like in the thick of it guy, but I don't actually want to put myself at risk. Like, he is so up to the line, Tim Pool. Like, oh, look, I've got Kanye on. This is going to be crazy. And the minute Kanye goes, why don't you just say Jews? And Tim Pool's like, I don't want to. And every time Kanye got into anything Jewish related, Tim Pool's like cutting him off. Just, I want everyone watching this to know I'm not the Jew guy. I don't do any Jew stuff here. It's like, then why have the guy on?
I'm not a big Tim Pool guy, and honestly, that episode just reaffirms why I don't really watch him at all. And I remember when Tim Pool was first like hitting the before he was on Rogan and stuff, and before people really knew who he was online basically doing a news show when the media wasn't really doing the news. And it was really cool. It was interesting. Like, he was covering stuff from angles that nobody was touching. But as he got bigger, he kind of like fell in love with his own bullshit. Yeah. And there's this weird just fakeness about him. Like, again, you literally, like,
he's a brand.
He's a brand. Never mind Ye, right? Never mind Kanye. You had Nick Fuentes on there. That dude is a fucking Nazi. And then you're going to get mad when they talk about Jews? Are you fucking kidding me? That's insane.
Look, I'm very like surface level on Fuentes. Yeah. I've heard like right-wing people say, oh no, he's more of a gimmick. He's not that bad. Then I've heard like you, and I've heard other people say like, no, he's like literally pretty much a third right guy. Is he pretty bad? Is he pretty bad?
Yeah, he's pretty fucking bad. Like, he's like, you remember that Gypsy Joker guy that I used to like watch? Like, he basically is that guy.
Don't say like, don't say
stuff out loud.
Don't say like too much around Gypsy Joker. You gotta watch the word like.
He's in jail. I like that.
Yeah. I've like everything I've watched of Nick. He's always been like kind of being tongue in cheek and like playing cutesy and fast and loose with that kind of shit. So I can't figure out if he's like part gimmick. Or if he's like, or if he's like legit, like for a shoot. I don't know. I don't know enough. Maybe I need to go watch more.
If you really want to watch him in his element, like he basically, after being deplatformed, started his own thing, which is Cozy TV. And
that's his?
That's him.
Oh shit.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. And like, if you watch him, like on his show on his own platform, he's really not pulling a lot of punches. And it's with all those baked Alaska guys, and there's a whole sub like the thing about Trump when MAGA first went is that Trump got the like Nazi vote. And when I say Nazi, people are like, oh, he's not a Nazi or whatever. I'm saying, all right, fine. Conservative racist vote. I don't know what you want from me. There is a subsection of people that like we used to call alt-right, I guess is what they used to be called.
Yeah, probably alt-right. Like, aren't they? They're kind of into like a white ethno-state kind of thing.
It's just an easy abbreviation to say Nazis, right? Because they prefer white people and they kind of hate the Jews. That seems fine.
I don't know. Like for me, like Nazi, this is gonna sound really bad. I'm gonna try and phrase this properly because it's gonna come off. It's not gonna help the jokes that usually come my way. But like for me, I don't want to call Nick Fuentes a Nazi because this is gonna sound so.
Showed
bad.
Some respect for the Nazis. Is that what we're saying?
Kind of, yeah. Because like when I think of Nazi, I think of like 6'4", 230 pounds, and like walking down with a helmet on and a fucking rifle, and like, oh, what is this? And we'll drag you out of your homes. And I look at Nick Fuentes, and I'm like, I feel like he would be one of the ones to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, he's also probably gay. That's the big rumor with it. So
that's
who knows?
yeah, that's the funny one that I always keep hearing is that he was into cat boys or something.
Well, that's the whole thing. Is he's very like he's this like figurehead of this movement that Baked Alaska and like all those people had this like sub wave of. And some of them are legit Nazis, like from the trooper and all that stuff. And they had this whole sub base, and all of them were big Trump people. And then when Trump got in office and he didn't do enough Nazi things, like he wasn't fascist enough for him. He's a fascist. That's easier to say. Like I feel like we should give the Nazis a little bit more, put some respect on the Nazi's name, as Aaron would say, right?
I mean, that's not what I'm saying, but then when I say it. Like, it kind of sounds like that's what I'm saying is there's a threshold for like evil and deceit that the Nazis accomplished that you don't just throw around at a Baked Alaska or a Nick Fuentes. Like I watch Nick Fuentes and I think, oh, this is a kid fucking around with people. Like, I don't really see like, I don't feel any, like Apollo Creed would say, I don't feel any heat from that guy. Like, I feel like,
I mean, that's kind of the thing is like the subgroup that he was kind of this figurehead for figured out that he was kind of just playing a role. Like he was like cosplaying a fascist and wasn't actually a fascist, essentially.
Right.
And, for all the people in chat that are like, what's wrong with that? I'm not saying anything's wrong with that. I'm the libertarian, guys. Remember, I'm the individualist. You guys get to believe whatever you want. I don't care.
Yeah, you're.
But I'm just saying,
for God's sake, you're a Nazi.
I'm not a Nazi. I don't like socialism.
To some people.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Everybody's a Nazi to somebody. That's the beauty of living with liberals, bro.
That's actually a Valentine's Day card that I'm going to pick up.
I did not see our love coming.
Everybody's a Nazi to somebody.
I got one that's just the Nazis kicking in the door of a Jew, and it just says, "Surprise! I'm your Secret Santa."
Yeah, you could have shortened it and just said "Jor." That would have worked.
Jor, is that what we're doing now?
A Jewish door,
yeah,
Jor. Yeah, exactly.
But the thing about it is it's just so funny to me because, like, with getting back to the thing, whether or not what you believe about Nick Fuentes is irrelevant. It's the fact that he has that reputation and he has said some really crazy shit about Jewish people, which, again, whether you believe or not, I'm not talking to that. I'm saying that the real funny part is that you're Tim Pool and you have Kanye West and Fuentes on your show, and then you're going to act all like, I didn't see these Jewish comments coming. Like, right. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, I hate Tim Pool for that. Like, he wants the clicks, he wants the views, but he doesn't want to lean in ever. Like, he doesn't want to get his hands dirty.
He wants to get all that fucking heat, but then the moment it gets hot, he's like, oh, let's calm down. He's that fucking, you know who he is? He's that fucking asshole in the bar that starts a fight, and then right before the fight boils over, he's like, all right, guys, let's just grow up. Let's be bigger men than this. Let's just fucking calm down. Like he wants to be the fucking antagonizer and the peacekeeper at the same time, and I fucking hate those guys.
Right, like right after the interview, he's like, well, I didn't want to get into the nitty gritty of the Jew stuff. It's like, then that's all he's been doing. That's all he's been doing for the last 3 months is it's the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. He brings Nick Fuentes and Milo on. And what, you thought that you guys were going to talk about like 90s hip hop and who won the East Coast, West Coast beef?
The other thing too, you have Milo there to diffuse the situation. What the fuck are you doing?
Right. When Milo's the moderator, you're fucked.
When you are sitting there as a host and you have the guest and you're like, oh, Milo's here, so at least cooler heads will prevail. You're already fucked.
Right. And Shane F says him and Lex Fridman's. Yeah, same thing. It's that weird thing where they're like, they bring a guy on to talk to him, but then in their mind they go, oh no, all I'm going to do is virtue signal and show everyone. Like they're using Kanye's Jew talk to show everyone else how cool with the Jews they are.
Well, and that's what I got out of that from the interview is that Kanye, like, a lot of people are going around talking about like, oh, Kanye is ill, this and that. I think Kanye may just be a lot smarter than a lot of people think. Kanye literally went in there and he bulldozed everything he wanted to say really quick at the beginning. And then the moment he got any kind of pushback or it looked like he wouldn't be able to discuss his talking points, he just dipped. That's fucking smart.
Yeah. Like, well, and also
no matter what you think about what he said, like if you watch, did you watch it? You watched it, right?
We played it on the show yesterday too. Yeah.
So he went in and they kept trying to like ask him all because they wanted him there so they could basically suck his dick about Trump's dinner, who he brought Fuentes to, and now Trump is getting heat for being a Nazi because Fuentes was there.
Trump is disavowing all of them, like everybody who came to that dinner, like they're all dead to him.
Right, and so the thing that's so funny is like like Tim Pool had him there because he wanted Kanye as the clickbait. And then the moment he tried to direct it in the direction he saw it going, Kanye's like, nah, man, fuck you. Let's talk about the Jews.
Yeah.
And then Tim Pool's like, what? And then Fuentes is all like, yeah, he won't even say Jews. It's weird, right? It's like they were fucking sitting there having like an inside like Nazi. I know we don't want to say Nazi, fascist, like Jew-hating fascist brunch. I don't know what to say. It's just easier to say Nazi, guys.
That's why I was asking you about Fuentes, because when I saw him on Tim Pool, I was like, this kid's kind of funny, like, in a weird way.
Like, he is objectively, and that's what makes him like kind of tricky, hard to hate.
Yeah, he's kind of tricky.
He has some just horrific views, in my opinion, but he is objectively funny about them. So he gets to do a lot of shit where he absolutely means it, but when he gets called out, he's like, it's just a joke, man. Which as a comment, you and I specifically can probably just sit and slow clap that action because we do that shit all the time.
Well, it was like Tim Pool wanted to sit down with the really cool jock kids who make like really off-color jokes, and he wanted to just be seen at that table. But as soon as they got to like, oh yeah, I'd cave her pussy in with a fucking candelabra, and they start talking about chicks at the table, Tim Pool's like, guys, I think we should respect women. And then Nick Fuentes goes, hey guys, did you hear him? He's like, well, guys, we should respect women. Yeah. That was Fuentes. He was like, hey, look at this motherfucker. He won't even say Jew. Ha ha ha, you fucking dork. And then Tim Pool's like, oh no, I can say that. I just don't like to say it. And Kanye's like, guys, let's leave this fucking dork alone.
Well, then when Kanye left, Fuentes leaves, right? And then I think Milo left too. And then like I tried to watch the rest of that because I had set up where it's like, okay, cool, I'll watch this Tim cast. Because again, I used to watch him when he first started. He used to be tolerable and actually cover shit like news. Now he's just an insufferable prick, in my opinion. Yeah. Like, and so it's so funny watching him go on and on after Kanye. Like, after Kanye left, he was going on and on with his co-hosts about like how he was the victim here. And it's like, you're still getting your fucking clicks, Tim. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? He acted like his whole fucking day is ruined. Like, I guarantee you, if you go to his fucking, like, go to his YouTube, I want to see how many views that Kanye episode has, because I guarantee you it's 3 to 4 times more than any other video that dude's put out.
We'll go to Tim Pool. Easy enough.
Over this
shut up.
He went to white knight mode. Absolutely. That's exactly what he did. The moment that it was his, it's like, oh, look at me. I'm the victim. I was just trying to, and that's the other thing too. He's like, I was just trying to have a civil conversation. You brought on a guy who's been making headlines for being anti-Semitic, and a guy, again, who a lot of people think is a Nazi in Fuentes, and you just wanted like logical and you have Milo there. Like, calm down.
Oh, it might be worse, dude. I think he took it down. He might have just put that on his Patreon. So he brought those guys on for the views and then put it behind a paywall.
And put it behind a paywall. That's a bitch move. That's pretty Tim Pool.
Yeah. That is pretty Tim Pool. I want to throw a thank you out to Damon. Thank you very much for $5 over on PayPal. KF, of course.
Sage Retard PhD KF
with $10 says Tim Pool is Billy Bats. Nah, Billy Bats was more of a gangster than Tim Pool. He just got jumped. The Mood with $6 says Cog Backwards Internet covers Nick a lot if people are interested in it. I like Cog. Yeah, go check his stuff
Cog.
out.
Cog is not bad. Yeah, Cog does have, like, I didn't know he did it a lot. I have seen one thing where he's covering it. Yeah, dude, classic Tim Pool. He has it cut up into different bits so that the actual thing isn't there, but he's got 2 little clickbaits, and one of them already has 268,000 views.
Oh, so the Kanye thing is up? It's just up in chunks?
Just a 14-minute clip, and it says, Yee storms out of Timcast studio during his interview.
Oh, you know what? I was on the wrong channel. I was on Tim
his
Pool,
latest...
not Timcast.
Timcast IRL is the channel.
Okay, Timcast Holiday Hangout responds to Kanye West storming off Timcast. Do you guys want to watch that? You want to watch Tim Pool cope about the Kanye West thing? Should we watch? I haven't seen how he justified it. I didn't see this yesterday. This was I guess shortly after we went off the air. All right, I'll check this out.
Maybe you've heard the news. Last night
I'm gay. Sorry, that's not what the news
Milo's in my butthole as we talk.
His nails are very well manicured. They don't hurt as much as I thought they would. Let's watch. And
this can we just talk about this though? Is there anything more meta than this? He's literally doing a Timcast on Timcast.
He is.
This is because this is what his show used to be. Like back in the day when he first started, this is what all his fucking shows were. It was his little dork ass in a webcam while he put the news on a scrolling in front of him. This is literally how he cut his teeth, and now he's doing it on himself. 4 clicks with Kanye. It's fucking gross, man.
It sounds like you're saying it's pretty on brand, though.
It's pretty on brand, and he's pretty gross. I'm not a big Tim Pool fan.
Here's it's very minor things that started getting me about Tim Pool, and then I hated the phony shit about him later. The thing that bothers me is, and maybe it's because I've been in broadcasting so long and like watching Howard and O&A and watching them preach this to the rest of us, like as broadcasters, like the number one thing, be honest with your audience, be open with them so they trust you. This motherfucker wearing that hat, and he won't say it's because he's bald and he's ashamed of his hair. I wear this fucking hairline every morning, for God's sake. This guy won't even admit, like, hey, the hat's not a fashion statement, by the way. It's not because I still haven't figured out my furnace and air conditioning. It's because I'm remarkably bald. I'm embarrassed. I'm a cue ball. I'm insecure, and so I wear the hat. I hate that shit. I hate that he won't just say, I wear the hat. He like acts like it's a fashion statement and it's his brand, and he's made it his brand. He's so ashamed of his bald fucking head that he's tried to make it look like it's his signature angle, his signature look. The hat, he even puts it on like...
Wait, is that how we get views? We should need a beanie for our bald spots? I'm on it. Hold on.
Oh, there we go. Oh, hey, it's Corey IRL. There we go.
Hey, guys, we got a great show for you today about the Jews, which I'm not going to say.
I was going to say, with your beanie on, you kind of look like either you're doing a deer hunting stream or a neo-Nazi biker stream.
It's actually both. We hunt down deer while being neo-Nazis.
You call the deer Jews, and then you go and get them.
Well, I mean, not
I'm
Jews.
sorry. You know what? I'm being insensitive.
Dosteins.
Dosteins. Thank you very much to Jeff for $10 over there on PayPal. Thank you guys very much for your support. Of course, overtime coming today. Let's watch Tim. Do you think Tim Pool is going to, in a fair and balanced way, analyze what happened with Ye, or do you think this is a 30-minute infomercial on how Tim Pool looked good on this whole thing, and here's why you should believe that?
I'm going to go with C, a little bit of both.
Okay.
Hosted Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, Milo Yiannopoulos and Nick Fuentes on Timcast IRL, and Ye got up and stormed out about 27 minutes into the show. And there's a lot that people don't understand about it, despite the fact that we did talk a lot about it after he stormed off.
Nobody doesn't understand it. Your show is 2.5 hours long, and he stormed out at the 20-minute mark. You spent an hour and a half of that episode treading water and explaining it. And now, this is the shit that fucking bugs me. Like you're saying, it's just not honest.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't understand. Bullshit, Tim. The only reason that people would not understand it is if they didn't watch your show. And guess what? If that's the case, they're not watching this one either.
Well, and it's not, and I hate guys like him because, and a lot of people don't understand it. No, what that's code speak for is a lot of people didn't believe my rationale of it.
Some are saying.
Yeah, some are saying that he stormed off because I'm a punk bitch. I just want you to know, you just clearly don't understand the video. It's like, really? Because I felt like I was watching a punk bitch. Like, when I saw Nick Fuentes punk him, I was like, oh, dude, you're in over your head. And that's it. That's just what it was with Tim. He was in over his head. He wanted to have these guys on to tell people he had them on, and he had nothing after that. Like, he didn't have any plan after that because he was a deer in the headlights. Kanye warned him like 3 times, like, I'm going to walk out of here if this is just going to be you stopping me and making me explain myself on the Jew shit, because I've done that. Like, Kanye, you can say all the words that have been spoken about him in this whole thing. It's not like he's been unclear on how he feels about this. So, like, trying to get him to clarify again, I can understand where he's probably tired of it. But, Corey, let's see where you and I just don't get it.
We carried on with the hour and a half show. We were planning on doing a members only uncensored segment, and I think this was staged. Maybe by Ye, but I don't know. I think Milo is a very, very smart guy. I said before, I think he's a genius because I'm looking at what's going on. And I either have to assume that Milo is orchestrating some powerful vengeance, or he slipped on a banana peel, did a perfect backflip, and then said, ta-da.
Oh my God. So this guy is having such a hard time realizing that he got punked out like a bitch that it has to be Milo Yiannopoulos is somehow now like Goebbels or he's some kind of grand master, like Michael Corleone this shit. Oh,
fucking Tim is, I'm telling you, like, I can't even, it's so funny that, like, because it took Kanye to get me to, like, watch, like, a bit of an episode, right? I couldn't even make it through the last part of it when they were just fucking sitting there treading on it, right?
Neither could I, yeah.
And, like, now watching this, which is, again, this is the exact old format. This is what Timcast used to be. It, like, how far in are we on this? Like, a minute, 2 minutes?
A minute.
Like, he's already reminded me 3 times why I hate him and don't watch him anymore in this tiny little window.
You're too stupid to understand what happened because you're not paying attention to what he's saying about it. Milo.
You know what? I'm glad you told me that. I are dumb.
I'm trying to pick the 3 things. Number 2, Milo's a genius. He lost me there.
Yeah, either Milo's a genius or he sabotaged me. You're too dumb if you don't realize that happened, and then I'm a victim. I'm just out.
Or Kanye kind of pulled your punk card because you wouldn't say what you... Here's where Tim fucked up. Tim went to Jewtown, but he wouldn't call it Jewtown. Like, if Tim just would have asked Kanye questions, instead he tried to suck Kanye's dick by going, I think they've been very unfair to you. And then that Kanye just zoned in on that. He goes, who's they? And Tim's like, fuck. I wanted him to be my friend, but I didn't want to say Jew. And he's like, the corporate media. And that's when Fuentes goes, look at that. He'll say corporate media, but he won't. But it is them, isn't it? I mean, isn't it? And then Tim Bull's like, oh, no, I can't say it like you say it. And Kanye's like, this guy, here's what Kanye realized. I'm not talking to
That was the funniest part when Fuentes is like, why can't you say that?
Yeah.
I hate giving Fuentes any credit, but that was objectively very funny when he's like, why can't you say it?
Yeah. Well, he not only said, why can't you say it? He's like, yeah, but it is, though, isn't it? I mean,
but I'll explain in great detail. The big news right now that's been going on for the past week is this from Mediaite. This is a effing nightmare. Trump world leaking amid nuclear meltdown over Trump's dinner with white supremacist Fuentes.
What a bitch.
Big news.
Oh, I should have said white supremacist, not Nazi. That would have been better, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I get that.
I just think it's an easier abbreviation to say Nazi. I'm sorry.
I get that vibe though. Like I get the white supremacist vibe, like the whole. I mean, and not in like the media.
I also kind of think white supremacist is one of the most over. Like it's kind of funny because I'm defending Nazi, but like white supremacist is one of the most overly used like labels ever, right?
Well, to me, all white supremacist means is like you think white people are better. And you think white people should be in charge. That to me, and you know what? I bet you if you asked Nick Fuentes that, he'd go, yeah, I'll go with that.
So yeah, maybe we'll just say white supremacist.
Probably. I think the problem is like when you're not like a propaganda media person, and then you try to use these terms in an honest fashion, the rest of the world gets mad at you because they've been hearing like the media panic version of all this. So they're like, you're saying he needs to be put in a camp and this and that. I'm like, no, I'm just saying he thinks that white people should be in charge and this and that. And like,
doesn't really care for the Jewish people.
And doesn't care for the Jewish people. That's just his take, you know? Everyone, like the media infers so much shit when they talk that it's now conditioned people to believe that we're all trying to say something we're not saying. So it's very difficult if you're someone who just kind of says what you mean and there's nothing deeper behind it. Like I'm a silly cunt. I'm not playing a mind game with you.
Right. And it's just a quick label. Like to me, Fuentes seems like a Nazi. That's all. You know, like not my cup of tea. If he's your cup of tea, whatever. I don't give a shit. Like
my counter to you, with no inference required, is I don't think you're putting enough respect on the Nazi's name.
It's like when everybody was calling Trump Hitler. It's like, when did you lose respect for Hitler? Like that dude was a monster.
Put some respect on my
Trump
name.
Trump didn't even start a war, and you're going to call him Hitler? Like, you don't know history at all.
But in fairness, does the president ever start a war, or is it the Pentagon, as you said earlier?
Yeah, fair. That's what I always laugh at, because people are like, oh, he's too old to be president. I'm like, well, good thing he's not one of the generals that's there for fucking, 80 years? I mean, like those 4-star or 5-star or whatever the fuck star general, like the head of the Pentagon, those generals, right? Yeah. Those guys are in that position for a long time, and they've been fucking company men for a long time to get there.
That's the great thing about America is
Von Kaiser said hashtag not my Hitler.
That's the thing about America. You know, we're kind of part republic, part democracy, part kleptocracy, part oligarchy, part military
Plutocracy,
junta.
baby. Don't leave that plutocracy out of there.
We're all Plutarch Heavensby from the Hunger Games. We're all of it, you know, all of it. By the way, shout out Plutarch Heavensby. Rest in peace, brother. Love you, miss you, bro.
On numerous outlets, senators across the board denouncing Donald Trump. And I couldn't help but think Milo sort of organized that. I say sort of because Ye corrected me on the dinner invite. But the question is Milo getting revenge on Trump the way he said he wanted to a long time ago?
Really? So you getting punked out on your own show, boy, this is a cope.
It's ego expressed, dude. That's all he is anymore.
This is him just trying to say, oh, no, I was a victim in Milo's long game of revenge. And it's like, no, they asked you if you'd say Jew, and you said no. They pulled your punk card, and they walked out on you.
Pink News reported December 14th, 2020. Milo Yiannopoulos vows to burn the Republican Party to the ground after losing everything for Daddy Trump.
Bro, that was 2 years ago. So you think...
Well, a good plan. You know, you gotta really... You gotta really lay it down for years, you know, and then you have to foresee Kanye West going anti-Semitic.
Oh man, Tim is embarrassing himself more than usual.
It's not more than usual. This is who he is now.
Maybe I don't watch Tim Pool, so maybe this is just a normal thing.
Get into this in great detail, but I first want to talk about what happened last night.
Oh, please.
For those that may not have seen the greater detail or context. I'm being.
Oh yeah, you just want to tell people what happened, even though you just told people what happened while telling people what happened about your show that you just edited 4 clips to tell people what happened. You clickbait mongering son of a bitch.
But again, did you not hear what he just did there? For the people who may not have heard the context and the behind the scenes of what happens, like for those of you who haven't formed your own opinion on what a douche I am, let me tell you that I'm not a douche, and then I can inform the way you should think about. Oh God, you know, for a guy
saying I'm not a douche.
For a guy who hates the mainstream media, he'd fit in perfectly.
He is the mainstream media now. That's exactly what it is. He somewhere along the line became the mainstream media. That's why I fucking hate him.
People saying, I just saw the clip of him storming out. What happened? Let me tell you what happened. Before the show, I had discussed with Milo, Nick, and Ye why we wanted them there. I, of course, find their statements ridiculous on Jewish people because, and they can't seem to understand, maybe whatever. I said, guys,
they just don't get me,
I don't
bro.
want to sit here and just have this debate over again.
Then why
did you have him on?
Why have them on? Hey, Corey, you know what Nick Fuentes really likes talking about? The Jews. You know what Ye only likes talking about? The Jews.
His money.
And then Tim Pool goes, I brought them on, but I didn't want to talk about the Jews. Yeah, let's talk about, hey, what's your favorite cookbook? Hey, Ye, how do you make casserole? I'm just wondering. Well, I'll tell you this. I don't use kosher meat.
I understand. Ye's talked with Friedman. People in the media have pointed it out. We know. Okay? The issue is Donald Trump invited Ye and Fuentes to dinner and a few other people. It became big news. Some people argue that Trump knew who Fuentes was. Ben Shapiro had tweeted, maybe if you don't want to dine with an anti-Semite, don't invite, if you don't want to dine with an anti-Semite you don't invite the one you do. So I got questions.
Objectively, that's pretty funny, especially for Ben Shapiro.
Ben can pull out. Ben's one of those dorky guys who can pull out a zinger every once in a while.
Donald Trump invite Ye? Why? Why didn't he cancel? If there's so much here.
Boy, he is rattled. You can already tell. Like this whole thing has him rattled because I think he doesn't want. Like he's heard people's opinions on this now, and it's not good for him. And he is spinning. You can tell the adrenaline's pumping, and he's really excited.
Well, no, now he's going to get out. He's trying to get out in front of it and really just bury these anti-Semitic people that he had. You know, like this is exactly what he does. And the thing that he's going to do, and Tim's a lot of things, but he's not stupid, right? So what Tim's going to do is he's going to get in front of it. He's going to white knight it. He's going to just go on about all this shit while getting in front of it and condemning all the anti-Semitism around it. And then he's going to come out smelling like gold because the story, like, that's why he picked that headline. Like, look at what that headline says that he's fucking got right there, right?
After Tim Pool pushes back,
Right. Like he literally has this, on there, and then when it says Tim respond, like on the video, it's called Tim responds to Kanye. So after the incident, what are most people going to check out at his fucking website? Like when you go to the YouTube and you're looking to find out what happened, right? Rather than watching it, if he takes that episode down and puts it behind a paywall, which he's already done, right? The only video you're going to be able to grab is Tim Pool responds to Kanye.
Yeah.
And right there, now it's just a bunch of just subliminal, like, Tim pushes back on anti-Semitic remarks, when it should say fucking Tim Pool's white supremacist dinner brunch blew up in his face, or podcast brunch, right?
Yes, exactly. It's just him trying, like you said, to get out in front of it. And like, dude, I am looking for somebody. I'm just looking for a broadcaster. They'd get all my Patreon subscription dollars, the whole thing. If I could find one of these fucking political commentators, right or left, it doesn't matter, who goes out there and when they eat a dick goes, well, guys, this is our wrap-up show portion, and boy, did we eat a dick on that one. I tell you, like, you could have fun with that.
Dude, I've said the same thing about the UFC, right? Like, I swear to God, I will die on every fucking hill for the first fucking fighter that I see, like, win a decision where he didn't win, be like, yeah, that's fucked up, I lost that fight.
Yeah.
In any sport. Even boxing. If a boxer's like, yeah, I don't know how, I won that, like, I thought he won the fight, like, I fucking don't know what the judges were thinking. Like, that would be my guy for fucking ever.
Yeah, if a guy won a close decision and Joe Rogan goes, what do you think about the fight? He goes, wow, did I skedaddle out of here with that one, huh?
not even a close decision. I'm talking like there are bad decisions in fighting, right? Like where like a dude gets his ass kicked very clearly and then the judges give it the other way and that guy's like, well, I thought it was close. I thought we won round 1 or 3. I just love to see a guy go, holy shit, that guy beat my ass. Thank God the judges weren't watching the same fight. That would be my guy forever.
Yeah, like if Sean, like I like Sean O'Malley, and if after that,
if Sean O'Malley had the fucking opportunity to, and I'm a Sean O'Malley like critic because I think that he's been very babied into the UFC. Like they've kept him very protected on his matches.
Yes,
you know,
very much.
Like they're starting to give him people. If that motherfucker would have just been like, you know, and he kind of almost did. He's like, yeah, I'll have to go back, but you know, win. But like if he had just been like, I didn't win that fight, but I'll take it. Like fucking, that'd be my guy forever.
He got like as close as a fighter's pride will allow you to get. I guess I'm sorry about this, guys. I know that's very rude, the physical thing I just did there, but I got a crown yesterday back here. So if you ever see me like picking on my tongue or whatever, there's pieces of the adhesive that are still like coming off. And so they...
Holy shit. Somebody's knocking on my door. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Oh, God. Now this shit. Well, guys, I think Corey's probably talking to the police, if you will. Do you think so? Do you think that's what's going on here? I'm interested to see if that's the, unless he ordered breakfast. I'm willing to bet that this is probably that. Well, no, that would have happened on Wednesday, wouldn't it? Let's see if maybe Corey has to take a little time off here. We'll see. We'll do the Tim Pool thing no matter what. Let's hang out with you guys for a little bit until Corey gets back here. And see what you guys think. I haven't been looking at the chat for quite some time. Looks like I have some thank yous to throw out as well. Thank you to KF. He goes, if you haven't seen Timmy losing his cool over his beanie removal, I sent you the link. I can't remember if we've watched that on the show or not, but I would love to see it.
Hey, the cops are here. I gotta go.
Okay, I figured as much. All right, I'll talk to you later.
I'm just fucking with you.
Oh, who was it?
Nobody. I had to get a soda.
Oh, really? Nobody was knocking at your door?
No, I was fucking with you.
That's fucking hilarious, I'll have you know.
I know.
Oh, that is great. I thought we were... Oh. I thought that you were not fucking around whatsoever. Well, what kind of soda did you grab?
I grabbed a H-E-B Dr. B, baby. Generic Dr. Pepper at its finest with real sugar.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's really good. The in-store brands of H-E-B here are just, it's unbelievable. Like, I've always been a fucking, like, guy who talks down to, like, generic brands, but their generic brand is real good.
Let's go.
But also, I got every fucking one of you. What up?
But the Sean O'Malley thing, and then we'll go back to the Tim Pool deal. If he just would have done that thing, like, he got as close as a fighter can get to admitting that. But if he just would have went, yeah, you know what? Certainly didn't deserve that one, but I'll take it. You know, I would have been like, oh, that guy's cool. And look, as cherry-picked as his opponents can be, we do have to admit he belonged in there with Jan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying he's not good. Like, he's got the personality and all that, and Jan represents what I hope is them going forward, giving him actual fights. But everybody can kind of admit he was very heavily guarded on the way up.
From a business
There's
perspective,
anything wrong with that. They did the same thing with Connor at first too. You know what I mean? Like that's when they recognize a guy's got personality, they kind of guard him till they want him to go, you know?
it's a smart move. If I'm the UFC, I probably put him in there with like 2 more bottom 15 guys. And
that's actually what's funny is they tried to do that with Islam Makhachev and Khabib wouldn't let them. Like Khabib's like, no, he's gonna fight this guy and then this guy and then this guy.
It's not how we do it in Dagestan.
Yeah, no, he fight everybody.
Yes,
everybody he fights, he wins. Yeah, but he fought you once behind closed doors, Khabib. Did he win then? We don't talk about that.
Yes.
He's my dad's favorite student. We don't talk about it.
Everyone he fights, he destroys. And then after that, he win championship. We have him fight Grizzly Bear. And then we film it and we release it on the pay-per-view. Tim Pool coping with the Kanye walk-off. We'll watch a little bit more of this because it is entertaining for all the wrong reasons.
And so I said, you know, when the opportunity arose, hey, we could have these guys on. I said, sure. Now let me tell you something. A lot of people are saying, you know, oh, Tim wanted a high-profile interview to get a bunch of press attention. No.
You know, a lot of people are saying the thing that probably happened. Let me tell you why those people are full of shit and I'm the cool guy.
Bunch of press
Also,
attention.
you guys see this headline? I pushed back on it.
Yeah, you guys didn't see the headlines? I'm pushing back.
No, absolutely not. I reject that 100%.
What?
Our guests are typically not the extremely high-profile people. We do a lot of DC commentators. It is a topical news show, not a Rogan-style interview show.
Oh, so you usually bring in DC commentators. So you thought you'd bring in Kanye. See, this is the dishonesty is getting me because you can't play it both ways. You can't say, oh, I didn't do this for the news clippings. I mean, I usually do a show with boring-ass DC commentators. Well, he's not a boring-ass DC commentator, so why did you break from your mold if not to get attention? Don't, like, the amount of disrespect, and I think that's my hang-up as a broadcaster, the amount of disrespect he's showing his audience right now by just openly contradicting himself. So he can save face.
That's the thing is really, like he'll get away with it with his audience. That's the fucked up part.
Yeah,
it's so I don't know. Again, it's so funny because we've watched what 2 minutes of this shit now.
3 minutes. You've made it 3 minutes.
It feels like so much longer. It's actually funny because this 3 minutes feels longer than the 20 minutes I watched Kanye talk.
Right, that went by quick.
But it's reaffirming why I stopped listening to this guy. Because again, I used to like when he first came out, like his stuff was on point. He was like one of the only people covering anything that was going on in China early on. Okay. And it's just fucking like he got on Rogan and then he's like, it's like a guy that just fell in love with his own bullshit, you know? Like just be fucking honest. Hey man, I had Kanye on because he was at Trump's and I thought it would get me a lot of clicks and then kind of blew up in my face. Man, that sucks. That's all you have to do.
Because that's the thing, Tim, and that's the thing all these fart huffers don't understand. Nobody's gonna blame you for the truth. People will understand the truth. Hey, I did it because it would get me a shitload of attention. Well, Tim, that's what we're all here for. Like those of us who talk behind mics for a living, we're here to grab as many eyeballs to our product as possible. There's nothing wrong. These people feel ashamed if they go, I did it for views. You fucking better do it for views. Why do you think Breaking Bad, why do you think Vince Gilligan wrote so many great episodes? Is it because he's such a fucking great starving artist? He's like, no, a bunch of people will like this shit and watch it and I'll make a shitload of money.
And because he made a really shitty crime drama before that. He learned some lessons.
Yeah, he started watching The Sopranos and he figured it out. But Tim Pool just will not, it pains him somehow. He thinks he's a fucking artist. Maybe the beanie's on too tight. I don't know. But he goes, oh, did people think I just did it for views? No, I have respected commentators on. Well, Kanye's not a respected commentator, so did you do it for views?
I don't do things for the views, he said, doing a thing for views.
Yes.
This was specifically because the big story is Trump and this dinner. So, why did Ye start talking about this? Well, some people have said...
because it's all he fucking talks about. It's like you brought on the guy who played Wilson from Home Improvement and you're surprised that he talked about the show the whole episode. It's like, what else did he do?
You show his face.
Yeah. Well, we've got... ladies and gentlemen, we've got Christopher Lloyd here. Christopher, what do you want to talk about other than Taxi and Back to the Future?
Jumping gigawatts, Marty. That's all I got.
What am I going to sit here and talk about angels in the outfield? What am I, gay?
What do I like Tony Danza? Fuck that guy.
Danny Glover's all right, though. We ran a train on a hooker. It was fun.
Shit, I'm not going to, allegedly.
Carrie Elwes was there. I don't know
used
why.
a rubber, and I got my dick up to 88 miles per hour.
Opens with an article from The Hill where Pence called him an anti-Semite and thought he wasn't going to get into it. They knew what article we had pulled up to launch the show.
Yeah, one to shit on him. Again,
Which is funny because this is not what he said right after Kanye walked out. Like, if you watched it, this is exactly not what he's saying. He's like, oh, I just wanted to get into the dinner and he had to bring it there. And now he's all like, you knew what you were getting involved for. He's such a fucking bullshit artist.
And I love that he goes, oh, the first article I brought up was Mike Pence shitting on Kanye for his anti-Semitism. It's like, oh, yeah, so you totally didn't want to talk about the Jew stuff. Fucking
well, he wanted to talk about Trump. Like, if you watch it, he started by talking, like, he wanted to do the Trump dinner stuff. And he didn't get a chance. Not only did he start the show with that, he started it. Kanye shut him off to talk about the Jews and then stormed off. And then he spent the next 20 minutes before I tuned out of bitching about how he didn't even get into the Trump dinner.
Yeah.
And now he's all on here. He's like, what did you think was going to happen? Well, you said that you didn't think it was going to happen, so shut up.
Didn't talk that tough when Kanye was walking out.
That's the other thing, too, is that, like, if you watch that fucking clip, like, he went from just milquetoast, spineless cuck to, like, I'm the host of this show and blah, 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 the moment Kanye was out of the room.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like, he was totally, like, fucking just like, can I take your jacket? Can I get you more tea? Would you like to fucking fuck my wife in front of me, Mr. Kanye? It's just so good to have you here. And then he's like, I'm glad he's gone. How could he think we weren't going to get into that? Blah, 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 blah. You know, you're listening to Cuckcast. Blah.
I passively disliked this guy before this. I actively find him to be a buffoon now.
I actually I viscerally hate Tim Pool because he's one of those guys that fooled me at first. And I always hold more contempt for those guys just because it's like, it resonates with me that like, oh, how did this fucking asshole fool me? You know?
You're watching it happen to a whole new crop of people now.
Right. Well, that's the thing is like, what's fucked up is like, he gets on Rogan and then like, everybody's got to fucking tell me, oh, have you heard about this Tim Pool? I'm like, fuck that guy and fuck you.
People can't say they hate him head to toe because they start at the beanie and they never make it to his feet in terms of the hatred. They just start there and it stays there.
You think he has like some kind of weird like areola on the top of his head that he's hiding? Because like bald is kind of in now. You'd think he wouldn't be hiding it, you know?
Do you want to watch like maybe another minute of this cope and then Sage sent us a clip of somebody removing his beanie?
Only if we can have the Sage retard drop.
Sage retard PhD KF.
Shot of the fucking piss. Before we even got started. Now, I wish we recorded the pre-show. Sometimes I say maybe we should, but the problem is we're setting up cameras, we're adjusting lighting.
Stop. You know what happened. He probably, I don't know that this happened for sure, but I'm almost positive. He's like, hey, we're going to record this pre-show. Kanye's like, no, we're fucking not.
Yeah. How about suck my dick? I'll walk out of here now.
Yeah, fuck you.
This is what I like. For me, this is why I don't like talking to guests too much before. I like to just go on with the guests because I don't want there to be that phony.
You like to do that with your fucking co-host. I've known you for how many years? And like you and I, we interact more texting when like fights are on than we do almost anything else.
Yeah.
And whenever there's anything to talk about, but like I've had multiple times where I have like tried to text you something or call you and you're like, no, hey, let's save for the show. That's pretty good.
Right. Like I don't want to either do a shitty take now and then do a different take later, or ruin anything that might be solid, and then go, and then because then I get in my head.
You can have the honest reaction when you do it. You know, that's one thing that I learned from you is like, because if we're talking about it candidly, then when we go on air to try to recreate the conversation, it's just fucking stupid.
It's very reality television-ish. So
it becomes like Tim Pool.
Yes, exactly. So like I was on when I was on Who Are These Podcasts with Carl, it was nice to be on a show with a guy who goes, like I said, hey, how are you? He goes, not bad. Hey, just want to let you know, I don't like to talk too much before we go on. And I'm like, oh, that's fucking great. That's awesome. I'll just sit here then. Like, no, that's exactly how I think it should be. Because, yeah, I think there's that element of phoniness if you do the before thing and then you come on after. And it's like, there's nothing I hate more than when someone is doing an interview and they go, you and I were just talking before we got on about, it's like, well, now you're making me wonder about that conversation. I want that conversation here right now.
Makeup, rarely, but, you know, some people want to put on makeup. We're getting drinks. we're discussing what they think the big topic is going to be, and you know, I say, hey guys, let's save the conversation for the show. Let me pull up articles. Let's just get everything set up.
You guys are the same person.
Yeah, Tim and I.
You know, if you put on a beanie and contacts, you kind of look like Tim Pool.
Oh, really? I look like an unshaved vagina.
I feel like you couldn't grow that much facial hair, though.
Fair.
Pence asked, I said, here's the article that I think we can lead with because Trump is being dragged over this dinner with Fuentes specifically, but also Ye's involvement. They knew. And they were like, yeah. And here's the funny thing. During the pre-show, when Ye would be talking, I'll be going like this, and I would put up a finger. This is what I normally do when people are talking. If I need to change the subject, advance to a new segment.
Oh no, this is going to be cringe, isn't it? Do you hold up a finger at your guests?
That's what he said. He said he holds up a finger.
Ew.
Aaron, I need you to hear me on this one. Aaron.
Doesn't that make you homicidal with rage?
Aaron.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Aaron.
Oh, thank you, Professor Tim Pool, Dr. Tim
No,
Pool.
hey, Aaron.
Oh, I'm walking the fuck out. Enough of this shit.
Aaron,
I see how.
No, you're not. No, you sit down. You're not walking out. Hey, sit down. You're not walking out.
Let me smell that finger, Tim. Does it smell like your co-host asshole?
Hey, no, it smells like my nutsack, which is my beanie. My beanie is actually my nutsack hammock.
He has balls on his head.
Listen to me. I actually have a nipple and a balls. I actually had a transition into a testicle person. I don't need you to judge me.
I got to hear this. I got to hear how he fucking holds a finger up at his guests while they're talking.
Put up a finger. This is what I normally do when people are talking. If I need to change the subject, advance to a new segment.
Oh, God, it's even worse. He's doing like the fucking
issue,
outsider thing.
People are like, Tim interrupts. Look, guys, if you watch when we do the split view thing, you'll often see me put my hand up. Like, I'm just saying, like, hey, I'm gonna try and get in. I'm trying to be a conductor of this show. You know what I mean? I want everybody to talk, and preferably, they all just talk, and I don't got to say anything. But I do have to say, for time, for segments, for topics,
stop.
in response to audience questions.
Did he just admit that hopefully he doesn't have to say anything on his own fucking show?
Hopefully I don't have to say anything to interrupt them. He wants to just King Timmy wants to put his finger up at you so you'll know that you're to shut up now so the king can speak.
And I got news for you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are we allowed to use these boom mics?
You know what Tim Hardaway said about the Tim Pool interview with Kanye?
You know, I hate gay people.
I don't even know where that came from. I don't know why he said that.
I feel guilty about it.
Let's play.
Not the Tardamort.
Yeah, let's play the clip of Tim Pool getting his beanie taken.
Yes. Does he cry? Oh, I want to see this bad.
No, he probably mows down 8 people. This is Sage Retard KF saying a Tim Pool palate cleanser. All right, I love a good Tim Pool palate cleanser. I love that. I wear the beanie so that people can't identify me.
I can't hear any of the sound.
Well, I think they'll play more of it later. I think this is just like, I hate it when people clip their shit in front and then play the whole thing. You know, the Opie shit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Timmy cue ball. Oh, Timmy can't grow the hair on the top of his head. There, but for the grace of God go I understand. But, I mean,
look at that guy. Look at that guy's look.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he's a cutie. He's proud of himself. He reminds me a little bit of like an AIDSy Andy Gabatino, a little.
Yeah, kind of.
There's a little AIDSy Andy in there.
I had to steal your hat. Have a good day.
Bro, you come near me ever again, you won't have any teeth.
Oh, tough guy Tim's gonna knock out all your teeth. I didn't know you had your DDS, Timmy. You come near me again, I'm gonna knock out you. He stole he did a got ya hat. Dude, Floyd Mayweather reacted better to having his hat taken than you did.
You understand that?
I understand.
Don't fucking touch me. You realize what these people have been doing to me all day. When they come up to me and threaten me. And you want to come up to me and you want to grab my head.
I just wanted to take your hat, that's all.
Matthew Mulligan! Come here.
What a little bitch. I just wanted to take your hat. Don't fucking come near me ever again. Oh, he is so ashamed of being bald. I love how he's like, I wear this hat so people can't identify me. Oh, you mean the fucking hat you wear all the time and is literally your identity? That's good. So that's covering your identity? It's like Superman wearing the suit and going, I wear this so people don't think I'm Superman. It's like, wait, I thought that was what Clark Kent was for.
And you filmed immigrants!
And you touch me.
You filmed black people! And you make fun of my comrades!
I have made this very clear several times.
Look, that guy's not losing his shit after the Antifa guy stole his hat. He's doing just fine.
The reason I do this is because no one knows.
Shave off the fucking
I don't have to wear a mask.
Nazi!
I just lost my hat. Yeah, it's different.
The
for
guy
you,
with
dude.
hair doesn't
I have
care when
people
his
sending me
head gets
death
taken away.
Tim's like, it's different for you. Yeah, you're right. I have hair and I'm not ashamed of myself. It is a little different.
He's also kind of balding too, though. You know, he's at that stage where he like can't let it go yet. That long
Right.
hair.
Yeah, he's still clinging to it a little bit. It's just a lot of low T going on in this room here.
Threats. I do too. Great. So you want to come up to me, someone who's not fucking with you at all, and you want to lay your hands on me?
I love that, like, the Antifa people started this by screaming at these two, and then they realized, oh, wait, the two Nazis are fighting each other. I'll just fuck off and watch then. I don't need to yell into my bullhorn.
You come near me ever again, you won't have any teeth. You understand that? I understand. Don't fucking touch me. Do you realize what these people have been doing to me all day?
It's way better fast forward.
You want to come up to me and you want to grab my head. I just wanted to take your hat, that's all.
You want to know why I fucking wear the hat? Yeah. So these motherfuckers can't fucking recognize me when I'm on the street. You want to take a picture of me so that I'm easily identifiable? There's no photos of me.
Then don't go to this shit.
Hold on, dude. He wears his hat in every fucking thing he ever does. It's literally the only, like, if he wanted people to not recognize him, he wouldn't wear the hat.
Right, he goes the bald guy.
Yeah.
If I saw Tim Pool bald, I'd be like, oh, there's a 52-year-old day laborer. I'm not going to harm that man.
Yeah. Oh, look, this guy that works at a meatpacking plant kind of looks like Tim Pool's dad.
This guy, the only thing I'd bother, if Tim Pool went around without his hat on, the only thing I'd ask him is what the deli counters are, or deli counter hours are at the local Coburn's.
Yeah. How much is the Colburn's here?
Yeah.
Good.
Does your deli salads, are those made fresh every day? Just wondering. I am here to cover serious politics. Like, all right. I just wanted a ribeye.
Jewish people making your pastrami?
Yay, you're obsessed. That's enough.
Oh, what? I just want pastrami that didn't come from a bank I don't own. What's wrong with that?
Nick and I just want to have a pastrami sandwich that wasn't touched by Jew hands.
We're sitting here wanting a pastrami sandwich. You're the one trying to podcast it.
I just wanted to take your hat, that's all. I just wanted to take your hat, that's all. I just wanted to take your hat, that's all.
Okay, then he's going to say that 50 times. All right. I like that. It's funny to watch the guy. Oddly enough, that's kind of what he did for the Kanye interview in a weird way. Was a thing happened to him, and he was so ashamed of the real thing that happened that he went ahead and tried to make a different reason for the thing that happened. So, like, he's embarrassed of his hat coming off because he doesn't want people to know he's bald. But at the same time, he had to make a reason that didn't show that he's vulnerable. Tim doesn't want to look vulnerable. And so with Tim Pool on this one, it was, oh, no, I do this so people don't recognize me. It's like, by wearing your signature look? I don't really understand. It's like Gene Simmons going, I don't want people to know who I am, so I go out in public with my Kiss makeup on. Like, Gene, that's a terrible idea.
Eddie Izzard, I don't want people to recognize me, so I put on all this makeup and a skirt.
Right, exactly. Tim. Well, I didn't see I hadn't seen the.
That's why I don't want people recognizing me. That's why I wear this Viking hat. That's why I take it off when I'm on Twitch Talk.
Oh, see, now that's a really good idea because then people won't know who it is. I see. Yeah, fucking.
I think it's fun making fun of a bald guy who won't take his hat off while being a bald guy in a hat.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you're a shit. The beanie is an intentional look. It's not you trying to cover up your bald spot. I got it, Tim. Oh.
I just like having a Vikings hat on. It makes me feel like I'm there.
Thank you very much to David. David, you are too kind and too generous, sir. $99 says public apology for at least 2 months. My brain has had Corey and Johnny's names swapped. I deeply apologize to both and beg forgiveness. Not sure who I offended the most. Ooh, let's find out who.
It's ironic because his brain swapped him, which means he's closer to Oz.
Be nice. Oz was taking it in the ass this week.
Really? Like figuratively or literally?
The audience was saying he wasn't talking enough and he wasn't doing that, and it's
fuck the audience. It was a fun little rib on Oz, who I love. Fuck the audience.
No, I'm just fucking around. I don't really think you should leave Oz alone. Fucking do whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's just poor. Like it's just you go.
Do you think Oz's brain and Johnny's legs are related?
I actually think their brains are probably closer to each other at this point.
That's what we should do for like bonus content. Have like a game of Jeopardy or something with those two.
Yeah, just
like a game of memory, like just the old school game of memory.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, you guys are $200 into tomorrow's goal, so thank you very much for your generosity. You are very sweet. We may not be looking at another goal until Friday. It may be the whole week we don't have a goal. So thank you guys very much. So we kind of jumped into the Tim Pool thing before we finished the China thing. I had a couple of clips, but we kind of got into the Tim Pool stuff, which is very cool. Would you
say it's Tim Cool?
It was Tim Cool. For sure it was fucking Tim Cool.
Aaron.
Oh, sorry.
Hey.
Sorry.
Hey. All right, start your Fauci stuff.
Okay. Dr. Fauci was asked about what's going on in China right now. And while he did say that the protests were draconian, the
irony of him uttering those words are just palpable.
As much as the irony of him calling the China zero COVID policy draconian, Corey, he could have just left it there and people would have been like, oh, this guy isn't totally Satan, but he had to say the word but. Get ready for Dr. Fauci to make a situational explanation for where the Chinese lockdowns might be okay. Now, remember, we have officials in China welding the doors of people's homes shut so they can't get out, all in the name of zero COVID. And this is what Dr. Fauci had to say about it on CNN yesterday. Holy shit, did the Dow take a 500-point shit?
What?
I didn't know that. I just haven't been looking lately.
Today?
Yesterday. This must have been yesterday. I don't know.
It was doing fine when I looked, but I didn't follow it all day. I was too busy watching that World Cup, baby.
This is Fauci on the China crackdowns right now.
China's official news agency today published an op-ed asserting that the country's strict COVID measures are scientific and effective. Are they?
Well, when you want to shut down in order to interrupt immediately a process that's going on like the spread of infection, there should be a purpose to it. Like you want to make sure you get enough ventilators or enough PPE, or you want to get your population vaccinated. The comment that I made about their severe actions that they've taken is that you have to have an end game. What's the purpose?
We'll play the rest of it because it gets worse.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He literally goes, look, I understand it's draconian and it's very harsh what they're doing, but, as long as if you're going to do something like this, you should definitely have an end game in mind. No, we shouldn't be welding people's doors shut and locking them in their homes where they can't even get food. And he does address that part here in the next half. I just wanted to play the first half to set it up. In the second half, there are a couple times where he starts getting to a point where you think he could walk it back, and he just goes right back in again.
The purpose is, let's get all the people vaccinated, particularly the elderly. Then okay, for a temporary period of time to do that. But they have very, very strict type of a lockdown. They're locking people in their homes, which is really, they can't even go out.
Which I'm jealous of because I tried to do that.
Right, exactly. We tried to find a way to get houses to only lock from the outside, but it wasn't working.
From what I hear, shop or walk a dog or something like that, that's going to create a lot of pushback on the part of the population if there's no underlying purpose of what you want to do.
Again, he's like, oh, they can't even go out and walk their dog or go shopping. And that's really terrible. People are going to push back unless there's some kind of end game with what you want to do. I'm starting to get the vibe that maybe Fauci's jealous of the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, of course he is.
Yeah, Paul,
obviously. What do you mean starting to?
Starting to think that maybe this guy might go, oh man, these guys.
Dude, this guy's been jealous of China since he denied gay people AIDS medicine in the 90s.
Jesus. Yeah, how many plagues have you fucked up in your lifetime? This guy's got you by 2. Somebody had
you don't know that. Stop it.
Paul Polito says,
he's got me by fucking 1. All right.
Oh no, which one did you fuck up?
I don't want to talk about it.
Were you the West Nile guy? God damn it.
Yeah. No, actually, I was more of a bird flu guy.
Oh, okay.
H1N1 was supposed to fucking go down, bro, but nah.
Paul Polito
I would have gotten away with it, too, if it wasn't for that fucking Obama.
Paul Polito said, yeah, Fauci's in awe. He's not disgusted. He's like, God damn. Like he goes,
they don't show his hands because he's jerking off to it. He's like, oh, that's so cool.
He's got like a couple days left in the office. He comes in, he goes, do you guys see what's going down in China? And we're like, and they're like, oh yeah, that's terrible, Dr. Fauci. Yeah, I mean, they haven't even explained what the end game is.
Like, he comes out and his own cum is all over his mouth. Have you guys seen China?
Oh my God, it's this China thing is amazing. It's crazy what they're doing over there. Yeah, Dr. Fauci, isn't it evil? Evil? Well, you understand they're trying to stop the transmission of a disease, and sometimes you have to weld people and hermetically seal them inside their own homes to do that. As long as you tell them what you're trying to do it for, they should be fine. You're right. That guy should have never been fired. That's
he wasn't fired. He retired.
That's what I'm saying. Like Trump was right not to fire that guy. It's good to hang on to him. It's a guy who knows his shit. Locking people in their homes is bad. There should never be an unless after that.
To be fair, he's been a medical gatekeeper for how many years now? Like, I think Trump was basically advised, like, don't fire him. He's the expert.
He's kind of dyed in the wool at this point. Here's the video of what's going on in China. That is indeed a man welding the exit of an apartment building shut.
As you do.
Yeah.
As you do.
Well, look, you just got a team of guys, a crew of guys just boarding up doors and
Hey, back up. I thought you said this was a problem. This seems very innocent to me.
trying to help.
Yeah, just trying to help.
Not going to get any particles in the door that way. Oh, you put that mask on. There you go. He's traded a N95 mask for a welding mask. Oh, he's welding. He's Katie barred the door shut, and he's welding it to the... Good God, man. One thing you got to give China, not one for fucking around.
Yeah, I mean, it's just impressive how authoritarian. That's why with all the protests and everything, everybody's like, oh yeah, finally. You watch these news sites and it's like, did you not remember the 80s in Tiananmen Square? Like, there's no protest that ends well for the Chinese people.
Right, yeah, everyone
Also, don't sleep on another fucking COVID virus, because remember, they had to get rid of that. They had to get rid of the Hong Kong one with that.
It's funny because, I watch the media and they're like, could this signal a change in China? I'm like, no, it never does. Like, this has happened before. The people will push, the tanks will come in, and then the people will go, oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. You guys are fucking insane.
It's just different cultural norms. They're not insane. Stop it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Different cultural norms.
Like sniffing kids' hair. It's just different there.
Just different cultural norms. That's all it is.
Having hairy legs.
Oh, Jesus, guys. Well, hey, coming up on December 10th and 11th, there is a knife and gun show at the St. Cloud River's Edge Convention Center here where we do our show from. St. Cloud River's Edge Convention Center, December 10th and 11th, the Minnesota Weapons Collectors Association Gun and Knife Show. Buy, sell, trade, new, used, and antique weapons, firearms, weapons, vintage sporting collectibles. Saturday 9 to 5, Sunday 9 to 3. December 10th and 11th, $10 per person. No loaded firearms allowed. All firearms must be inspected. And if you're under 18, you have to go with an adult. To the Minnesota Weapons Collectors Association Gun and Knife Show, December 10th and 11th, here at the St. Cloud River's Edge Convention Center. To find out more, go to mwca.org. That's mwca.org. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Of course, Cheetos and the team at Stoney's have live music every single weekend. Great place to go watch the Vikings on Sunday. Have one of their world-famous Bloody Marys, grab a pizza, have a few drinks. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go see Stoney's today. I don't know if you guys have been following anything going on with Balenciaga. And by the way, way past like the Kanye firing or anything like that. This is, we talked about the story of the kids having the teddy bears with the S&M outfits on, and they put that in an ad for, I don't know if it was kids' clothes or teddy bears, or was it for furries? I'm not really sure what exactly the message was of the ad. But I guess since then, in the last week, there's been a bunch of other like really weird shit coming out about Balenciaga and kids. Here's the bear ad for you. Yeah, they dressed bears up in like S&M gimp outfits and like bondage outfits, and then had kids pose with the teddy bears. And then Balenciaga pulled it because people went, "Oh, that's remarkably fucked up." So then Balenciaga after that had like a couple of other, I don't know, like just shit that bad optics, I guess, is the nicest way you could put it. Well, they decided to talk about it on The View yesterday. And, I'm amazed at The View's ability to never miss a bad take. Like, even if they're
batting like 1,000 with their bad takes.
Right? Like, even when they get the actual take right, the reason how they got there, they're going to fuck that part up. And that's how they got into the Balenciaga thing. Now, obviously, we all look at the Balenciaga thing and go, wow, kids shouldn't be exposed to that. And The View came to that same conclusion, that it's bad that this is out there. But the reason why it's bad that it's out there, I don't know. It's very on brand for The View. Here they are.
What's going on here?
I found this ad campaign particularly distasteful in this moment. So there's growing anti-LGBTQ sentiment right now, and how it's being framed is as portraying, trans people as groomers. This is a term you'll hear on the far right. They're groomers. This is where you get the anti-drag queen stuff that we're seeing.
Right. I don't want anyone here saying that there is any correlation whatsoever to being molested identifying as gay. I don't want any of you
thing, right?
Yeah, I don't want you guys saying anything that is just wild. That it's not like we can look that up or see the numbers on it, or say that people who are gay or trans are, X amount of percent more likely to be victims of molestation. I don't. That's a bunch of horse shit, you guys. Stop it. It's hate data.
So Balenciaga played right into their hands by having kids in a sexualized manner carrying something that represents, sex acts. I think it was a really bad misstep at a moment where it's just kind of a dangerous time to even give credence to those kind of insane takes. Yeah.
They're the reason the insane takes exist, because they keep seeing it.
No, come on. They've only had rational takes. What are you talking about?
It keeps happening. It's not like people went, fashion industry and this community and that community seems to be a lot of smoke there regarding sexualizing children. And it's not like they said that and then all of a sudden it tricked Balenciaga into sexualizing children. The sexualizing children egg came first, and then the right-wing reaction chicken came after it. I'm sorry, what's her name? Alyssa Farah Griffin? I'm not trying to do a Zumach thing here. I don't know who she is. But she seems like a very smart lady.
Dropping that cheap chat heat, huh?
Yeah, I like cheap heat. But when it comes to like the Balenciaga ad, imagine thinking that Balenciaga was wrong for sexualizing children, but the reason they were wrong for sexualizing children is because it gives the right wing some points. Not because we shouldn't be exposing children to that shit, but because, my political people I disagree with on Twitter are going to have a field day with this one. Wow, what a sociopathic take. This is why I preach with a lot of you, and why a guy like Need Trump has become a lot cooler in the last couple of years listening to this program.
Fuck up.
He has, because he doesn't live and die by this politics shit anymore.
And he still does. He just doesn't do it in your fucking chat room.
That's fine with me. It doesn't exist after that. So You're cooler, you're funnier, you don't live and die by this shit. And then you can look at things and you can see them as objectively right or wrong. You don't look at them through the lens of, oh, does this make the Republicans look good, or does this make the Democrats look good? Who gives a shit? It's a bunch of kids holding S&M teddy bears. Let's kind of scale that back a little bit if we can. Oh, imagine having the right take and a bad reason for your right take. The View's slogan should be snatching L's out of the jaws of victory since 1994.
Yeah, I mean, you and I talked about that. It's like the Democrats are just the most incompetent people ever, and they just the Republicans just keep dropping the ball, just dropping it. They don't care.
Could you imagine?
Drop it all over the place.
How we're not like a left-wing dictatorship at this point only speaks to how inept Democrats are. Dude, you've got schools, you've got media, you've got politics.
Right, but how we're not a right fascist government only speaks to the right's ineptitude with how much the left drops the ball.
True. I mean, yeah. I mean,
with how much the left drops the ball, right? The right should be in a position of power. Yeah. With how much the right drops the ball, the left should be in a position of power. But they both just take turns dropping the fucking ball.
You both are remarkably stupid, and neither of you can put the other one away. It's like watching a football game that has 16 fumbles. Each team they're going to start with great field position after the fumble. And say, and they fumbled the snap. Oh, shit. Well, they gave it back to him.
I mean, we can't even
It's like a football game that only gets played on the 50-yard line.
show the picture because it's so distasteful. But what's also very distasteful is Balenciaga lately. I mean, their stuff is just ugly. I mean, the bag that...
Yeah, I mean... This is such a ladies talk show take. Yeah, I mean, who cares that they're probably sexualizing children? Who knows what's happening to these models once their parents drop them off? But the clothes are ugly, aren't they, gals? Oh, man, they released a dress recently, and it looked like barf. Oh, but yeah, I guess the kids thing is pretty bad. But, those shoes. Ugh. Puking. God,
who'd want to be groomed in an outfit like that? Ugh.
Oh, man, I wouldn't be caught dead in the trunk of a child molester in that outfit.
I can't get molested in this. Give me a real dress.
If you're gonna finger my asshole, at least let me wear something nice. Jesus, guys. It's kind of a double
I was promised real pearls and not a pearl necklace.
Imagine that's your take on the Balenciaga thing. Yeah, I mean, making it look like you're grooming kids is a real dog shit thing because the Republicans might use it to react to it and talk about what it is. David says, if I ever found out one of my kids were molested, they'd never find the perpetrators. But yeah, I think that's all of us. I think we would all feel...
What a brave take.
Yeah, Dave, I feel like we would all...
If anybody ever touched one of my kids, I'd seek vengeance. Wow.
Dave, I 100% agree with you, buddy.
Brave take.
I feel like Dave's accusing me of not doing the same thing. I feel like Dave's trying to get me to sign a petition. Dave's like,
I feel like you'd want to know which kid first.
All right, which one did they do? All right, I cut him into 90 pieces. That one had potential. No.
Not my son.
They've victimized my boy.
Baby in a basket.
No, we're just fucking around, Dave. You're all right, buddy. It is.
I'm not just fucking around. No, I am.
Yeah, Corey's known for playing for keeps.
Aaron, no.
Oh, sorry, Tim. Sorry.
No, we don't. No. Look, I'm wearing a beanie, so you don't know.
So anyway, Tim, the Jews, they were.
No, we didn't. We didn't invite you and a white supremacist here to be anti-Jew.
I didn't invite 3 people with a history of saying racist shit on my show so that they could spout racist shit. That would be unseemly of me. Let's talk about this Southwest passenger. Can you, if you're a passenger on a plane, you can't actually open the plane door, can you? Like the air pressure wouldn't allow it. Yeah, you can't.
Yeah, what do you know?
So I know that when these
you weren't asking that for real. Stop Tim pooling this.
Shh, I don't know things. So I asked it in a leading way. Like I'm pretty sure I knew, but I was just confirming. I was asking someone else. Like I didn't say, hey, can you open the door on the side? I said, you can't open that door if you try, can you? The air pressure's too much.
All right, Aaron Poole, whatever you say.
For those of you who watched what happened, let me tell you why you saw it the wrong way. You see,
and if you didn't see what happened, make sure you go to my Patreon and watch it behind this paywall.
I'll tell you exactly what went
down. And then when they go to the paywall, it's still just that reaction video. They have to go to a different paywall.
He still just fucks them on it. A passenger on a Southwest Airlines flight tried to open the door mid-flight yesterday, and well, you know what?
Wow.
Her rationale,
So we're at the point in our society where people are just going to open the fucking door on planes. I was waiting for this moment. Like it's starting to happen.
Yeah, we're there. Let me hit play on this one, and you guys can see why she did it.
A Southwest Airlines flight from Houston to Ohio had to make an emergency landing in Arkansas during the busiest travel weekend of the year. The airline says the diversion was because of an unruly passenger. Fox 26's Natalie He has the story from Mojave Airport.
Now, before we get to the full story, I want to ask you guys this question. If someone on the busiest travel weekend of the year disrupts your flight and it has to land somewhere you don't want it to land, shouldn't the entire plane get to beat that person?
I think you just leave them in Arkansas. That's punishment enough.
That's good. Yeah, we're going to divert the plane to Little Rock, and then we'll get you a new plane from there. Not you. You're staying in Little Rock.
That person's going to jail in Arkansas. I think they're going to get their own.
You already said they're in Arkansas.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to jail in Arkansas.
Okay.
Well, certainly a scary and unnerving situation for those passengers on board that Southwest flight. The incident now...
Before you go on, ma'am, I'd just like to say, and I mean this with all due respect, nice tits. Carry on.
Passengers on board that Southwest flight. The incident now being investigated by the FBI. The Thanksgiving holiday marked the busiest travel period of the year, with more than 2.3 million travelers flying in and out of Houston airports, the largest crowd since 2019. While most travelers had a smooth experience,
I got to airport about 3 hours in advance of my flight, and it was okay. It wasn't too bad. It was crowded. Thank goodness for TSA PreCheck.
Passengers on
got a little plug in there for TSA PreCheck. Nice.
What a bougie ass. Look at her with their fucking tourist ass NASA jean jacket. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know. I mean, that was like Kanye when he wore a NASA jacket. I don't really know if black people knew the history of NASA.
I've been to the NASA. It's outside of Houston. Like literally just a tourist that went to Houston and bought that jean jacket at the fucking NASA. Guaranteed.
It wasn't too bad. It was crowded. Thank goodness for TSA PreCheck.
Passengers on board Southwest Flight 192 were panicked when the captain announced it needed to make an emergency landing to Little Rock, Arkansas. Cell phone video.
Oh my God, she's barefoot and she's all Macy gray-haired. Oh, looks like she should be singing "We Shall Overcome." Oh, no bra either. You can't pull that look off. Stop it. Put something on.
Oh, Lauryn Hill sure let herself go, huh?
She really did. Yeah, the Macy Gray Lauryn Hill look. And a little bit of Jay-Z, oddly enough.
From a passenger on board captures the moments law enforcement escorted an unnamed woman off the plane. The flight was headed from Houston to Columbus, Ohio, Saturday afternoon.
Dude, they didn't even grab her neck pillow for her? I'm just saying, from my experience flying this.
It was between her toes. They didn't want to touch it.
Yeah.
When crews had to divert because of an alleged assault.
I hear someone shouting. The flight attendant is shouting at the back of the plane. I was about 9-10 rows from the back of the plane.
Ding you.
Boy, it was nice. Ding you. That's what I usually apologize for in grocery store parking lots. You see.
Shut up.
You see.
Shut the.
Oh, sorry, Tim. Sorry.
No.
Tim,
sorry.
Tim, sorry. I apologize. It was nice to see that guy get out of his welded shut door that he could make the flight.
Was on board that flight when through the noise of his headphones he heard shouting from behind. Ding then witnessed several people run toward the back of the plane to help pin that woman to the ground and restrain her until the plane safely landed.
They rushed into the back of the plane to help. I was thinking about the worst case, probably just the plane will crash. But I know it's a very low probability.
What was
I love how cool this guy was in the face of drama. He's like, at first I was thinking plane crash, but then my autism kick in, and I go, well, calculations show that the probability of this happening is 0.007%. So I then kicked into high gear the calculations that it was a crazy black woman, and that ended up at 37.6%. So I decided to go with that one.
Supposed to be a 3-hour flight turned into a 6-hour delay. An FBI spokesperson says one pack.
Yeah, everyone should be allowed
That's fucking brutal, dude.
Yeah, everyone should be allowed to punch her in the stomach on her way out.
That's so fucking brutal.
And like you said, it's not just a 6-hour delay.
No.
It's a 6-hour delay in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Gross. Have you ever been to Little Rock, Arkansas?
I've been through like a small, on my way to, I don't know why on the way to Kentucky, it would send you down and clip Arkansas and come back up. I don't understand that.
Oh, God.
The fuck did you just do?
Fucking, what?
I don't even know what that was.
Some pop-up.
Well, anyway, I've been like through a clip of Arkansas, and it just looks like all I saw were cotton fields.
Sure.
So I don't know. I've never heard anyone say.
I had to drive through it once, and it is a shithole.
Passenger was taken to.
Well, it's about to get shitholier.
It's like if somebody took Albuquerque and made it fuck Oklahoma City.
Oh, there's a reason why they're separated by many, many miles.
A hospital for treatment. So far, no identities have been released. As for the woman who was taken off the plane, we're told she was arrested and will be facing federal charges. From Hobby Airport, Natalie He, Fox 26 News.
All right. Well, she tried to open the door. They didn't even say this part in the story, but the reason she opened the door, Jesus told her that it was a good idea. Her name is
that real?
Yeah, her name is Alam Agbegnu.
Wait. How did they spend that much time on that story and not get to that part?
Right? Not get to the fun part of it, which is, oh, by the way.
That's why you're on local news.
Yeah, this bitch did it for Jesus. Like, you know that like 10 years from now, when the decision is shut down the local affiliate station because they can't draw any money, or like all news becomes reaction news, where like they play the story but then bust the balls of the person in it. Like, news is going to become like YouTube. The news is just going to be, and now this stupid bitch who Jesus told her to open a plane door. Yeah, I don't
Did
know.
the Lord tell you to go to jail in Arkansas too, you batshit crazy lady?
Yeah, I think Jesus might have been in on this one, but not in the way she thinks. I think Jesus sometimes gets bored, and like the world was maybe having a decent day that day, you know, World Cup and all that. And so then Jesus went to her and went, hey, E-Bomb, open the plane door. What's that, Lord? Open the plane door. Isn't that illegal? It's not illegal once I tell you it's okay. It's ordained by God. All right. Yeah. And then she goes to open the plane door, and it's like Jesus is just a big Impractical Jokers fan.
Well, I was going to say, it'd be funny if like she was just being a bitch and was like stomping on some dude's fucking like the back of his seat. So he just took like a newspaper and like funneled it back and just talked to her like it was God because she was fucked up.
Yeah, he did the.
Like, hey, bitch, who won't leave my seat alone. I mean, hello, my child. Jesus Christ here. Do me a favor. Open that door and jump.
Go.
Don't worry.
Go to the door and make sure that it opens in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And then
don't worry, I will catch you, for I am God. Pay no attention to the newspaper peeping through this fucking chair that you keep fucking tapping on.
Not that I'm watching. Yeah, no, Jesus really does tell her, and the minute she tries to open the door and gets tackled and arrested, he looks over at like St. Peter and goes, do you see what I just did? And St. Peter goes to God and he's like, hey, big man, your son's really getting fucking goofy again. It feels like it's 1484 all over, you know, where he started to like start fucking with people down on earth. He's like, oh no, what did he do? Tried to get a woman to open a plane door. That's going to ruin. Now that woman won't be able to fly ever again. You know what?
I just see like this dude that was fucking with her, like talking to her, making her do it because she's fucking crazy. And then she opens the door and they're like, well, we got to set the plane down in Arkansas. Fuck, God damn it. Why did I do that?
I really fucked myself right in the ass.
I just want to punish her, not me. God, fucking Arkansas. God damn it. I bet they have fucking like Charlotte barbecue there. Fuck.
There's a bar fight in the airport, and they're like, what the hell happened? That guy admitted that it was his fault this is happening because he wanted to fuck with that lady, and now they're all beating the shit out of him. Oh, well,
yeah,
that makes
she's
sense.
Going to jail, but that guy's going to the hospital.
Yeah. Or like it was Jesus and then God goes, were you fucking with someone on a plane again? Yeah, sorry. All right, I'm sending you back down. No, last time you sent me as David Koresh. You sent me as these crazy people and they never fucking believe me and they always kill me in some really painful way. Well, stop fucking around. That's it.
I'm going that weird fanfic. Jesus actually was David Koresh.
Right, like he is all these people and it's just God punishing him. He's just like, Jesus keeps fucking with people. So he's like, all right, I'm sending you down as a guy named Vernon down in Texas. Fuck. This is not, Dad, you know they're not going to believe me.
At least it's not Arkansas.
Yeah. All right, son, you keep fucking around with people. I'm sending you down as a disgraced rapper. Oh, God. And I'm going to make you say anti-Semitic shit. Dad, God damn it.
No, he's like, I'm sending you down as a rapper. Oh, man. And I'm going to make you say anti-Semitic shit. Well, they did crucify me. It's fine.
Well, you know what? Payback's a bitch, I suppose. And
that's the ironic part is if Jesus were alive today and talking shit about the Jews, people would be pissed off about that. A guy who was crucified by the Jews.
Yeah, he's sitting there like as Tim Pool holds up a finger to Jesus, Jesus holds up the holes in his hands. He goes, really, motherfucker? You're going to cut me off? Really?
Let me slow clap. And it's just like hollow noises because of the holes.
Jesus goes on a tour of the world to like places that fucked him over. Like he goes to Rome and they're all like, we're so sorry, Jesus. We're so sorry what you did. And he goes to Jerusalem and they're like, really, Jesus? You want to fuck around again? It's like, oh, I thought maybe you guys would feel bad and apologize. You get the fuck out of here. They show their yarmulke. You see this? It means not welcome. Sorry. God. Dad, I don't think they're ready to make nice. Jesus was Jewish, so that would be hilarious. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like that relationship between Jesus and the Jews is a little strained.
You know what? I'm just going to make them watch soccer. It's fine.
Yeah. Speaking of religion, this is kind of a nice tie-in to this next story here. There is a monk temple in Thailand where the entire temple is being defrocked. They're taking away the licenses of all the, or like whatever they have in that religion. All of the people in this temple are having their ability to practice all of this stuff openly. And the reason is because the Thai Buddhist temple, the authorities found out that all the monks had tested positive for methamphetamine. All of the monks.
Awesome. I want to go to that temple.
Well, you can't anymore. They're shutting it down. Apparently, the big man in charge
they're not shutting it down. They're turning it into a brothel.
That's true. Yeah, they're just repurposing it. Whoever runs Buddhism, the High Buddha, he's decided that they can't practice the religion anymore.
Hashtag Dalai Lama fucks.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. I mean, to keep your vow of silence while being on meth, I almost feel like that's more of an accomplishment.
That's probably why they did it. It probably challenges them more.
Yeah.
The first 3 years, that's just rookie stuff. The second 3 years on meth, that's where you really get a vow of silence going.
Yeah, it wasn't drug addiction. I was testing my faith.
Love it.
4 monks, including an abbot, and 2 Costellos, actually. Oof. You know what? Give me the Tim Pool finger. Give me the Tim Pool finger.
No, you get sad crickets for that. Look, Aaron, look, you don't get to decide when you get the finger, all right? Look.
Those must be really effective crickets. Maybe we call them cricket cousins.
I feel guilty about it.
Oh, God. 4 monks, including an abbot, the pitcher with one arm, at a temple in Phetchabun. I believe that's a store.
God damn it.
It's a store.
I just can't even, like... I'm such a child. Like I can't fetch a bun.
Fetch a bun. That's not the town it was in. That was an order. They were very hungry.
Go fetch me a steam bun. Damn it.
They were jonesing on meth and they needed something to eat. The district, 4 of the monks, including an abbot, tested positive for methamphetamine on Monday. The monks have been sent to a health clinic to undergo drug rehabilitation. The official said, you got all these guys just showing up in robes and bald heads, just tweaking and itching themselves and like. They're doing their chants? No, they just can't control themselves. They're geeked out. The temple is now empty of monks, and nearby villagers are concerned they cannot do any merit making. Merit making involves worshipers donating food to monks as a good deed. Well, bring them meth. Boonlert said more monks will be sent to the temple to allow villagers to practice their religious obligations. Well, you know that when they find these monks and they all test positive for meth, nothing happens anyway. They just send them from temple to temple. They just repurpose them and send them somewhere else. I want an investigation. A religion can't survive a scandal like this. Thailand is a major...
tell that to the Catholics.
Thailand is a major transit country for methamphetamine, flooding in from Myanmar's troubled Shan state via Laos, according to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. On the street, meth pills called yabba, more like yabba dabba do, am I right? More like yabba dabba...
Dabba don't.
More like yabba dabba don't bring them to the temple. They sell for oh my God, meth in Myanmar sells for less than 50 cents a pill.
Pack your bags, we're leaving.
We're going to Thailand.
Wait, how much does the coke sell for there?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. See, they hook you in with the cheap meth, but they don't.
Because we're Americans, we don't need the meth.
Yeah, meth. If I want that, I'll go to literally any city here.
Dude, in the comments says, "Geez, guys, a little early for meth, but whatever. I trust you, Aaron."
Meth, and particularly yaba, can be easily found in every corner of Thailand. Supply is up everywhere, and at this point,
what the fuck is yaba?
That's the kind of meth they have there. And at this point, a tablet of yaba is cheaper than a beer. Well, that's a Boilermaker in Thailand. You get a beer and a tablet of yaba. Authorities across Southeast Asia and around the globe have made...
Whoa, check it out. It's a combination of methamphetamine and coffee.
Oh, fuck. How up do you need to be?
Dude, that's what yaba is. It's a combination of methamphetamines and coffee. It can be any caffeine.
Christ, guys, take it easy.
Yaba means, dude, check it out. Yaba means crazy medicine in Thai.
Well, at least they're not lying.
Oh, yeah, I'll have a large crazy medicine.
Yeah. You mean
donuts?
Yeah. That's what Jesse Spano graduated onto on Saved by the Bell after the intervention by Zach Morris didn't work. She moved on.
The drug is popular in Asian communities in the United States and increasingly available at raves and techno parties.
Jesus. In August, authorities found 2 tons of meth hidden in marble tiles shipped from the Middle East to Sydney in what police describe as the largest ever seizure of the illicit drug in Australia. Also in August, Mexican soldiers seized almost 1.5 tons of meth and 328 pounds of apparent powdered fentanyl at a checkpoint in the northern state of Sonora. In July, more than 5,000 pounds of meth was found in a record-breaking seizure in Southern California. Boy, people really don't want to give up meth. I mean, there's so many.
It's so weird to me as somebody that I don't like drugs, but I got a friend of mine, Curly Adam, that likes some drugs every now and again, right?
Sure.
When do we get too good for cocaine? Like, what is with all this like weird, crazy innovation? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You hit cocaine and you should just be like, no, it's good. But it's like, nope, we need this to be crack.
Yeah, I really need to jack this up a bit.
You hit meth because it's like, okay, this is going to be cheaper, so it's a cheaper version of coke, and everybody's like, okay, fine, this is meth, that's fine, and then no, it's not. We need crocodile, we need yaba, we need all this other shit.
Right? Like, is coke just too expensive? I feel like if you can't afford coke, don't do drugs. Save up.
Yeah, that's the age old thing. My buddy Curly and his friends always used to say is that you know what the difference between a coke head and a meth head is?
What's that?
When a coke head is out of coke, he says, "Oh, I guess there's no more coke." When a meth head is out of coke, they go, "Oh, it's time for meth."
Yeah, right. Ghislaine says cocaine doesn't last enough. Crunchy Cynicism says, I have not found good coke in years. I don't know if I would ever do any of those drugs. I've done coke one time. I don't think I would. All the shit that's in this stuff now, like I'd be scared shitless.
I'll tell you what, man. My friend Curly recently came down to visit me like a few months ago, and he says that the cocaine in Texas is probably the best deal. Like anywhere around the border, but in Minnesota, that shit is fucking brutal. Like the farther you get away from the southern border, it's like they put more baby laxatives in it.
King Cold also says there's good coke in Texas. I just worry about like fentanyl and shit.
No, like my friend Curly, right? If you know what it looks like, you're getting it like you just don't buy the fentanyl stuff. Like you're like, I'm not paying for that.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't know the difference.
Right. But you also probably shouldn't do any of that because like you get fucking nuts on half a fucking piece of weed chocolate.
Right. Like it's not for me. It's just I'm not in the market, as it were.
You also get drunk off like a thimble of booze. You're not a substance guy.
Hey, thimble and a half.
Thimble and a half, my bad.
I can party a little. It was the old Leo DiCaprio line in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. My booze don't need nobody. I like that line. Guys, I want you to prepare yourselves. I know we've been having a jovial good time on this program today, but Crunchy Cynicism says Aaron sips coffee and punches an old lady. It's just I don't handle stimulants very well. What can I tell you? I got to bring the mood down a little bit. Corey, when you see actor Clarence Gilliard, who do you see? Let me put him up.
I don't even know who that is. Hold on.
Let me put Clarence Gilliard up on the screen. He died yesterday at 60 some odd years old.
Clarence Gilliard.
Clarence Gilliard. Take a look at that picture we have up. Who is that?
I have no fucking clue.
There's only one right answer in my mind. But on the TMZ headline,
Billy D. Williams' uncle?
In the headline, it says, Die Hard star Clarence Gilliard, dead at 66.
Oh, no shit. Okay. Yeah. The picture they had him as old, so I didn't recognize him. Yeah, I see it now that I see the young one.
But that's not who that is to me.
He's from Walker, Texas Ranger,
fuck
bro.
Yeah. What was his name?
Ah, fuck. What was his name?
Trevette.
Yes.
That's motherfucking Trevette from Walker, Texas Ranger. Fuck that Die Hard shit. I was so mad. Like I was as a Walker, Texas Ranger kid, when I saw TMZ put him up as the
I'm not even a
Die
Walker,
Hard.
Texas Ranger fan, and that's where I know him from.
That is Trevette. That is not the guy from Die Hard. That's not the guy from any other shit he was in. That is Trevette. And Branscombe Richmond, when he dies, if on his epitaph isn't Bobby Six Killer from Renegade, you can fuck right off. Miss me with that shit. Miss me with it.
Die Hard, what? Die Hard's one movie? How many years did Walker last? Ever.
I feel like I'm going to look this up and I'm going to be surprised how short it was because it feels like it was like a 5 or 6 season
I don't give a shit how short it was. It was in syndication for at least 2 decades.
Right. What do you think?
It's probably in syndication. It's probably in syndication as we speak. Somewhere on fucking extended cable packages, there's a channel that's playing Matlock and fucking Walker, Texas Ranger. And that actor was in both shows, by the way.
Matlock and who? Trevette?
Yeah, he did. He was in like 4 or 5 episodes. I was just looking at his IMDb.
Trevette was the shit. He's not even Clarence Gilliard. Don't call him Clarence Gilliard. That's Trevette. How many seasons of Walker, Texas Ranger? Take a guess.
4.
Wow. See, this surprised me. I would have thought less than this. 9 seasons.
9. Okay. See, I actually, in my head, I was thinking 10, but I was like, it can't be. Because like the way you said it, I was like, it can't be. It can't be.
See, like I thought it would be way less. No, when I asked you how many seasons, I didn't know yet. Holy shit. Walker, Texas Ranger ran till 2000?
Well, technically there was that reboot too. Because like they did the other one in like, was it 2005? Because they brought it back. And that one only lasted like a year.
Oh, bro, this is, I mean, they didn't fuck around.
And they have a new one. They have a new one that just started too. That's like a direct Walker knockoff or whatever.
We don't talk about the Walker copycats. Yeah, they did 24 episodes a season. The last episode aired May 19th, 2001. So Walker was working.
Strider, Nevada deputy.
Yeah, then they're saying then 9/11 happened. Oh yeah, goddamn 9/11 killed. I don't think 9/11 killed Walker, Texas Ranger. I think it was Chuck Norris turning 68 years old. That might have killed that show. He is deceptively old though. I think he's almost 80. I could be wrong on that. How old is he's 82 years old. Chuck Norris is fucking ancient. What's he look like right now? Is he one of those guys who like doesn't come out anymore?
Probably shut in.
No, that can't be him right now. Let me put that up for you guys. That cannot be him in 20. I just Googled Chuck Norris 2022.
Yeah.
That cannot be him.
I mean, it can. He's got that total gym, bro.
The fuck out of here. He looks stellar. I mean, don't get me wrong. He looks like an old guy, but he doesn't look elderly.
Who do you think's in better shape, him or Dick Van Dyke?
Ooh, that's tough because Dick Van Dyke is what, 97?
I feel like it's him because Dick Van Dyke has that weird eye thing right now.
Dude,
Chuck Norris will still beat our ass too. That's the thing. Chuck Norris is a fucking badass.
Yeah, I think because you consider it, Chuck Norris is only 15 years younger than Dick Van Dyke, and he looks fucking stellar. Yeah, that's
82 years old. Jesus Christ.
That's right off of his Instagram. That's this year. 82 years old, and he looks like he'll still fuck you up.
He probably will still fuck you up. His political party is Republican, if that does anything for you.
Wow, I couldn't have guessed.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia, and like it's so funny because they have Chuck Norris, right? And then like occupation, martial artist, actor, and screenwriter.
Screenwrite, get fucked.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
And then it just says years active, 1968 to present, and that's his political party. It's like, okay, who the fuck is like, I wonder who Chuck Norris is voting for.
Dude, check this out. He posted a really nice tribute to Trevette yesterday. It is with great sadness to hear the passing of a dear friend and co-star, Clarence Gilliard. For nearly a decade, we had many great times working together. He was my get out of being called a racist free pass. No, he didn't write that.
Holy fuck, dude. You have got to go to chucknorris.com.
And hold on. We both loved bringing the bad guys to justice. My thoughts and prayers go out to his wife and children. You will be deeply missed by all who knew you. May you rest in peace, my friend. How about the fact that Trevette, like Chuck Norris is outliving Trevette by 20 years and the clock's still running? That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, he's
chucknorris.com.
Yeah, dude, just check out this like fucking crazy ass Java thing that they have right on the cut thing.
Oh, no.
And then you can also buy a silver coin. Chuck Norris coin.
This is such a 2004 website.
Yeah, dude, it's like a fucking GeoCities site.
Oh, no, the official home of Chuck
Norris.
Norris.
It's like martial arts, Walker, Texas Ranger, Delta Force. It's
okay.
Like all of this fucking is.
Fuck you for sending me here. I kind of want one of these coins.
I know, I do. I do kind of want one of the coins.
It's a nice little box it comes in. Buy coin now. How much?
Troy 1 ounce.
All right. You limit 3 per household. There's only 1,251 coins left. How much? They're not telling you how much yet, so I'm guessing
$100, like 97. It's on the bottom. If you hit buy now and then scroll down.
Oh, is it? I wanted to see how long it took them to tell you how much it cost.
Three click windows is the answer to that.
$97 for a Chuck Norris 1 ounce silver coin. You know,
that's actually not bad. Look at that case it comes in. I bet as a collector's item, that's actually like, ooh, and it comes with some New Zealand mint certificate of authenticity.
I will say this, as much as that seems like a very appetizing offer, I think I'm going to be able to hold strong here and pass on the Chuck Norris.
I don't believe that. I think you're just passing as a show. I think you're doing the Tim Pool thing where you're saying and being dishonest with your audience.
Here, I gotta shoot off a quick text first. April asked me if I wanted any breakfast today, and someone did throw in a couple bucks while we were on Uncle Rico last night and said you have to get Casey's Pizza with this. So I do have to say Casey's.
I miss Casey's Pizza, man.
Pizza. There we go. I made my order.
This is how trash I am. The two things I miss most about Minnesota are Casey's Pizza and Pancheros. Which is like, I'm in like the home of fucking Tex-Mex. You'd think that I wouldn't miss a fucking shitty Americana burrito joint, but I do. I miss it fiercely.
David Chandler writes, that coin is $20 in silver and $77 in pure awesome. Okay, well, that now that you break it down like that, that kind of makes sense.
Chuck Norris's Bitcoin is made out of silver, and it's not crypto.
Brittany says, I might type too frantically, guys. I just did a shit ton of Coke and topped it off with some meth. Wow, you guys are...
Get your yaba in. Get your yaba. Come on, you got to get that yaba. Get your coffee.
Get coffee.
That seems like a bad recipe too, right? Like, oh God, this meth isn't working. I better pump my heart full of caffeine now too.
Right. It's just like, okay, look, it's in Thailand. That's how they do like assisted suicide. They're just like, we'll induce a heart attack. How? Just give them a couple yaba tablets. I feel like it's more effective than cyanide. Let's go to Florida for the first time today. This man had a hell.
Nobody has been happier to go to Florida in history than you just now. You're like, let's go to Florida.
Well, this next story, let's just put it this way. This guy had a hell of a day. A hell of a day. I can't even set this one up. It's an arrest. It's Florida. Go.
Now, this man has been arrested accused of a hate crime shooting outside a Tampa bar. Dustin McCann was arrested Monday night after he fired a weapon and yelled racial slurs. It's according to officials and authorities saying
that kind of looked like Scudmas.
the N-word towards the African-American security guard. He faces 5 charges related to this incident.
Okay, they didn't tell the news always wants to stay away from these stories and not tell you the whole thing, so you have to read it.
Now, this man has been
okay, it's the same one. They don't want to tell you the fun parts of it. They just want to tell you the really nasty parts. A Florida man is accused of a hate crime, firing his gun into the air outside a Tampa bar, hurling racial slurs and shouting white power at a saloon in Tampa. I mean, I feel like you could see that in St. Cloud pretty much any Saturday night.
I bet that guy loves Nick Fuentes.
Oh, big Nick Fuentes fan. He was outside the bar shooting his gun going, "You motherfuckers listening to Tim Gunn tomorrow?" Or Tim Gunn. God damn it, Tim Pool. I fucked up the joke. I mean, I guess they're both.
No. You gotta redo it. No.
In my defense.
No.
Hear me out.
Nope. You got to redo it. You got to redo it for the audience. Come on. This is what we're doing. Actual truth.
Nope.
Come on.
Hear me out real quick. Both gay, so you can see where I got confused.
Not okay. We don't talk like that. All right, go ahead. You can go now. Go ahead.
You motherfuckers gonna watch Tim Pool tomorrow? There we go. And then
suck my dick.
Yeah, we got Kanye and Fuentes on there. N-word, just firing a gun. Nate Doggy says, just another Tuesday for Tampa Terry. Yeah, I have, when I see a guy like this get arrested, with our audience now in Florida, I half expect him to be wearing a steel toe shirt when he gets his mugshot taken. At this point, that would be, all right, quick gut reaction. Guy gets arrested for something like this, steel toe shirt and the mugshot. Are you like, hey, cool, we made it? Or are you like, oh, God, take that the fuck off? Or combo of both?
I'm going to say, oh, cool, we made it.
Yeah, a little oh cool we made it because, like, even if you showed that in your chat, the audience would be like, that's pretty on brand. I'm not going to, run out of here for that one. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
But no, unfortunately, he was wearing the shirt you'd expect him to be wearing. Pretty much just a plain gray. Investigators said workers at the saloon removed 30-year-old Dustin McCann. More like Dustin McCan't keep his mouth shut. Am I right, everybody? For causing a disturbance and repeatedly using the N-word at a black security guard. Once removed from the saloon, police said McCann went to his car across the street and drove off. Witnesses said as he drove away, McCann fired several shots into the air, yelling white power. It's like a cartoon. It's like a racist cartoon of what you think.
Guaranteed he was listening to Fuentes.
Yeah. Investigators identified McCann as the troublemaker. That's an odd way to say hate crime enthusiast. Troublemaker. And with help from the Arcadia Police Department, they arrested him the next day on a warrant. That's too bad this didn't happen in Polk County. I would have loved to hear what's his name's take on this guy. The sheriff. Why can't I think of Polk County? Grady Judd. There you go. Yeah, we had a feller, and he liked to yell racial slurs. Well, I'll tell you this. Here in Polk County, you yell racial slurs, we're going to let black people run a train on your wife. So, whoa, sheriff, Jesus, don't you just take him in and fingerprint him? Oh, there's going to be fingering.
There's going to be fingering.
There's going to be
cornhole us.
We got plenty of time for fingers here in Polk County. Bumba Clo says Grady Judd is Aaron's dad. Oh, no. Hold on a second. Let's take a look. Let's investigate these claims. All claims deserve an investigation. Here we go. There's Grady Judd. Yeah, I'll smile. What do you guys think? Is he my pops?
Oh yeah, that is.
Is Grady Judd my dad?
I've met your dad, and that does look like your dad.
So at the very least, an uncle.
I bet that guy makes bomb ass barbecue.
You think so? You think
that guy knows how to smoke a pig? Ironically,
that's very ironic that he would be so good at it. You think when Grady Judd said he's making a brisket the entire
go over to his house, I smoked me a pig. They opened it up. It's just a dead cop on the grill. Like, what the fuck?
Well, you see, this police officer here decided that being honest and open with his searches and seizures wasn't important. Well, now
it's the only clean pig we had in this county. He had to go.
We're happy.
Are we going to eat the dirty ones? I don't think so.
Grady Judd from the Dukes of Hazzard. He would have fit right in, that's for sure. I want the Grady Judd clout. I want a DNA test. I want to find out that Grady Judd's my dad. So far, the audience has pegged my dad as Grady Judd, Jim Cornette, and Dwight Schrute. Those are the three people so far.
Which of the three would you rather be your papa?
Oh boy, that it's you know who it's between.
Cornette
and
Grady Judd.
Grady Judd, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Boy,
ironically, they're both your dad. You had two dads.
I had two dads. I was a lucky kid. Yeah, I was down in goddamn Smoky Mountain Wrestling. And I met a sheriff when we were down in Polk County, and he had the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen in my goddamn life, so I decided to cornhole him, and I found out that he was born with both a uterus and a prostate, and son of a bitch if I didn't knock him up, and that's a goddamn shoot.
Can't believe I got him pregnant from his back pussy.
Oh, god damn it. Well, anyway. Cornette or Grady Judd? Who do I want?
Cornette. You know it's Cornette. Shut the fuck up.
I'll tell you why it's not Cornette. He would be exhausting around the holidays. I think Grady Judd would be more fun to hang out with.
I think you're thinking way too much into it.
I am. Well, look, you don't ask.
If he's gonna be my dad, how are the holidays gonna be? Like that's not the first thing that comes to my mind. To me, the thing that I'm thinking of is how awesome would it be to have Cornette as your dad for parent-teacher conferences. Watching him just exhaust the teacher. You can't tell me my son's retarded. He scored higher than all of my uncle cousins.
That's right. He beat Hot Chief Peter Maivia in a game of Connect 4, and you're going to sit there and tell me he's retarded? Well, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The other day, Andre the Giant picked him up with one hand, and he did pull-ups from his index finger, so you can fuck right off and miss me with that shit. Sorry.
Also, can you promote my podcast here? Do you think the teachers union would like my podcast something to wrestle with? Yeah.
It's Cornette Commentary, goddammit. I don't know what his podcast is called anymore. But he's had a few. Cornette's dry.
It's not the same. Or no, that's Pritchard's, right?
That's Pritchard. I think Cornette is it's called The Drive-Thru, I think. Oh.
It's called I Don't Listen to It. Oh.
I'm sorry, guys. I keep getting these fucking disgusting pieces of the, like, you know, they put a crown and they put that adhesive on there. They have to scrape away the excess, but they don't get it all.
When did you get the crown?
Yesterday afternoon.
Oh.
So like I've
been,
all right. And then every time
why did I think you got that weren't you gonna get that like a while ago?
I got the root canal a while ago.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, and I had a crown put on yesterday. And they just drill and hack away at you for a while. And
were you awake? Like did they you pass out or were you?
No, they don't even Novocaine you because you've had the root canal, so you can't feel anything.
That's always the weirdest part. I remember when I got my wisdom teeth out, they gave me the like Novocaine and everything, so I couldn't feel it in my face, but like I didn't go under. And like but you can feel the pressure of them just fucking hacking away at your teeth. So weird.
Yeah. It's April says, I understand, Corey. Hard to keep up with his dental woes. Dude, I have a wisdom tooth that needs to come out. And I told April, I go, unless that thing gets like infected or something, I'm taking a fucking break from the dentist for all of 2023. That wisdom tooth can come out 2024. I'm taking a break. This tooth has been a nightmare. And I hated the dentist to begin with.
How many, like, what the fuck's wrong with your teeth?
I guess it's genetic. I have weak enamel. Like, I have so many fillings and shit. And now the kids have it too. Like, the kids have my enamel. Because the dentist is like, oh, yeah, I've
always said the kids have your enamel. I've always said that.
You can tell, you know. But yeah, the dentist told me that. I didn't know that, like, my dad has terrible teeth. And it wasn't until, like, I think it was Charlotte started having, she started having a lot of fillings and stuff at a young age. And I'm like, I fucking brush her teeth twice a day. Like, she has a floss. She's a water, you know, we have water pick all, you know, in the house and everything. And the dentist is like, yeah, sometimes it's unavoidable. She has very weak enamel, and that's genetic. And then, like, I looked at my own mouth, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably on me. Sorry about that. But I also didn't take very good care of my teeth. So I can't really say it's all weak enamel, but it didn't help. Dub,
it's a really good scapegoat.
It's a great scapegoat, yeah. Dubs, but since I've been water picking for the last year and a half, I've had zero dental problems, except the ones that were pre-existing. So, like, I can't really blame the weak enamel if you just take care of
water picks are dope.
They're awesome. Dude, the coolest thing, I think for women it's disgusting, but for guys it's kind of awesome to watch the shit come out of your teeth.
Yeah.
Like when
I got these, like, where are they? I got one. Oh, yeah, these little plastic dental swords or whatever.
Oh.
They're basically just like toothpicks, but they're super thin.
Yeah.
And like it's super gross, but like one of the most fulfilling things ever is like picking your teeth after like eating steak or something.
Yeah, firing that
Just
water.
like it's super gross to talk about it, but like you get that bit that's in between your teeth after you eat like a steak or something, and not only does it feel better, but you're like, holy shit, look at that giant fucking thing.
Yeah, right. That was in my teeth, and then you realize like the water pick kind of helps you visualize what this shit does to your teeth, because you're like, oh, that shit's decaying and rotting in between my teeth, and it's murdering my teeth. So getting that out of there, your teeth will be fine. But like, when you get that water pick and you go in there and something comes out that looks like another bite of steak, you're like, holy shit. You mean I've been missing that stuff my entire life? No wonder my teeth are so fucked. April pointing out that the audience, another person that they've been calling my dad, John Lithgow. So we got to throw him in the list too.
I don't think you look anything like John Lithgow.
Yeah, they said the other night that I was a John Lithgow baby. I don't see it as much as the others, but I see a little bit of it. Jive Turkey saying, where's our promo code? Maybe I should reach out to the fine water pick people. It's right there on, well, I got mine on Amazon, so I don't know how much you'd do with a promo code, but either way, thank you to Dub for the $5. He says, hope you feel better regarding your teeth, Aaron. Best wishes all. Oh, and the best part, you know, I thought the price of the what do you call it? The root canal was really steep, because like even with my dental insurance, when I had it done like 2 months ago, it was like $700.
Damn.
Like
with
my
insurance?
Yeah, with dental insurance. Like my part of it was $700. And then I found out why yesterday. Like I had my crown done. I went to the pay window, baby. And I went, okay, I'm here to square everything up. She's like, no, you're good. Take off. I'm like, oh, okay. So it's all up front, like the root canal, the crown, the whole deal. It's all one shooting match. But it is like, to get a root canal and a crown put on, it's like $1,500, $2,000 if you don't have dental insurance. And oof, never understood the reason for it before, but I might give myself a break from dental insurance next year just to enforce the fact, just to let it be known to the world, fuck the dentist in 2023.
Fuck them.
I'm not doing that shit. I'll be fine. Hey, do you want to hear Jerry Jones almost die?
Yes.
I thought
I want to hear him actually die.
Yeah. Well, can I give you the next best thing?
I guess.
Jerry Jones is what? I'm not kidding. 90? I think Jerry Jones is almost 90.
He's got to be close. He's got to be high 80s at least.
Oh, no, fuck me. He's 80. Okay. Well, I thought
really?
he was
That is a weathered ass 80.
Yeah. By the way, this picture right here, I just thought, Gary Sinise's dad? Question mark? Just wait till the picture pops up on your end. What do you guys think? Gary Sinise's father?
Yeah.
I'm seeing a little Gary Sinise and Jerry Jones there.
Gary Sinise actually just looks like that now.
You know what? That's true.
Doesn't even look like his dad. It just looks like Gary Sinise.
They're all getting, God, that's so fucked. They're all getting old. Yeah, he's 67.
Yeah.
67. What, Forrest Gump is almost 30 years ago? God, he was so young. God damn it. I'm 35.
What is Tom Hanks? Tom Hanks has to be getting up there.
I think Tom Hanks is pushing 70. Tom Hanks, age 66.
Damn.
Tom Hanks is 66 years old. I always said, like, here's my sad day. Here's where I'm going to start feeling old. When Michael Jordan dies. When Michael Jordan dies, I'm going to go, fuck, I am old. Maybe like a Steve Young, Michael Jordan, kind of that.
Joe Montana.
Joe Montana was a little before my time. Like,
right. Like when he dies, you'd be like, oh shit, I knew that was.
Yeah.
And get yourself ready for Jordan because he's about to turn 60.
Fuck, that's right. And he's got yellow eyes already.
Well, dude smokes how many cigars? Like every fucking that docu-series of like, you know, fucking the 6-part, whatever the fuck Jordan, I forget what it was called.
The Last Dance.
Every fucking interview sequence with him, he's smoking a different cigar.
You know how bad I wanted to smoke a cigar with Michael Jordan while I was watching that? I was like, and that house he's in.
Everybody fucking did, dude.
Oh, man. Someone says you're going to feel old when Jerry Rice dies. I have bad news, guys. Jerry Rice is outliving all of us. Yeah. Jerry Rice is in remarkable shape to this day.
Jerry Rice looks like he could still play football.
Yeah, Jerry Rice is like, he's like Herschel Walker without the batshit craziness. Like, he's in incredible shape. Jerry Rice
is also 60.
Fuck, no way.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Jerry Rice 2022. Just want to pull up some images here. Fucking look at how good this guy looks. Jerry Rice looks like he could maybe come in for a play or two.
Black don't crack, baby.
God damn, man. He's in.
There was a Niners game this year where they panned out and he was drinking beer in the front row with some fans, and I just thought it was so funny. Yeah, right there, it's that one. You just passed it.
He's having a cocktail.
They panned over to him and he points and then just kind of starts chugging the beer. It's like, fucking, this guy's the best.
Yeah, 49ers legend enjoyed drink after wild Deebo Samuel touchdown. Hey, didn't Deebo? I've been meaning to ask you this because you're the only Niners fan I know. Didn't Deebo Samuel wanted to be traded in the offseason?
Yeah.
Everything's fine now because they're winning? He's okay?
He was fine. It was like one of those like stunts for more money. Basically, he's like, I want to get dealt, and then fucking Lynch, who's the GM, like basically sat him down. He's like, look, man, we don't care. We're not getting rid of you. Like, okay, you're one of the best wide receivers in the league. We're not getting rid of you, so just shut the fuck up with that. And he's like, all right.
You guys didn't give up that much to get, or did you give up a lot to get McCaffrey? I can't remember.
No, hardly anything. Like 4 picks, I think, and they were all like conditional picks. Where the Niners are a dark horse to win it all this year. I mean, I guess I don't even think they're a dark horse anymore. But at the beginning of the year, I mean, like that team is what brought them to the championship divisionally last year. Like that defense is still there.
I don't know. They kind of gutted your draft this year.
Yeah, but they didn't but we got that Hufanga guy who's going to be a Pro Bowler. Okay. And then our defense is dope. And then McCaffrey, it looks like Eli Mitchell's down again with a knee problem. The real fucking hilarious part is that they basically were trying to deal Jimmy the entire offseason, and then Trey goes down week 2, so they're so glad they didn't deal Jimmy.
Yeah, okay, so next year you're not going to have a 2nd, 3rd, or 4th round pick.
Right.
And in 2024 you won't have a 4th round pick.
If we win the Super Bowl, who gives a shit?
Right, that was kind of how we thought about the Hawkinson trade. Was we were like, okay, we're going to have a low pick.
Speaking of that, how fucked are the LA Rams? They mortgaged their entire fucking future for that Super Bowl. They are one of the worst teams in football this year, and they get no first round picks.
In fairness, that's kind of that's the deal they made, isn't it? Like they got their Super Bowl. So like think about it. If you're a Vikings fan, Corey, and we made the deal, you make the deal that the Rams made. We got our Super Bowl, we won it. We're gonna suck for like 6 or 7 years now.
I don't know that I would. I probably would, I guess. Here's the real question for a fan base, right? Is it better to win that Super Bowl and then suck for 6 years? Or is it better to be a high-performing playoff team the entire time, like for sales? I don't know. I think it's better to be that playoff team. That's why I've always been super critical with Viking fans who act like the Super Bowl is the only goal. Like making the playoffs every year sells merchandise, right?
I get it from a business standpoint, but 1,000% just a fan. I want that.
I think it was also a flex because it's Hollywood, so it's also like it was like their first or second year back in LA, so it was like a big flex to fucking no, we got to win this because they got that new fucking stadium, you know?
Yeah, Union Jack says it was really a Faustian bargain they struck with the Matthew Stafford thing.
But it worked. I mean, that's the thing. It's the bargain they made, but it did work. But now
didn't they also give up a king's ransom for Jalen Ramsey too?
Yeah, no, Ramsey and Stafford. They gave up like basically their entire future for those two guys to win at that time. And then they also like, I want to say it's like Donald or whatever. One of their defensive guys is making just a shitload of money.
What the fuck? Take a look at where Detroit's 5 pick. I don't care about Detroit's picks.
You should, because Detroit is going to be a borderline playoff team this year, and they have like fucking 30 million picks. It's crazy. Because they have a bunch from the Rams, and then they also got extra ones from us for Hawkinson.
By trading their 2022 and 2023 first-round draft picks, the Rams will have not made a first-round draft selection since taking Jared Goff in 2016. Holy shit.
Right?
Well, they're almost done then. They've got one more first-round pick to pay for.
Yeah, but this offseason, basically, it means that they can't do anything because I think their cap space is a problem. They can't go into the fucking draft first round, so they're not going to get anybody to help them out, and they're just kind of stuck with the team they got now.
JJ says, as a Vikings fan, I would trade going 0-16. It's 0-17 now for the next decade to win one Super Bowl.
I wouldn't. Fuck that. I wouldn't make that trade at all.
That one night. One night.
I just don't. I've never subscribed to that. It's the same reason why I fucking bitched and moaned when everybody was like calling for Zim's head or whatever. It's like winning the Super Bowl is so astronomical. Like One team wins it every year. And guess what? Spoiler alert, guys. It's probably going to be the Chiefs for a lot of the next 4 or 5 years. Like the NFL is crazy in that it's like everybody else and the Chiefs. Like the Chiefs are the dynasty on the deck right now. They just are.
Buffalo's kind of proving themselves to be one of those just like really good but not quite there yet teams.
Well, I think Josh Allen isn't as good as we think he is.
I think one thing they're right about is that he pushes too much. He puts too much on himself. For
100%.
Sure. Anyway, you want to hear Jerry Jones die?
Yes.
All right, here we go. This is Jerry Jones doing a radio interview. I guess he has a weekly spot on a sports talk radio station, and they were interviewing him about the team. And Jerry, and this has to be pretty wild because you're talking to an 80-year-old man. And if you are if you're the host of this show and you hear an 80-year-old man start having a hacking fit, you're like, now I've been a radio guy for a while, about 15 years now, and I'm still trying to think if this were happening to me on the air, would I go, oh my God, Jerry Jones is going to die on my show? Or am I going to go, holy shit, dude, fucking Jerry Jones is going to die on my show?
Yeah, dude, I'm going to get so much. You know exactly what you do. Don't play coy. You're doing it. You're doing it again. You're doing the Tim Pool thing. Stop it. Knock it off.
I think there would be part of me.
I don't think there would. Like if I were you, there would be no part of me that would. I'd be like, fuck yeah.
But can you brag? You can't brag about it on the air. Like you'd have to Tim Pool it a little bit.
No.
They cut your head off in Dallas if you went on the air and went, fucking the show that killed Jerry Jones, baby.
I don't think so. I think a lot of Cowboys fans feel like Jerry Jones needs to go.
I remember when Patrice O'Neal was alive, he put out a tweet and he kind of got a little bit of flack for it. Not that he gave a shit, but he put out a tweet. It was when the Raiders were winning the year after Al Davis died. And he tweeted out, Al Davis is dead, period. The Raiders are back. And people were like, oh, you're saying that he died? He goes, no. Those were two completely different thoughts.
Yes, simmer down.
Al Davis is dead. The Raiders are back. There was not a cause and effect there whatsoever, although there totally fucking was. Let's hit play on Jerry Jones almost dying on a radio show.
We've got help on the way here. Well, Washington's got a good chance to be joining us here real soon. Excuse me.
You all right?
Yep.
Dude, anytime old people cough, just the sound it makes is alarming.
Oh, dude, anytime an old person just skips a breath, like even my grandparents will talk to him, and like if there's just an extra long breath, I'm like, are you dead?
Yeah, it's like, you gonna make it? You okay?
You all right?
Yep.
Every mic is muted in that radio station, and they've got that internal mic, and they're going, Jones is about to buy the farm. Jones is about to buy the farm.
Repeat, he's about to die.
They probably have contingency plans for this. They're like, Jerry Jones.
You know damn well they do.
Yeah.
Miss some oxygen. Better still, how about a big shot of Jack? We'll be ready to go this morning.
That's not a bad call.
How about a shot of Jack? Yeah, when an 80-year-old man is on your airwaves and he asks for oxygen, you're like, fuck, are we about to be part of a thing?
And then he's like, how about some fucking booze like a fucking man?
Yeah, he's like, all right, or how about a shot of Jack? And then they hear him going, and they're like, sir, that didn't sound like a shot of Jack. That's how I take my Jack, you fucking pussies. When did
I'm
Texas
freebasing it. Get fucked.
When did Texas become L.A.? I bet you radio guys ain't even from the fucking Lone Star State.
Don't fucking L.A. my goddamn Texas, you pricks.
That's right. I'll put Coke with my Jack if I want to.
Oxygen bar. What flavor would you want? Bourbon, pussy.
Welcome to the Oxygen Bar. What flavor would you like? Line of Coke?
Yeah. You got cocaine?
Yeah. We have cocaine flavor? No, you fucking idiot. Do you have any goddamn Coke? Don't make me go somewhere else. I'm missing a hooker for this, you piece of shit.
Yeah. I missed a hooker for this shit? Nah.
Now hook me up to that weird oxygen tube, pump the bourbon flavor into my nose, and then I want you to... Here's what we're going to do. And if you give me any of that freebase shit, I'm going to kick your ass back to Mexico. Now listen. Like, whoa.
No fentanyl.
Yeah.
Just bourbon.
Paul's... I'm a fucking billionaire. You can give me pure coca right off the fucking plant. God damn it.
Give me my goddamn yaba.
He's into Yaba now? He's 80. It's going to stop his heart. Nothing can fucking kill me.
Yeah. You kidding me? I went through a rebuild phase after Troy Aikman. Fucking try it. I had Tony fucking Romo. Give me my goddamn Yaba.
That's right. Hey, call up the Vikings. Tell them we'll trade them Micah Parsons for their next 4 years worth of draft picks. I bet you the fucking idiots do it.
See if they want Ezekiel Ellie Herschel or whatever the fuck. Those guys are morons.
Wouldn't it be funny if, like, every year at the same time of day on the same date, Jerry Jones calls the Minnesota front office and offers them a ridiculous
I'm convinced
trade.
that happens. Like,
Hey.
like anytime they have a shit deal, I bet the Vikings are the first. You know what it is? I bet the Vikings blocked his number.
Yeah. No, first day on the job, Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah gets a phone call. They're like, sir, it's Jerry Jones. And he's like, holy shit, Jerry Jones calling. This is great. All right. Hey, Mr. Jones. Hey, how you doing there, Quasimodo, whatever. It's Kwesi. Yeah, I ain't going to learn it. Listen, we got Micah Parsons here, right? Yeah, he's a great player. You guys are probably one solid pass rusher away from a Super Bowl, wouldn't you say? Oh, maybe. And then Quasi's covering the phone. Dude, he's talking about giving us Micah Parsons. All right, I'm going to need 23 draft picks from you, 3 of them first rounders, 14 of them second rounders. You give us a bunch of players, and if we cut them, we get the picks. God damn.
We'll also give you Cooper Rush for Cousins.
Jerry, are you offering me the Herschel Walker trade? And he goes, no.
Nah, not at all.
Bye, Jerry. Bye. And then Quasi goes around the office to all the guys that have been around. He's like, Jerry just offered asked for 23 picks for Micah Parsons. And they're like, yeah, he's going to do that every season. In fact, was it 2:05 in the afternoon on August 13th? Yeah, he does that.
Yeah. Jones time, if you look up there, it's on the clock.
Yeah. So every August 18th, Quasi tells his wife, like, I got to get a lot of sleep tonight. I got to get a lot of rest. Jerry's going to call me with the fucking Herschel Walker deal again tomorrow. He's just... Quasi starts calling in sick that day, but Jerry figures it out and switches it to a day earlier. Quasi, you trying to skip out on me tomorrow, buddy?
Go ahead, sorry.
You starting to skip out on me tomorrow, buddy? No, not at all, Mr. Jones. I think you might be all hat and no cattle. Listen, I got a great deal for you. How do you feel about Michael Gallup? Do you feel 14 draft picks good?
Daylight savings time, cuck. Make a trade with me, pussy.
Come on. I got Denver on the line. They're dumb enough to give up all their fucking draft picks for a has-been. How about you?
Oh, God.
I need Jerry Jones to be a league-wide bully.
In my head, Jerry Jones is the dad from King of the Hill.
Yeah. Well, what if...
Cotton? Is that his name? I think it's Cotton.
Oh, I was thinking Hank Hill. I thought you were saying Hank Hill.
No, not Hank Hill. Hank Hill's dad.
Oh, Cotton. Yeah. I was
like Jerry Jones has always been Cotton Hill in my head. I think his name's Cotton, right?
Or I was thinking like Quasi or someone like Bobby Hill asks him, but what if we say that the general manager instead of the owner should make decisions? We kindly but firmly ask them to leave. Jerry Jones almost died on radio, but God damn it, they forgot that Jerry Jones is immortal.
I'm living till the next Super Bowl, and we ain't never going to win one. Fuck you.
It's going to be looking like the Crypt Keeper and like, all right, my next pick.
Trades from the Crypt. Call Minnesota. We're going to fuck them.
Yeah. Before they make every draft pick, he's like, call Minnesota. They're not going to make a deal, sir. I know. I just want to remind them.
Yeah, I just want to rub it in. Like he just calls and goes, Herschel Walker, bah, ha, ha, click.
Yeah, Quasi, yeah. Knock, knock. Who's there? Her who?
Didn't they use that pick to get like Troy Aikman? Or they used that pick to get somebody in that 90s dynasty,
I think it was
too.
Aikman, Irvin, Novacek, Johnston, Larry. I think, dude, it was a lot of people. Who did fucking Dallas draft?
I'll be right back.
With the Vikings picks? Who did Cowboys get for Walker? These picks were acquired and then used on players such as Emmitt Smith, Darren Woodson, and Russell Maryland. Fuck. We gave them a Super Bowl. All right, guys, I got to open up the 7 o'clock hour stories here. While I'm doing that, let's talk about our good pals at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing. If you go in the ditch, if you get stuck in the snow here in Minnesota this time of year, happens all the time. The car won't go for whatever reason. It's All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. 5203 for all care towing of St. Cloud. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's midlandarmory.com. Our pals at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, lower receivers, knives, optics, parts, and gear. They've got it all. You can order it, have it sent right to your door. If it's a firearm, they can send it right to an FFL dealer near you. That's Midland Armory, downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and get a discount on anything you order and have shipped to you. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Michael B. says Dallas got 7 good players. Yeah, they did. Look, you don't need to remind a Vikings fan. Dallas did very well. I just love the idea of Jerry Jones just being this old man troll who just fucks on everybody. New York City. Hey, guys, great news. I think we file this in the better late than never category. New York City is launching a program to forcibly remove dangerous mentally ill people from the city streets. It's just, oh boy, what took them so long?
Yeah, I was going to say, how many people did it take to get pressured to make them tell the truth?
Well, and wasn't that this Adams guy? Wasn't that his whole thing? Like, I'm a cop, I'm a police officer, and I'm going to clean up the streets. And then he did fuck all the entire time he's been in there so far?
Yeah, I think he got rid of like bail bonds. That was like their cash bonds. That was like his thing. I'm going to clean up the streets. Also make it easier for criminals to get back on the streets.
Mayor Eric Adams announced a major effort on Tuesday to remove people with severe, untreated mental illness from the city's streets and subways, saying New York had a moral obligation to address a crisis we see all around us. Now, I guarantee, and I haven't read this yet, but I guarantee there's already pushback of like, oh, you're bullying the mentally ill and you're just incarcerating them when they need help. And it's like, yeah, but when they're slashing people in the face with box cutters, I'm sorry, but my compassion only goes so far. The effort will involve hospitalizing people involuntarily, even if they do not pose an immediate risk of harm to others. I would hope that the people of New York City at this point would go, fucking good. I don't care. Just clean this shit up.
They do care, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, like I said, like New York City is the place that's fucking New York right now because their people don't see all of this as an emergency. They're just like, we'll tolerate
well,
it.
and the mere suggestion of it being an emergency, I'm doing the air quotes.
Yeah.
Just like they write that off as like bipartisan shit. Oh, it's just some Republican bullshit.
Minneapolis does that too here in Minnesota. Yeah. They'll go.
No, it's like all the states that have the fucking biggest problem with it, like California, Illinois, New York, they all fucking do the same thing. Minnesota, where it's like, oh, well, if you want to clean up crime, you're a fucking Republican and you're the enemy.
Yeah, in Minneapolis, those people they hate it when you go, God, it's fucking crime-ridden and terrible. Oh, yeah, well, I parked my car there, and then I went back to my car, and nobody raped me, so you're obviously an idiot. It's like, oh, well, then, yeah, you're right.
Fire up your car and enjoy no catalytic converter, you idiot.
Problem solved, I guess. Yeah, some people are like, oh, yeah, you've been to 3 Vikings games this year. Is crime really that bad? Yeah, criminals tend to not target people who gather in groups of 60,000.
Yeah. Well, dude, they still target people that take the fucking light rail. People are still getting mugged on the light rail left and right.
Yeah. It was so funny when they built that light rail. They were so proud of themselves, and it took like a year. And they did the first study, and they're like, oh, light rail stations. Before the light rail station was there and after, looks like assaults and robberies went up 75%.
No. That's not the whole story. Like what happened was when the light rail first came, they did a couple of preliminary studies and crime was fine. It wasn't until they connected it with the green route that goes to St. Paul that crime went through the fucking roof.
Oh, and they connected them all.
They connected. Yeah, it's like it was hilarious because like when they built the light rail, it didn't connect to St. Paul and it didn't go to the Mall of America originally. It was just Minneapolis and like surrounding, like South Minneapolis and downtown basically, right?
Yeah.
And all the preliminary data was like, oh, it didn't even increase crime or anything like that. So everybody was like, oh, it's fine. And then when it connected to the Mall of America, crime went up a little bit. And they were like, oh, okay, well, it's still pretty good. You guys were wrong. And then when it connected to when the St. Paul version went in and it connected there, like crime went up in like Minneapolis, something like 30 or 40% when that green line connected. It was fucking ridiculous.
That is rough. So in New York, they're going to start putting mentally ill people away against their will. I've been screaming about. I think we've all been screaming about this for years.
We all like It's so fucking, it's like the Twilight Zone, right? Like you watch these people fight against this shit and act like you're just the asshole because you want it. And then when they finally do what we've all been saying for years, they're like, well, you know, this is a good idea that we just thought of. Like, fuck you.
Yeah, they're like me.
Yeah, they're literally you. It's literally like if a state were you.
But you know what? They do it way worse, is they take something we've seen work before, get rid of it, deny it ever helped, and then propose it when shit gets bad again. So it's not just like an idea that they rejected and now they're embracing.
That's
it's
like
an
half of
example.
Biden's wins as a president. Like it's stuff that he undid when Trump, like when he came in, he undid a bunch of Trump shit because, you know, fuck Trump. They're going to get rid of all of Orange Man bad shit, right? And then all the big wins that he's had are him basically just instituting back that like the pullout of Afghanistan was fucking Trump. Operation Warp Speed was Trump. Like all the stuff that like he will hang his hat on as like a good president, except for like maybe the CHIPS Act.
Yeah.
All Trump stuff that he took away and then reinstituted.
The common misunderstanding persists that we cannot provide involuntary assistance unless the person is violent, Mr. Adams said. This myth must be put to rest. Going forward, we will make every effort to assist those who are suffering from mental illness and whose illness is endangering them by preventing them from meeting their basic human needs. Now, the libertarian part of me that still exists goes, I don't know about this, because who can they just call mentally ill and lock away a few years down the road? But it's also
anybody they fucking want.
But then the human part of me goes, look, this is such a fucking crisis in New York City that somebody has to do something, so this is what we get. You know, the problem with this is that in New York City, this is the kind of thing that'll get him unelected. Like he runs for re-election, they'll go, oh, and he's you know, incarcerating the homeless people. And he's like, yeah, and the crime rate is lower. They're like, it's terrible. We want somebody else. Like I think, this is going to be a controversial take. I think Bloomberg was an even better mayor than Giuliani because Bloomberg would sit there like an autist and explain to you statistically why the thing you think is racist is really good for the city and why it like cuts down on crime. Like, They always
He
wanted
was doing all that while shilling for China, though, so fuck him.
I get that, but like when it came to just New York City shit, they would go like, stop and frisk is racist. And like fucking based Bloomberg would go, well, actually, if you look at the data on crime, African Americans are committing crimes with firearms at a higher rate than white people would. So why wouldn't we stop more black people? And you're like, holy shit, did you just come out with that? Like you didn't try to politician away the answer. You went, well, we looked at the data, and, you know, it seems the more black people we pull over and stop and frisk, the lower the crime rate goes. So I'm going to go ahead and stick with that. And you're like, shit, this guy is not backing down. Like, I guess Giuliani was pretty good with that, too. He just never answered.
He's also like the big proponent of like why all their fucking environmental shit is in place, though, too. I mean, it wasn't like all... I mean, I guess on just the crime, sure, because Giuliani and him both were on board with that. But a lot of their like go green bullshit all started with Bloomberg.
Yeah, he was bad on that stuff. But like for New York, with so much of their money coming from tourism, that crime thing is huge for them. And those two kind of understood that, and they just went, look, if we can clean up this city and make it crime free, all the other like basically you can.
Yeah, but it's just like Vegas. It's always been like Vegas, man. They just put all the police in Times Square and fucking basically let it known that like, hey, you guys can fuck with each other, but not the tourists. That's what New York's always been.
Yeah, that's true. They've kind
like
of
Vegas does that shit too. Like they don't give a fuck what happens in Naked City. Like, but you can't like, God help you if you mug a fucking tourist on the fucking strip.
Yeah, they'll put a fucking knee in your neck.
Oh no, they'll leave you out in the desert.
Well, that too, yeah. God, it was better when the mob ran it.
What do you mean when?
Well, now it's a corporate mob. It's a different mob.
Still the mob, though.
Yeah, but this mob makes everything more expensive.
It's true.
The other mob just went, look, we're just trying to skim some money off the top. You guys want a $1 steak?
A woke mob now.
Yeah, now it's a woke mob. Rudy did the no broken windows policy. Exactly, yeah. But like Corey was saying, if you had the crime down, they didn't give a shit what other stuff you did on the side because you were like, oh, thank God he's got the fucking crime down. So you can do your green shit and your large sodas and all that stuff because they were like, look, we'll put up with it because this guy, you know, I can walk down the street, which is nice. And now it's so sad to watch New York because like you're literally watching a city struggle to go back to where they were 20 years ago.
I mean, that's all the Democrat cities, though. I mean, this is what's so funny to me and ironic is like you look at like California and like everybody's fleeing and they're going to fucking Texas. People in New York are going to fucking Florida, right?
Yeah.
And then they're going to get there and then they're going to keep voting for the same bullshit that ruined the place they were just at.
At least Florida seems to have held it at bay for now.
For now. I mean, like it's like Florida will be one of the last to go because a large group of their immigrants are Cubans and Cubans will never vote for socialism ever.
Yeah. So anyway, like we said, Corey, if you scroll down far enough in this story, of course, you have the detractors for Adams' plan to clear up New York City. Here's what they're saying on Twitter. One man, Amir, says, Adams' horrific draconian policy is perhaps one of the most irresponsible, dehumanizing approaches to our mental health crisis that can possibly be thought of. Being visibly poor will basically be grounds enough to detain you against your will. Okay, but here's the problem I have with these people. All they do is sit and bitch at the fix. They don't have anything else. So when you sit there and bitch at everything, the person who at least tries to do something is going to get something done. Because all you guys do is wait for somebody to fix it, and the minute they go, look, we got to break a few eggs to make this omelet that you guys want me to make. Here's my plan. Here's how the sausage is going to get made. No, you can't do it that way. It's like the alternative is what you voted me in to fix. Well, just don't do it that way. It really is like LA, New York. It's like governing school children. And like trying
Here's a fun little exercise for you, right? I just Googled most liberal cities, right?
Yeah.
Like, tell me one of these that you would want to live in.
Okay.
San Francisco?
No.
Washington, D.C.?
No, rather not.
Seattle, Washington?
I'm good. See, you know what? Out of all of them, though, Seattle would be the one where I would go, maybe parts of it.
I mean, that's definitely better than the other ones. You got Oakland?
No, thank you.
Boston?
Parts of it. Okay, Boston and Seattle, maybe some parts of it.
Minneapolis?
Vikings game, that's it.
Yeah, well, and these are liberal by like policy in the fucking cities, right? Detroit?
I'm fine.
New York?
Again, parts of it.
Buffalo?
Not even if it was good.
I mean, if I could get those Weck sandwiches or whatever this
okay.
Wex.
Yeah.
I'm in. Baltimore?
Oh, no, I'm cool. I've seen The Wire.
Chicago?
Yeah, no, I'll pass.
Portland?
No.
Here's my favorite part. Making the only state with two of them, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Ah, shit, really? I have no reason to go to St. Paul, and not even because of crime or anything like that. It's just a boring city.
Yeah, if I want to get drunk and go to a Wild game, that's the only way you'll catch me.
That's about it. And they have that strip kind of leading up to XL of all those bars. That's kind of cool. St. Paul does.
And Italian food, actually. Like, if you want Italian food, the best Italian food in the cities is in St. Paul.
They got decent Irish places, too, in St. Paul.
They got Casetas. They got Yaruso Brothers. It's good. And then 14 is Austin, Texas. I don't know anybody stupid enough to live there.
Yeah, fucking Tardo you'd have to be, right? Fuck those guys.
St. Louis, Philadelphia, New Orleans, Los Angeles, Pittsburgh, and Denver. Denver seems okay. So out of those, there's like 4 places.
Yeah.
But these are the people that are just going to fucking run away to these other places and just fucking vote, fucking just keep voting blue like it's not fucking
I don't even think you could count Minneapolis because, like I said, my answer was I'd only go for a Vikings game. Most people wouldn't give a shit, so they probably wouldn't go. But one of those cities, San Francisco, our next story was actually based on this. They're actually trying to do something about their crime problem that they're having, but I'm not sure that this isn't one of those, the solution might be worse than the problem. They're making robot police people in San Francisco. Yeah, they're going to unleash.
I'll say this. That's probably a good move. They can't be fucking racist, right? They're robots.
Well, the problem is in their programming, they're authorized to kill under certain situations.
Okay, I hate this.
Yeah.
Have you ever read an Asimov book?
Yeah. Hey, get ready to hate it more. I want you to save your outrage for a second here. So they're going to be robot policemen. They're going to be authorized to kill under certain circumstances. Okay, I'm going to make you feel good again. They're not going to use guns. They're going to use bombs.
I'm out. Fuck
These-
this.
The San Francisco robot police
Jesus
are
Christ.
going
That's
to
not,
bomb
that's not
people.
real. You're reading a Babylon Bee article.
Hey,
this isn't real news. Stop it.
Sorry,
you know what
Tim.
you're doing.
Sorry,
you know what
Tim.
you're doing.
Sorry, Tim. But the San Francisco Police Department at some point decided it would be a good idea to employ robots with deadly force in their department, causing quite a stir.
Wait, time out. What are the chances that these bombs like have an accident and go off when we don't expect them?
What are you talking about? That'll never happen.
Oh, well, then I'm against it, because as long as they're just in San Francisco and we have a chance that these bombs might fucking bomb people, I'm in.
Yeah, if it's the same bomb that Bane brought to Gotham, then maybe I'd be for this. The SFPD...
Yeah, because we have like 18 hours to fly 10 minutes away and be safe.
Yeah. The SFPD does not own or operate robots outfitted with lethal force options, and the department has no plans to outfit robots with any type of firearm. Now, that turned out not to be true. They do have programming in them where they're authorized to use force that could end up resulting in someone's death. It's
not going to happen. Why would they even say that?
As an intermediate force option, robots could potentially be equipped with explosive charges to breach fortified structures containing violent, armed, or dangerous subjects, or used to contact, incapacitate, or disorient violent, armed, or dangerous suspects who pose a risk of life to law enforcement or other first responders by use of any other method, approach, or contact. So again, they're not going to be authorized to use deadly force, but they are going to be able to use explosives to detain violent criminals. I feel like that's an either-or statement.
Yeah, I don't feel like I feel like somebody in the programming department is being very I feel like these were programmed by that Google AI.
Yeah, like the same guy that had the guy who's like, I don't see humanity as being healthy.
Yeah, I hired a lawyer. They didn't honor my rights.
Now, the woman added, while an explosive charge may be considered an intermediate force option, it could potentially cause injury or be lethal. No shit. You mean the robot bomb might kill somebody? Get out of town. I feel like you guys have thought this through.
I feel like you're just being paranoid, dude. The robot bomb ain't going to kill anybody. You're fine.
Yeah, robots equipped in this manner would only be used in extreme circumstances. You know, like if someone's not taking their vaccine.
Or if somebody has an opinion.
Yeah, or if somebody's decided that Ye's music is good. You know, people like that. You know,
I'll tell you this. If I was in San Francisco, the moment they get these fucking robot bomb dogs or whatever the fuck,
Yeah.
I am never mailing in my ballot again, ever.
No, thank you.
Because you know when you mail in your ballot, they track who you vote for.
Yeah, right? Robots equipped in this manner could only be used in extreme circumstances to save or prevent further loss of innocent lives. Right, like if you want to vote for Trump or you're not really sure about how an election shook out, you know, then they might send the robot bombers in that option. Wow. So they're actually going with robot. It's amazing. These liberal cities, they either want no cops at all or they want cops that just murder people. Like there's no middle ground with them.
Like there's no middle ground of any kind.
Yeah, it's just, all right, here, I got an option for you. We're going to be a lawless hellscape from which there is no leaving.
What if we don't enforce? Wait, okay, here. I'll be the city budget committee. You be the politician, all right?
All right.
What if we don't enforce any of the crime laws?
Like we don't enforce, I guess, I mean, that would save money, but I mean, I have another idea.
What's that?
Hear me out. Bomb-wielding robots.
All right. Well, you know, I'm looking in the budget and we need this to be more cost efficient. So I guess we'll just make nukes.
Oh, nukes. Yeah, because I think here's what we should do. We should either have no police at all, right? That'll save us a lot of money, right?
Or nuke the citizens.
Or we could nuke our citizens. But can we use tactical nukes? Because I don't want to get more than like 1,500 at a clip.
Sorry, we've got to use those old 70 Iranian nukes. It's not in our budget.
Shit.
You're the one that wanted to repurpose the laminate on the sidewalk so people could shit on it.
I thought, well, it had to be rainbow colored. I want to be inclusive. What's
Well,
more important?
it's hard to get that much blood and diarrhea. I'm sorry.
All right, so how about this? I thought you said that you had an angle on one of those suitcase bombs from Azerbaijan. What happened?
Turned out it was just a suitcase full of vomit.
Fuck. They're not going to get us on that one for the 19th time. I'll tell you that. Not while
Well,
I'm
not if
sitting
our robot cops have anything to do
That's
with it.
Fucking right. There was criticism of this policy ahead of the vote on Tuesday. No way. We are living in a dystopian future where we debate whether the police may use robots to execute citizens without a trial, jury, or judge, said the Committee for Civil Rights of San Francisco. We have to ask ourselves, do we want to be in a society where police kill people with robots? It feels so deeply dehumanizing and militaristic. You know what? This is the one time where I'm going to probably sit on the side of the anti-police people. Are we really having a discussion of whether or not robot cops should be allowed to execute us on site? My vote would be at the very least, maybe we should look into this.
Seems legit though. It seems fine.
Yeah. You know what? I'm sure it'll be put in the hands of the people we trust.
That's fine.
They'll treat us well. Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. Old Capitol Tavern today, all-you-can-eat wings served with tater tots. The first order comes with 8 wings and tots. Refill order comes with 4 wings. And all wings are served dry rub with sauces on the side for $15.99. And for drinking tonight, it's pint night, all draft beers, 16 ounces for $5 at Old Capitol Tavern. Go there, 50 beers on tap, over 200 different kinds of whiskey. Great specialty cocktails. Their old fashions are great. Their braised pear puree old fashioned, really, really good. Highly recommend it at Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids. I couldn't let this one go by without showing you guys because I care about you so much. Don Lemon and Stephen Colbert sat down and spoke with one another. And
no fucking way.
Yeah, it was recorded for television too. And,
oh my God.
Look,
roll that beautiful bean footage.
Anytime 2 remarkably intelligent people,
Cox,
like Don Lemon and Stephen Colbert, sit down to talk to one another, I feel like I'd be negating my responsibility as a broadcaster if I didn't show you.
We just need like an older person there, and then we can play cuck, gray cuck.
I think, well, I'm trying to think. Put Letterman in there.
Don't you ever disparage Letterman like that.
I'm just saying that, like, towards the end, politically, he got a little unbearable. Like, he's not as bad as these guys, don't get me wrong, but
roll the fucking footage.
Seth Meyers will be there in a couple years. He'll be gray. Stephen Colbert was talking to Don Lemon about the new ownership at CNN, and Don Lemon told a whopper.
Word on the street is that you guys aren't allowed to be liberal anymore. Is that the case?
I don't think we ever were liberal.
He doesn't think they ever were liberal. In fairness, I don't 100% disagree with him because I think they hated Trump more than they were liberal. I
think they were just crazy.
Yeah, their identity might be more fuck Trump than it was, championing liberal causes. They were powered by hate, not love. So who knows? I don't know. I know they took Don Lemon off his primetime slot and made him do a wacky cooking morning show with 2 broads. And I think that's lovely.
What?
Yes. I don't think we ever were.
That's not me saying that. That's the people out there saying that he's not letting you be liberal anymore.
Well, I think what Chris is saying is that he wants Republicans, sensible Republicans. He wants us to hold people to account.
Right, sensible. Remember that. Not just
what kind of weird ass dog whistle is that?
Right? Like sensible Republicans. I.e., we're going to do what MSNBC did and bring Joe Scarborough on and watch him slowly turn left. And when he becomes a full-blown liberal, we'll go, oh, see, a sensible Republican.
The ones we can change.
Yeah, exactly.
But he wants people to come on and feel comfortable with coming on and talking on CNN.
Without me being bitchy and gay to them, basically.
And appearing on CNN. So if you invite someone in your house, you want to make them comfortable. But also, by the nature of what we do, we have to hold people to account. And so that doesn't necessarily mean that we're going liberal or conservative or whatever. It just means that we are doing what we do, and that's good journalism.
Oh, yeah, good journalism. That's CNN up and down, let me tell you. You know what? Here's what I love about that clip. You can tell Don Lemon has not saved his money, and he needs this fucking gig, boy.
I don't think it's that, dude. I think that this is exactly who he's always been. He's a company fucking man.
You think so? You think like he's going to play a character every time they switch leadership?
Yes. Yeah, he's a company man. I told you that from way back when. Like, he doesn't give a shit about it. Like, that's why he still has the job. Because they literally came in with the axe and said, who will kiss the rings? He was the first one to kneel and kiss those rings.
Yeah,
guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, boss. I'll move to mornings for you, boss. Absolutely, but 100%. Yeah. Does the paycheck still come in? Is this paycheck still the same?
Hey, boss, I'm going on late night. Just tell me what the narrative is.
You're right, because we were talking about this the other day about Don Lemon. He came up again. And I was like, God, you know what? I bet you they offered him a buyout. They wanted to get rid of him, but he kept offering to take different time slots.
They didn't want to get rid of him. He's black and gay. They wanted to keep him.
They needed the numbers. They needed the...
Yeah, dude, he's like, he fits 2 token demographics for them immediately. And he's a fucking corporate shill. He'll play company ball. He's exactly who they want. Because the other thing, too, is that he has like a long-standing presence with the CNN audience. So if he tells them, hey, we weren't that liberal to begin with, like these fucking goddamn fucking NPC liberals will be like, that's right, we weren't that liberal. We just really hated Trump. We were reasonable centrists. Blah.
By the way, then Not the Bee comes up with a bunch of other clips of Don Lemon saying things like Republicans must be treated as a danger to our society. Yeah. Don Lemon says Fox News shouldn't be allowed in White House press briefings because they're not legitimate journalism. Don Lemon says unvaxxed people should be banned from going to grocery stores. Don Lemon says only Democrats are operating in reality, and then claimed he's not a political person, just a journalist who lives in reality. They've got a bunch of these. I'm only halfway down the page.
Do they have video of them, though? I want to see them.
I mean, I could click every single one of them, and we
click
could
a couple. Click your best ofs. Let's
Here.
see some fucking hilarious.
I think there's
ones.
4 of them. We can do 4. We can do 4 Don Lemon.
Come on, do you want to watch him be a total hypocrite? Like, I'm telling you, this is a company. This is what a company shill looks like. When you talk about like fucking when you bow and bend the knee, it never stops. He's the caricature of it.
He's the knee. Well, he bends his knee. He's a knee bender. But like Don Lemon said on Stephen Colbert, I don't think we ever were that liberal. I don't think we were a very liberal station. We should treat people with respect. We should bring Republicans on and make them feel welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you non-liberal Don Lemon making Republicans feel welcome. Here we go. Let's see if the change in ownership might be the reason behind this changing his tune.
We sit around and we talk about these things and we want to give this false equivalence to Democrats and Republicans. That is not where we are right now. Republicans are doing something that is very dangerous to our society. And we have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that as Americans. We must acknowledge that as journalists. Because if we don't, we're not doing our jobs. We cannot sit here and pretend like, well, Republicans, cut them a break. We want to hear whatever. They have a lot to answer for in this moment. A lot to answer for what happened with the former president of the United States, why they allowed his antics to go on for so long, why he is not accountable, why they go along.
Sounds like a really welcoming place for Republicans.
Yeah, dude, I'm a libertarian. I feel welcome.
I think if you were on the right here, you'd feel really welcome walking onto this stage. I mean, isn't that what he said with Colbert? You should always make your guests feel welcome, and we should bring on Republicans, and we should talk
to be fair, they weren't bringing on any Republicans when they were saying this, and their liberal guests did feel really welcome.
That's true.
With it and don't say anything. They've got to answer for that. Why they are, whether you agree with abortion rights or not, why they have taken back a right.
Do you think either of these anchors ever stare at this obvious stuffed suit just carrying company water and go, why do we have this guy on and why are we listening to him like he's an expert on anything? Like,
you know what's weird about Don Lemon to me, though?
What?
Is if you watch him, doesn't he kind of look like somebody put a skin suit on an animatronic robot? He always has like the perfect posture and his fucking motions. Like, watch his hands. He just doesn't like. Whenever I watch Don Lemon talk, I feel like I understand the people that believe in lizard people. Like I don't believe in lizard people personally, but I feel like I understand it a little bit. Because again, watch it. Like he looks like he's uncomfortable in his own fucking skin, and he does shit like this where he's like, we want all of the liberals to be accountable for the, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, hi, I'm fucking Chuck E. Cheese. Here's a fucking banjo for your goddamn birthday. Palunk.
He's Smith, John.
Like, I feel like if they zoomed out wide enough, you would see a fucking cord with the hydraulic and the puppeteer fucking moving him.
Was what that was granted
Look at his movements.
American women for 50 years. They have to answer for those questions. If they come here on CNN, they must answer for that. If they go on MSNBC, they must answer for that. If they go on ABC, they must answer for that. And they cannot expect to be coddled when they go onto a news organization or if they step in front of a crowd.
But you can't tell me that doesn't look like a puppet.
Look at that. I just love that he was just on Colbert going, we need to make these people feel welcome, this, that, and the other thing. And then he goes, they better not expect to feel comfortable when they come here, when they're on our TV. They better not feel comfortable. It's like, it's changing a little bit. To go to more of your company man motif for Don Lemon, like you're saying less of a media activist, more of just a good company man.
I think he's just a complete milquetoast of a human being, and he'll do whatever the fuck. Like I think that if he were an employee of Fox News, he would have been saying the exact same thing about liberals. I honestly, I don't think he has any fucking moral compass in him. I think he's just a fucking because he was even fucking like that motherfucker, bald fucking Stelter,
Ryan Stelter,
whatever.
yeah.
He was defending that dude. And then the moment that dude left, he was like, well, this and that. Like he started critiquing the dude after he left.
You're right. They do need the black gay guy because remember, Stelter was a company man too. Every time someone got in a controversy, he would defend him. And then when the bosses fired that guy, he'd fucking bury him the next day. And then he was the last one out. They're like, hey, Brian, thanks for carrying water for everybody. By the way, you're fucking out. And
real quick, somebody asked, milquetoast is a timid, feeble, or like intepid person.
Yeah.
There you go.
All of this. Why does Jen Psaki even continue to call on Fox in the briefing room? And I mean, they've been very courteous and I should say, kind, because
we need to have Republicans on and treat them with respect and talk to them reasonably. Why does the White House even call on Fox News if they're going to ask difficult questions?
Why do they even go there? Look at his fucking eyes. I'm telling you, dude, the mannerisms of this guy are so robotic. It's weird.
Maybe that's why they haven't fired him. He's property of CNN. He's a cyborg.
It says, you fucking look at like his back. He's got a tramp stamp, but it's actually a label that says Dominion.
Yeah, and then right below it, made in Taiwan.
If your network is promoting BS and lies about what is actually happening in the country and helping to inspire and incite an insurrection, why should they even be able to take part in a legitimate press briefing, in legitimate journalism?
We need to be nice to Republicans, and we need to have them on and speak to them and treat them like our guests. We should be banning Fox News from the White House press corps. Don, which one is it? Don Lemon said Dems are operating in reality, and oh boy, more.
But I guess my question, Don, is how does that correct if you only have, a fraction of whatever the political spectrum dealing with this issue?
Well, right now, the person who's in the White House is a Democrat. The people who are in charge of Congress are Democrats. The people who are in the majority, slightly in the Senate, are Democrats. The only party now that is operating in reality is the Democratic Party.
We need to bring the Republicans on and treat them with respect and make them feel, you're right. He is whatever they needed him to be at the time.
Yes.
This is under the old regime.
Yeah.
Oh, God, he's
and now it's just going to be the change of the narrative. But again, they're not going to get rid of him and they probably even told him like, hey, Don, we need you to change over to this because, we need a gay black dude.
Yeah. Now we just need you to be a moderate gay black dude, if you could. Thank you. Appreciate it. And again, Don Lemon doesn't really seem like he's saved his money because he jumps in with both feet with the company line. Like, remember Stelter when the ownership...
Ketamine ain't cheap, Aaron.
When the ownership changed at CNN, Stelter kind of saw the writing on the wall, and he started kind of bashing the new ownership because he knew he was probably on the way out. And then on his last episode, he was like, and I hope these guys don't screw this whole thing up. CNN needs to be about this. They don't need to change and then he takes some passive-aggressive swipe. You don't see Don Lemon doing that. He goes on Colbert and goes, oh, we are going the right direction. Man, this is just 2 thumbs up. We got to have some sensible Republicans on and open up a dialogue and have a conversation with them. Absolutely. Here's the Republicans they'll have on. They'll go on to talk about Ukraine, and they'll bring Dan Crenshaw on. And they'll go, see, we bring Republicans on. Yeah, because you're all part of the same military-industrial complex, and you all want to give more money to Ukraine. You'll bring a Republican on when it's time to agree on everything. Well, let's bring Rand Paul on when it comes to what Dr. Fauci should
Oh my
be
God,
doing.
you can't even fucking make this up, dude. So on my phone, I have like news push updates, right?
Yeah.
CNN just push updated, okay? You ready? This is just a headline. I'm not going to read the article or anything, right? House Democrats expected to pick top leadership that includes 0 white men at first for Congress. A milestone and great moment for American history.
Yes.
That's a CNN headline.
Wonderful. Exclude a race of people and make them not available for leadership positions. Ladies and gentlemen, a great day for America when... Can you imagine the Republicans go, hey, guys, great news. No Jews in our leadership. And they're like, whoa, what the fuck, Adolf? And they're like, what? They said no white people. Yeah, that's what they should do is like make them say it out loud and go, whoa, why can't we say that? You said no white people. And they go, yeah, but it's totally fine to discriminate against white. Oh, shit.
Got us. They wouldn't even do that. Like, it's so fucking like Twilight Zone, right? Like Josh Denny and I were talking about this earlier this week about how like every group, like with Kanye, Josh is like insistent that like he doesn't even get how it's anti-Semitic what he's saying.
Wow.
Because like what they're saying is like, you know, every white person in America has to take like an active role in defending Jewish people. But he's like, but if you say that sentence the exact opposite, that all Jewish people need to take an active role in defeating anti-Semitism, all of a sudden that's not an okay sentence. And it's kind of true. I don't necessarily agree with him that like Kanye wasn't being anti-Semitic, but the idea that you can do this weird oppressive in-group thing to everything but white people, but then you can't, like, that's not racist. Even though like when Biden was announcing the Supreme Court justice, he said it was something like, well, I'll tell you this, it won't be a white dude. I think it's going to be a black woman.
Right.
Before he even had a candidate picked. Like, if you did that the other way around, like, people would be losing their fucking shit.
Yeah, I mean, they did. They basically counted a white man or a white woman completely out of that Supreme Court thing before they even like gathered.
They didn't even look at candidates. They said that we're going for a black woman before they looked at candidates.
Like, if you're not looking for and this is going to sound terrible, if you're not looking for a black man or a white man, there's an average chance or a better than average chance if we looked at the makeup of like federal judges, because isn't that who usually becomes Supreme Court justices, federal judges?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, so if you rule out black men and white men, there is a better than average chance you're missing the best available candidate. I'm saying by the percentages.
You're eliminating like 90% of the field immediately.
Right. So playing the percentages, I'm not saying women can't be as good at judges as men. I'm saying if over 50% are black or white males in federal judges, then by the numbers, you have a high statistical chance of missing the best available candidate. And they just do that right off the bat. They go, hey, we're going to eliminate the best odds we have of grabbing the best candidate for the Supreme Court, and we're going to pick a woman. And then they get to that, and they're like, but it can't be a white woman. It's like, all right, we're going to shave it down to a real tiny
right.
chunk
But
of
if you went up and you're like, hey, we're going to pick a white man for this job, people would lose their goddamn minds.
And I don't understand their argument about that, because they go, well, it's because white men have gotten so many things. It's like, yeah, not the white men that are up for it this time, though. Like previous
That's
white
the whole
men.
argument. The argument is that you can't be racist against white people because they're in a position of power. That's the new communist dialogue around racism now.
Right, but
is that white people can't be the victim of racism because they're in a position of power. And if you're in a position of power, you can't be. It's the same way that men can't be the victim of sexism. It's bullshit both ways.
Right, because they don't see individuals. They just see groups of people.
Correct, because they're fucking communists.
Yeah, so if you go, hey, none of you white men are going to be Supreme Court justices because white men have been Supreme Court justices. Like, the only thing I have in common with those guys is my skin color. I ain't getting a shot. Like, I wasn't those guys. I wasn't sitting on the Supreme Court. So I'm being discriminated against over here, and the only excuse you have is, well, guys who kind of looked like me got to do it. That doesn't do shit for me.
And the biggest fucking divide in this country isn't race, it's fucking income. Like,
for sure.
Like you want to grab something that actually fucking like talks to the fucking people. Grab somebody that's not a rich fucking federal judge. You know what I mean? Maybe that person is a better position.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just that the logic or lack thereof, I guess, the lack of logic where it comes to that. It's just
right. It's just coming full circle. I mean, like, look at the way that they can't even fucking talk about trans women in women's sports. They can't even talk about it. They can't even have a conversation, right?
Yeah, they can't even say like, yeah, you can't even go, hey, can you just admit for me? Because like that's where we're at now. We're at like, will you at least concede this obvious point? If you're a biological male, you have an advantage physically over most women. They won't even cop to that because they're worrying about what your next point is. And they're like, oh shit, if I cop to that, this domino falls and then that domino will fall. And we're just sitting here going, no, just answer the question. And then we can worry about all that stuff later. But just, answer that one thing. But, when it comes to politics, nobody can give an inch. And that's...
But just like, as, on that CNN bubble, here we are with their same bullshit fucking stuff as they're like, no, we're not even that liberal. We're not even, like, doing these narratives as literally as I got push updated their fucking narrative.
Yeah,
to my computer. Like, to my fucking phone. Like, fucking, that's ridiculous.
To lighten things up here just a little bit, have you been following... I know you're a volcano guy.
I love volcanoes. The Hawaii volcano we can talk about?
Following the Hawaii volcano?
I have.
Are they like starting to get like, because I know a day or two ago when this was starting, they were like, no big deal, a little bit of ash, we'll have a warning, you stay inside. Are they starting to get a little more nervous, or is it still kind of what they thought it would be? Because now like lava's starting to run down the mountain.
Yeah, so like they didn't expect it to have this lava thing, but the thing about the Hawaii stuff is like they have those 2 new lava cascades or whatever they're called, but I personally think that they kind of knew what was going on, but they were trying to keep everybody calm, so they were just kind of downplaying it.
That always works.
Yeah, never a bad thing. But it's the 2 lava flows like hit a couple neighborhoods yesterday.
Yeah, see that's the article I have up right now. Is the lava flows are threatening residential areas, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not what they told me. They told me that this was like you're going to be able to watch it. It's going to be kind of fun. It's nature.
You can watch it, just not from those neighborhoods.
Yeah, certainly don't be in those neighborhoods. How far away? Like, because I know lava's like, this is going to sound dumb, but I don't know anything about volcanoes. I know lava's...
lava's hot?
I know lava's really hot, but like how far away do you have to be from it before it's not...
Well, you can go pretty close to it with the suits. I mean, people go up to like lava all the time with like the proper... gear. Like the big thing is like you just can't fucking touch it. You know what I mean? Like if you touch it, it's over.
How hot? I'm gonna see how hot
really
is
fucking hot. Like really
lava.
Fucking hot.
2,200 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Fuck. How hot is? I want to see molten iron. Molten iron. So 2,200 for lava.
Fucking Aaron Schaub over here, the weather guy. Bro, volcano lava, hot.
Listen, B. Volcano.
Yeah.
Volcanoes are really hot, bro. Yeah. Okay, so it's about the same temperature as molten iron. Yeah, that'll fucking kill you right away.
They have we watched this when the one in the Canary Islands was going off, but they make like volcano kilns that like. They're like these huge metal fucking kilns that actually like get like material hot enough to create lava. It's fucking nuts.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it's really cool. They do a lot of like melting shit, and like the guys that run it are like fucking clearly irresponsible with it, which I love.
Dude, the videos I like are where they take like they like get like molten like lead balls and they drop them in some like really like hard, firm or like cold thing. What is it? It's
I should text my grandpa right now because he fucking hates volcano talk. He gets so mad about it. Like he'll watch my show Twitch Talk, and anytime we hit a volcano, he fucking bitches about it. Oh, I fucking hate this stuff.
If you just saw my YouTube, you think you were comparing me to Brendan Schaub before. If you saw what I just typed in the YouTube search bar to find the thing I was looking for.
What'd you type?
I just typed ball in cold thing.
Aaron Schaub over here.
I just searched ball in cold thing on YouTube, and you want to know what the bitch of it is? I got exactly what I was looking for. Where they heat up like these cannonballs in these little like concrete kilns, and they drop them on a big block of ice, and you just watch it burn through. It's one of the most visually satisfying things to me.
Have you seen the like
hold on, I gotta turn this thing down. Okay, go ahead. Now you're good.
No, go ahead.
No,
Yeah, go
I just
ahead.
had to turn that way down. It was too loud. So yeah,
That's
they got
cool.
they got the leaf.
Sorry, I'm fascinated by this thing.
They got the leaf blower in there. Yeah, they got this big cylinder of ice now, and they're just gonna in the wintertime, and they're just gonna drop this molten cannonball on the ice, and for some reason it's like popping those shipping containers, those shipping packets with the bubbles. It's just one of those visually satisfying things. So here they're gonna take the concrete block, and this is some hillbilly shit. They're just using it like stuff you can find at your house, like a cannonball. And they're gonna take the cannonball out now with the grippy pincher things. I'm a scientist, guys. For God's sake.
Grippy pincher thing. Jesus Christ, Shop. Shut up.
Yeah, so there's the grippy pincher thing. Channel locks.
I can hate you.
You're going to take that.
Tongs. Just say tongs. It's fine.
Yeah, we're going to take the salad tongs. They take the cannonball, and they're going to drop it right on the thing here.
Here we go. Is that hot?
It's a little hot. And they're just going to let that burn through the ice.
It's actually not going as fast as I thought it would. I thought it would like be way quicker.
Oh, it's sinking pretty good, though.
It's going to go through that fucking table is what it's going to do.
Right? Yeah. Your mom's going to be pissed at you, bro.
Yeah. That's not okay.
Yeah. What the fuck are you doing to my table? Mom, you're ruining my YouTube video. You're going to get burned there. You're going to get like bacon grease spat at you.
That is like oddly satisfying. It's like those people that throw the boiling water into the freezing air.
Yeah, and it freezes. Yeah, look, it's sinking down into the block of ice now.
Look at all that bubbling underneath it, though. How hot do you think that like runoff water is?
Dude, ready? I bet you it's really hot.
I hate you. I don't know, bro. It's not glowing. I feel like you could touch it without the grippy things.
Well, that's how you know it's not a Fed.
You want feds in your stream? Well, now you got it, bud. It's just going to be me, and that's it.
I thought that was the video. I thought that guy was...
All right. God, it's that. Yes. Sweet, sweet federal justice.
That's all the deeper it got. It got about halfway down. The cylinder stayed.
That's really disappointing.
I know. Didn't you think it would just go like hot knife through butter?
I thought it was going to go. Yeah, I thought it would go like hot knife through butter, and I thought it would fucking hit that table and go through.
I wonder if there's any other, like if they do it to something else where it just goes. But then again, I can't find it because I searched words like ball in cold thing.
I sent you a link in Facebook of the trash stuff too.
Okay, here's bigger red hot nickel ball in hot water.
Stop talking, Brandon.
So now they're heating a nickel ball. It's a tiny little nickel ball. He's going to grab it with the pliers and drop it. Dude, how is that glass making it? Oh, there's like a water cocoon forming around it.
Yeah, that's cool looking. Yeah, so I bet the glass is fine.
This is kind of disappointing too. All of these are kind of a bummer.
Yeah, none of this is cool. I hate this all.
Come on, guys, be less gay about this. Do some cool shit.
This is way less eventful than those hydraulic press videos. Like, you ever watch those where they just like press shit and it explodes?
No. I've watched guys create lightsabers.
I got you. I also put a link in Facebook. I put it in because it doesn't work in the thing.
I'll check that out.
That's like one of my favorite like volcano like dark holes that I go to.
These are remarkably disappointing.
Yeah, for sure.
I was hoping like for the glass to explode or something like that. Not to be done. All right. Well, that's what happens when you search ball in cold thing on YouTube. Someone says, let's watch grass grow next. Look, I didn't say they were all going to be hits. What do you want from me? This is what happens when you throw trash in an active volcano. All right, this will be good.
Yeah, this one's awesome. You'll love this. So this guy does this all the time, and it's fucking just cool looking. I love this shit.
Oh, shit, that is fun.
Yeah, right? It's super quick, too.
I want to throw trash in an active volcano.
I know. Now. Why don't we get rid of all of our trash this way? Look at that.
Dude, it just angrily flares up. It's like there's lava hemorrhoids, and you just like drop something in there. that
Yeah,
irritates.
pretty much.
Like you wiped a lava hemorrhoid, and now it's just exploding on you.
Here's the hydraulic thing, and they've got these all sectioned off so you can grab little chunks. They're super quick as well. But this is one of my favorite things to watch. Is they've got a bunch of videos where these people throw shit in like volcano lava.
That was just one little bag of trash, and that thing just went crazy.
Because it reacts to the temperature around it, and then it just explodes, and it's fucking hilarious. Like that guy and that volcano, I forget what that one's called, but that volcano is like constantly active. That like fucking, I don't know the volcano terms, but like the top layer of lava, the crust like layer is like always covered it, but that lava is like constantly active. So this guy does it all the time. They did, there's one where they put a propane tank in there.
Oh, dude, we're watching those. I wonder if we could cause an eruption if we just threw a really, really fat guy in there.
Well, let's grab you and find out.
I think it's worth taking a look into. All right, fine. We'll all weigh ourselves here, and the heaviest cast member goes in. How's that? I think Johnny might beat you, though. He's a lot taller. So this is
this is called Irta Ale, is what that volcano is called that they do it, and they do it all the time. Here's the volcano where they throw the propane tank in.
Okay, we'll get to that one next. This is best and dangerous, strongest hydraulic press moments.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So they just
they're crushing titanium.
And they do everything. Like it's fucking crazy. And like,
oh, dude, that's gonna bust, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it sure the fuck is.
You can't just go crushing titanium. That's gonna give
these lunatics fucking do it.
Aluminum.
4 tons and it's already cold.
And the guy's like Dutch or something. His accent's hilarious. Oh wow, that really fucking destroyed it.
So this is 8,800 pounds of force then?
Yeah. Oh, kilograms.
No, this is pounds. They put it pounds in the bottom.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, they smushed that real nice. 8,800 pounds of pressure will fuck up aluminum. How about some iron?
Isn't it just like weirdly, oddly satisfying though?
Yeah, a 1 1-inch iron cube.
I think it's slightly gone at 20.
I love the guy fucking is so nuts in the background. Ah, man, you know.
5,700 pounds for
Okay,
iron.
now it's done.
Okay, now it's done.
5,500 pounds, smushing it down into a marshmallow.
What's weird, I think it's in this video, they have like a ball bearing that they can't crush and it fucks up the press.
Tin, copper, steel hammer. Oh, how about a steel hammer?
Oh, the steel hammer one's awesome.
Steel hammer.
I'm gonna find which one it is on there.
Oh, shit.
I think it's going to go.
That son of a bitch is having a hard time giving. How much pressure do we need? This got to be like over 10,000 pounds.
Didn't explode. It bent slightly, but it didn't explode.
Okay, so the steel hammer didn't go. All right, how about a rubber hammer? Oh, that'll be nothing, right? A rubber hammer? Fuck that noise. Look at that. Yeah, they're smushing that down like nothing. Oh, it's split. Oh, the rubber broke. A wooden hammer? This will be fun.
That one, I think, is the one that splinters.
Oof. Yeah. That's nothing. How about
What's really
how about
at the end, they've
steel
got
rod?
like helmets and shit too.
Here's a steel rod. Come on, break that fucker. Break it!
I think it's going.
Oh, it's the ball bearing. Go back. It's ball bearing.
Oh, the ball bearing?
Yeah, go back and watch the ball bearing one. That's the one that goes nuts.
All right, this is the last one.
The helmet
Oh,
ones are cool.
shit. That didn't last very long.
7 tons. That's pretty much. I think I'm going to finish
1,500 pounds for the ball
Watch
bearing.
this. Look at that thing. Still just holding on.
All right, now let's do the propane tank in the volcano. And then I'm going to make a big mistake here, and I'm going to see what you guys think about this. My kids watch this. Oh, you know what? Jesus fucking Christ. I did this, says Paul Polito. The same guy inflates a tire until it explodes under ice.
Yeah, dude. The hydraulic guys, like, there's a bunch of videos of them, and like, it's all fucking hilarious.
Skeezy says, if you stop an eruption by throwing in a virgin, what happens if you throw in a prostitute? Oh, it goes fucking apeshit. Are you kidding me? Everybody knows that. All right, here we go. This is throwing a propane.
Yeah, herpes volcano.
This is a propane tank into a volcano. Oh, it's fucking crazy sons of bitches.
Yeah, right? Like, fucking, how crazy do you have to be to just like, we're going to do a propane?
They're walking
Fuck
barefoot up a mountain with a propane tank
Yeah.
to chuck it in a volcano. You fucking lunatics.
Yeah.
You guys are not standing that far away.
Well, this is what I'm talking about when you're like, how close can you get to the lava? I'm like, pretty close, and they're not even wearing shoes.
No.
At least that close.
Splash.
Oh boy, it doesn't like it.
It does not like that. They'll hit. Because like right now it's working on the outer casing. There it goes. And then it just like burps out propane.
Yeah, and like if one of those little driplets hits one of these dipshits in the toe,
They're
like
dead.
their foot is
They're
gone.
dead.
Yeah. Would you die
Even
if
if you were wearing, even if you were wearing full on like fire gear, you're still dead.
like if a drop of that hits your foot, would you live through it or no?
I mean, you'd have a peg leg, you'd live
Yeah.
through it, but like your foot's gone.
Yeah, your foot's gone for sure.
Yeah, your foot's gone for sure.
Like I'm talking about just like a bacon grease spit. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd probably honestly, it's probably fine. It would cauterize it right away.
Yeah, right. You wouldn't have to get immediate medical attention. They could carry you down the mountain barefoot.
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's firing up. Yeah, volcanoes. Apparently, what we're learning today, they don't like to be disturbed.
Weird, right?
Yeah. Oh,
they're known for their gentle demeanor.
Yeah. They just kind of want to sit there and flow nicely. Oh yeah, a few flare-ups there. Actually, the propane tank didn't do what I thought it would compared to the garbage. Because like the
How can it
garbage
still
had
be
it hopping
going?
like crazy, so I thought the propane would like.
Like it's exploded, but the gas is trapped under the rock.
Oh. Okay, so the gas is trapped under the rock. I was gonna say it's not like really getting out of there.
No, that's why you see the like little burps of fire. That's the gas getting out.
Yeah.
Totally irresponsible. We need to move up to a bigger one. So I put the water in just to make it more.
We need to maybe do another one.
I love that's what you take away from it. Hey, we threw a propane tank into a fucking volcano and we lived barefoot up a mountain. What should we do? Chuck a bigger one in.
Yeah. Oh, this didn't get the result we wanted. Fucking
Yeah.
Australians, always crazy. Oh, better throw in another one.
It really is all that. It's all Australians. They're just like,
Hey, why don't you throw a couple more propane tanks in there? We're not done doing shoeies.
yeah. It's one of those deals where like people think that hillbillies are just an American thing. No, sir. No, sir.
Scudsman just said at the foundry, some dude tried to step over molten iron and misjudged his step and lost half his foot.
Oh, and that man went on to become a kicker for the New Orleans Saints. That's
The nub.
That's the story of Tom Dempsey. People don't know that. No, was he the one? Who was the guy with the half a foot? Was it Tom Dempsey?
I don't fucking know.
Tom Dempsey.
I remember people getting mad, like, oh, he has an advantage because his fucking squared foot. Like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah, he was missing his toes. And yeah, he had
It's like
that-
when people were mad about that one Pistorius guy, the fucking tank dude. Like
Oscar
fucking,
Pistorius, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that guy runs faster than you, but he had to learn how to run on fucking blades. Calm down.
Yeah. Then he killed his chick, right?
Yeah, he's in jail, right?
I thought he got acquitted because he said that he didn't know it was
dude.
her coming through the door. He thought it was an intruder. And he just unloaded on the person. Yeah, Tom Dempsey had the longest field goal of all time for a long time, 63 yards. I think, didn't Prater or somebody break that?
Yeah.
Longest field goal in NFL history.
Prater, I think. It's the Cardinals guy.
Justin Tucker, 66 yards.
Yeah.
Over the Detroit Lions. Matt Prater had broken it before that and held it for 8 years. And then
Elam had it before that, too. It got broke
did
a
he?
bunch, gdidn't it?
Oh, shit. Graham Gano, 63 yards. David Akers, 63 yards.
It was like 60. I want to say it was like 60 or 61 yards for like ever, and then it got broke like 8 times right away.
Jason Elam's 63-yard blast was the first to tie the record. Dempsey's,
Yeah, that's what it was.
Dempsey's 63-yard boot held the record for 43 years. Prater broke it with a 64-yarder, and then Justin Tucker with the 66 against Detroit. Fuck. Off the ground. That's amazing. Like, a guy is holding a football down with his finger, and you booted it 2/3 of a football field. It's ridiculous. I don't know. I don't want to watch this Twitch streamer girl go off at somebody. Do you want to watch a chick streamer or a chick Twitch streamer go off at one of her simps, and like I kind of want to play this because I want to not diagnose, but I want to analyze the mind of one of these chicks that goes on Twitch and will bitch about guys being creepy and bitch about guys being weird, but take all of their money, never block them, never like get rid of them, never. This is kind of like what we were talking about with Elisa Jordana, is these people who will enable all of these dorky, lonely guys, squeeze them for every penny they have. But then when that guy goes, can I come to your house sometime? They go like, what are you, a fucking creep? You weirdo? Why are you harassing me? Stop it. Why did you
The thing with Elisa, though, is never forget, she was like fucking super involved with Andy Dick, who was a sexual predator.
Okay, but she did that for clout.
Who gives a shit what she did it for?
Yeah, she did the Andy, she went with Andy
I'm just
Dick.
saying, like, at the moment where you're banging a fucking sexual predator, you don't have the high ground to fucking
That's what I'm
act
saying.
like
No,
a
they're pieces of shit. And this girl is, I think she's I don't know what Bandy Cam is, but I thought she was like a Twitch streamer or something. She was on Cringe yesterday and yelling at this guy, but won't block him, won't ban him, and I guarantee it's because this guy has put a shitload of money in her pocket.
And be a part of the community like anyone else. But you're not anyone else. You're not anyone else, dude. You're not anyone else. You are not anyone else.
Do you think this guy's anyone else?
I think he might be anyone else.
I don't think it doesn't seem like he's anyone else. I don't know. By the way, this is what happens when you just go on a stream and you think being a quirky girl is the be-all, end-all, but you don't have any material, you have nothing to say, nothing to talk about, and then you get mad at people as you live in your chat, and that's your entire show is just doing chat. You have no topics. You have no, like, Corey will probably do some stuff on the volcano today on Twitch Talk and stuff like that. He'll have
I'm just going to get mad at The Sims.
Yeah, he'll have stuff to talk about, and then he can go into the chat later. Like this girl, she just lives in it. She lets all these guys simp for her, and then when one of them misreads the signs that she's throwing out there, she gets to yell and scream and holler at him. It's like, well, if you had a show to do, if you had some kind of performance to put on, you wouldn't have to do this shit. So you kind of reap what you sow. You get to make a shitload of money for absolutely no reason, and you're going to bitch at people.
Why can't you get that through your head?
Yeah,
The amount of shit you claimed about me claimed about you. Dude, if I fucking claimed so many fallacious things about you, why don't you leave me alone? Why are you obsessed with the stream? Go away.
Why don't you block him? That's up to you.
Because she needs that money.
Right, exactly. I'm sorry, but this is that thing where, like, I want to be the victim so other simps will come for me and this and that. It's like, no, you're yelling at this guy. He could go away in a heartbeat, but I guarantee you when this fight's over, he'll throw you like $50 and you'll go, all is forgiven. It's okay. We're friends, blah, blah, blah. Again, it's just like Elisa. All
for the content, bro.
Yeah, it's like Elisa. All this swatting shit that goes down in her Discord and people bragging about it and planning it. And she goes, but why do I have to confront it? I just want positive things. So you want all of these simps. You want them all to love you and follow you and all this shit. But then when it comes time to actually be responsible for what you've created, you're going to back out like a fucking coward. Cool. Because you want the attention.
Skeezy, all of the simps are internet whores. Like, it's like, if you go, like, Twitch especially, you go on Twitch, and, I mean, look at Amaranth, look at all the top streamers are their fucking, like, IRL fucking simp boy shit. Like, you can't even say the word simp on Twitch because they don't want you making fun of their simps.
Right. They want to protect the streamers so much that they've banned the word. It was simp and cuck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go away. Go away. I can't handle this shit, dude. I seriously can't. You have affected me more than you realize.
Close your eyes. She kind of sounds like Elisa, right?
Yeah. Well, she doesn't have that really nasally.
You grow into that.
Yeah, you grow into that as you become a bigger cunt later in life.
Yeah. Yeah.
I am fucking sick of it. You have a serious issue and you've refused to get help. 2 fucking years ago, I said that I was getting worried and that you really needed help, and you said you agreed? And then you asked to come back, you came back, and then you got worse and worse and worse.
But he kept pumping donations in, didn't he?
Yeah, but you kept giving me money, which I appreciate.
You kept giving me. I told you need help. Look, if you're ever that close to someone in your chat that you're telling you need help, you need to cut the cord. You need to get the fuck out of there. So now you get to yell at, like, I'm sure
I feel like this is how people get murdered, honestly.
Right. And I'm sure, like, that guy is being way too familiar, but it's like, that's your responsibility to cut that off. Like, you're the one who needs to cut that off. You take the money, you thank him, you make him feel like he's a part of your family or whatever. And then when that crazy guy starts to feel really close to you, you start yelling at him and browbeating him.
Yeah.
And then he gives you money and you forgive him.
Like, that'll do fucking anything but keep him around.
Exactly. Buddy Travis says, hear the tone in her voice. Sounds like a woman backed in a corner. Of her own making. Like, of her own making. She could block this guy and be done with it and say, guys, I don't put up with this kind of shit. But a lot of those guys would probably move on to a different channel and not like her anymore. So she can't. That's the problem with all these attention.
Sure they would. She's like a 4.
Yeah, right, exactly. So,
like, you don't even get to have that attitude unless you're like 3 points hotter, right?
Yeah, Amaranth could like arrange a hit on one of her listeners live on her stream and nobody would leave.
Right.
I'd watch it more. But
we all fucking would.
Yeah. But like, for her, like, these women who are on these streams and the women who do the IRL shit and stuff and Elisa and the whole lot of them, they have this sense of entitlement that is completely unearned that they've gained from these guys who are desperate to be their friend, who once they tell them they're their friend and that, you know, they're part of her family and this and that. And then the minute they start behaving that way, those women go, ew, gross, creepy. What are you doing? You're being weird. And you're like, you invited him in. Maybe if you did a show where you did something entertaining or you had something to say, you wouldn't have to depend on this kind of parasitic relationship you've built and then complain when people call it out. I just, that kind of attitude, man, the sooner that gets off the internet, the better off.
I don't think it's ever going anywhere though. I mean, I remember over COVID,
You're right.
all the people who like my friends like who are like, I don't need a fucking man and, you know, women power and this and that. And then immediately it's go to my OnlyFans.
Right. Go to my OnlyFans. Yeah. Yep. They got more financially independent, technically speaking, but you're not.
But that's not financially independent. That's
right.
Like you and I know this more than a lot of people. Streaming is not an independent endeavor.
No.
If your audience doesn't support your show fails. That's how it works.
It's entertainment, but it's also customer service.
Well, it's crowdfunding.
Yeah.
You are completely dependent on your. Like, that's the whole trade-off when it comes into like crowdfunding, right? Like, for instance, you know, when we were on the radio, right? Like, there wasn't this immense pressure to fucking make money every day to keep the show on, but right. You get to do a lot more and you have a lot more freedom when that pressure's there because you're bringing people a product that they directly want.
Yeah, 3-4 times an hour for 30 seconds.
And the reality is the same thing as it's the same thing as people who strip. Like, it's got a timestamp on it. All these fucking simps are like they're not like they're just gonna jump somewhere else. And what I get so weirdly, and there's no way to say this without somebody fucking in the world getting mad because you know right. You're not allowed to have actual viewpoints anymore.
Sure.
But it's like it's really crazy how this complete lack of empathy for men societally is translating and turning this younger generation into just fucking simps.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's so fucking crazy to me, the kind of like emotional manipulation that goes into these things, because it's not just a fucking set of tits. It's not just a fucking OnlyFans. It's the fact that they get these people in, they get them like, you know, fucking, hey, I'll show you my tits. But it's not just that. It's here's a bunch of private messages where I'm going to let you think we have this emotional connection. So when I see a woman flip out like that on somebody that's donated to her, you know,
yeah,
she probably fucking has been leading him on, flirting with him. And then, yeah, he's going to get creepy because he thinks that's his bitch.
Right. And look, and like you said, you can't say that without someone misconstruing it purposely. But, you know, while that guy shouldn't do that, you also, you know, it's like when you were a kid, your parents say, watch who you hang out with. Yeah, while that guy has no right to do that just because he gave you a bunch of money, you got to keep your fucking head on a swivel. You got to keep an eye on people like that. And that's what we were trying to tell Elisa. You got to keep an eye on these fucking people because they'll drag you down. Because you're either going to yell at them, you're going to treat them like shit, then you might have a stalker situation or something like that.
Right.
You almost become a prisoner of these people.
That's what it is. You end up becoming like, you're basically selling shares of your own fucking soul.
Yeah.
And then you're getting mad when these people are fucking own part of your soul.
Right. Same thing with OnlyFans. I mean, if you're not nice to the customer on OnlyFans, they'll pull their
that's
money.
the thing that fucking pisses me off about it or whatever. Like that's why I prefer like sites like Cam Soda, right? Like you go to Cam Soda and it's literally Twitch for porn. You log into a live stream, you donate bits if you want to, you don't have to, but like there's no real emotional connection, like, which is like, I don't want that out of my fucking cyber horse. Am I weird?
No.
Like, I don't want to feel emotionally connected. Like, I don't want to watch a girl fucking put half a table leg up her ass and then talk about cuddling me. That holds no interest.
Hey, you going to watch the game this weekend? Well, not right now. I'm a couple knuckles deep in my own asshole. We'll talk about that
Would you
later.
shut the fuck up and put the rest of that plunger in your asshole? I paid for a service.
And that is where it's the guy's fault. That's where it's the man's fault, is this lack of men who go on
But I mean,
here.
That's kind of weirdly on society too, though. Like we basically hunted out fucking masculinity.
Yeah.
I can tell you that, like, as somebody living in Austin, right? Like, this town is so fucking like crazy, like wacko liberal. You have to be gay to get pussy here.
Well, are you giving it a shot?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm paying some chick to put a plug in her ass.
I suppose, yeah. You've already kind of let us know your secret, huh? Yeah. The Twitch streaming and the OnlyFans and stuff like that. It's the living definition of short money. You know,
yes. And especially it's even like even you and I as like broadcast personalities in this format. Like even me as a stand-up comic, there's always a timetable.
Yeah.
For how long you get to be this. You know, we always talk about like how Howard Stern got incredibly unfunny as he got older.
Yeah. Like, you know.
What do you think that plays out to your fucking body?
Right.
Like there's a reason why when you look at like porn, there's fucking like, you know, the older ladies in porn are the ones doing the like fucking gangbangs. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Like the younger super hot porn stars, they're the ones that are doing like the romantic missionary scenes, you know?
Sure. Yeah. The really young ones. Yeah. Well, that and the babysitter scenes, of course.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I like even this, like you say, this has a shelf life to it. I've been saying like, we're going to do this show and we're going to keep adding in new elements and all this stuff. But I think, I don't think a show like this plays very well when the host is over 60 or so. I think in the 50s, you're still good to do this kind of a thing. You've watched people be successful with it, but yeah, it's got a time.
I just think there's a viewpoint on like when you're just going to be out of connection, I guess, of what the pulse of society is.
Right. You have to, the older you get for a talk show like this, the harder you have to work. You know, you gotta work harder to kind of, you know, see what's going on, and you gotta kind of adapt to it and present, you know, the program that way. Guy Sartell says that happened to Aaron once he latched onto YouTube drama for views. I'll tell you this, now Guy, you listen to the radio. When was I not involving myself in drama and enjoying myself thoroughly? I mean,
very rarely.
The targets have changed. That's all it is. We've got grander targets now. We've got more fun targets. We're not beefing with Natalie Ringsmith. We're not beefing with some comment whores in Zimmerman or some Tradio radio station or some Iowa radio station. Like, you got to be honest. I was feuding with a lot of people all the time. The people from Froggy, beefing with them all the time. Now I get to go, all right, I'm going to do a 4-hour show, and then I'm going to do a half hour of that troublemaking shit that I've always loved doing. I get to put it down into a nice time chunk. And then because the internet likes that shit, you go, okay, let's feed the internet who doesn't know us the 30 minutes of picking on people, and then maybe they'll come watch the 4 hours of fucking around we do. I like that. I think people like Guy underestimated how much I really enjoyed that part of the old radio show, because I would often have to be talked off of it. Like, there would have to be people going, all right, enough with this guy. And then I go, shit, I wasn't done yet. I wanted to keep fucking with the how the hell's your coffee people. Why don't you talk about COVID or something? Ah, come on. I want to play the coffee guy. What's that?
No, I was just laughing. I want to play the coffee guy.
Yeah, I want to play the gay coffee dude from the other radio station. Somebody says, not sure if you ever went over this, but did you see how big of a thing the news made the Red Lake ice thing? I don't know anything about a Red Lake ice thing. Reven says, I'm just set in my ways. She either gets on board or kicks rocks. Well, aren't you a man's man? Fucking Revan don't take any shit from any broad, that's for sure.
Wow, what a brave dude.
Revan, I want you to send me video of you kicking the next one to the curb. Gotta see it. Brown Candy says, good thing April's 20 years younger. She'll keep the show alive. Bingo. There you go. When the rest of us are getting super old and we're out of touch, she'll be 30. And then we'll be keeping our eyes on things. All right, guys. We've only got 20 minutes left. We might have to, we might have to save Opie. I got some stories I still want to get to. We might have to save some Opie. So there you go, Guy. We're not going to do any lol cowing today. I'm going to let him graze in the pasture for another day.
Opie. No, I'm mad.
I know. We went about 10 minutes over. I need a good half hour.
What are you and fucking Chad been beefing on Twitter? I keep seeing that shit laughing. Like he talked shit that blocked you or some shit like that.
Yeah, no, here's what's happening. So we found this is kind of what happened. This is how we stumbled into the Stuttering John people too, is that I go on r/cringe as part of show prep. And one day, like 4 or 5 months, it was one of the first days we were on YouTube. I'm on Cringe, and a Stuttering John clip pops up where he said that Sacha Baron Cohen owes him a thank you for Borat. And I'm like, well, Stuttering John used to be on Howard Stern. I'll put that part we did on that up as a clip. I had no idea there was this massive Stuttering John community, and then I find myself right in the fucking middle of it. Well, then I started a couple months in, I started to go, well, I'm done with John because everybody's doing John now. I got to find some new people. And so I found Chad Zumach talking about how he wants to jump in on the Stuttering John thing. And then there was all this smoke around Chad Zumach, and we kind of called him out for being phony and kind of jumping onto it. It's like, come on, dude. And there were videos of him kissing John's ass and stuff. So I just started goofing on him. And then I found out about him stealing the 77-year-old man's credit card. And I started goofing on that. And it was never like, with all my targets, I don't hate the people. I just find it funny. I don't see them as human beings, and I make fun of them. Yeah. So it started making him really upset. And we've seen this before which
is the exact opposite thing to portray if you want to be left alone.
Exactly. And on this show in particular, because I've never shied
anything. Like people fucking, I don't understand how people just don't, like, nobody knows that lesson. Like, if you don't want to get fucking more shit, just fucking take the little shit that's being given to you and don't react to it. And then people just move on.
Right. So I started goofing on him, and then he started reacting to it, and we started playing his reactions and laughing and having a good time with those, and they've kept getting worse and worse. So over the weekend, we didn't put any Chad content up. I said, all right, enough Chad shit. Give it a break. We got a bunch of... I put the old Iowa episode up on YouTube. That was great. And Chad starts tweeting at me last weekend. Like, you're a failed radio guy. You're all this, you're all that. And then right after it, he responds to it and says, and by the way, I have you not blocked. What's the one? I have you muted, so I'm not going to see your response to this. I went, well, that's kind of fun. So I retweeted it and commented. I go, Chad, because you and I always talk about this. Whenever someone insults you that you think you're better than, just take all of their insults, accept them as true, and then point out how you're still better than they are. So he goes, you failed as a husband. You failed as a radio guy. And I went, yeah, and isn't that something? I still have a bigger audience than you, Chad. And then he deletes that tweet. And then and then another day goes by, and he'll put another tweet out there about what a piece of shit I am. So I'll retweet that, and I'll write something funny and silly and whatever, just having some fun with it.
It's just so weird to me because, again, I've met him like a handful of times. He was always awesome. His stand-up's pretty decent. Like, I don't know the rest of the internet shit, but like watching him go on you, I'm like, God, what a whiny guy. Like, simmer down.
Yeah, he just starts whining, and then we'll have fun with it. And then every time I retweet him, I don't know why he tweets at me, because every time it's the same script. He tweets something angry at me. I just have a little goof and I call him sweetie, and then he deletes the tweet. And I'm like, well, why are we still doing this dance? We were about to play some Chad audio from his YouTube because he wanted to do some live streaming. And I wanted to have some fun. I hit play on the video. It gets 5 seconds in, and we realize Chad is watching because he privated the video while we were playing clips of it. The video cut off and went private. So we made fun of that. And then we start making fun of that on the show. 3 minutes after we go off the air, he's got this big tweet where he goes, actually, I wasn't watching Steel Toe. Somebody sent me a message and said they were goofing on it, so I made it private so he couldn't make money off me. I'm like, Chad, you're not responding to the internet. You're responding to what I said on the show about you. That's not a good way to show people you're not listening. So that's kind of if you're asking about the Chad thing in a nutshell, that's about it. It's just me being my obnoxious, shitty self and just, I got one on. I got one on the line. Oh, there! Look at that. April brought me a Casey's pizza. There we go.
Fucking hate you.
I'm sorry.
Chad was right about you.
Yeah. That's all it takes, man. And then, of course, now we're talking about making shirts.
I'm so fucking jealous.
And now we're talking about possibly making shirts. Thank you, David Chandler, for the $9.99 that say I'm a fan of Chad because we did a whole devil's advocate bit.
Yeah.
So it's just. Someone says Corey Adam is a poor judge of character. He's not saying he hangs out with the guy regularly. He's saying he doesn't recognize this Chad.
That's just Citizen M. Citizen M is a prick, dude. Like, oh, he's a bad judge of character. Why? Because I'm friends with Josh Denny and you guys believe every fucking lie that Red Bar tells you? You guys are fucking idiots, man.
Chad was watching yesterday.
Chad is actually, like I said, it's super surprising to me.
Not Chad, I'm sorry. Fuck me. Josh Denny was watching yesterday, and he was commenting, and everything was going great. I was telling the audience, what I said was, leave Denny alone. The only frame of reference any of you have is from Red Bar, and that's a very biased point of view.
And you talking shit for like 5 days straight about me and him, right? Like they also have that perspective.
Look,
that's the thing. You put these little seeds in their head, and then you get mad at them for having those seeds.
It's fun being the conductor. That's all I can say.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying, like, it's not just Red Bar. They're listening to you, too.
So then Josh goes in, and I start kind of defending Josh and everything. And then to complete the whole burying the hatchet arc that we have going on right now, the old Josh Denny follow on Twitter. So the hatchet burying. Yeah, he was watching yesterday because we were doing the Kanye.
That'll be good for traction. I'm telling you, he's gonna he'll help you out. Like the audience that he has is huge. Dude has like 120 some thousand followers on Twitter. He had his own Food Network show, and he was on Tucker like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but if you listen to Red Bar, those are all fake.
Yeah, well, that's just like fucking system. He lied about being in a plane crash. They just fucking believe anything they're fucking told.
Well,
like
okay, but here's where accepting people's criticism and then going, so what, plays in. I thought about that too. Like Citizen M wrote, Josh Denny literally lied about being in a plane crash. Okay, let's say he did. I don't think I wouldn't hate a guy for that. I don't think that's a reason to hate a guy.
Well, it's just funny because people like act like that's, this is the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand about being in the public eye. And you understand it. I understand it. People just make these stupid fucking like assertions and then they hold people to this standard that they don't even hold their own fucking friends to. Right? I guarantee you Citizen M has friends that have lied to him before. But God forbid somebody else tells a fucking lie. Especially like a fucking comic. You know the old adage, don't believe a person with a microphone?
How?
Like that's an old fucking saying from radio, vaudeville, and fucking comedy.
How dare you?
It's accurate. Sorry.
Says the guy who's flip-flopped on like 3 people in the last 3 months. I'm sitting over here. Chino Bisconte and I are texting during fucking Vikings games after we fucking went at each other's throats for 3 days on our respective shows. Look, I think the best kind of broadcasters are the ones who can be honest with their audience. And the ones who dig in and they feud with somebody long after they're feeling the feud, quote unquote, that's just kind of keeping the ball in the air for no reason. There's nothing wrong with going, yeah, I shit on this guy really hard, but then, I kind of started thinking about it and I was like, I was kind of being an asshole back there. You'd rather do that than feel like you were being an asshole, but then keep being an asshole on the air. I mean, then you're just being a phony.
Yeah, but like you could just not be an asshole to begin with.
Oh, would you grow up?
You grow up, dude.
It's too late for me.
It's not.
Do your best. Do your best.
Yeah.
Curly Adam with $5 says, shove that greasy pizza down your throat on air, piggy. Shut up.
Yeah, get it.
You dick.
Get it, pig. Squeal like a pizza pig.
That is, now, Corey, I don't know. I know there's sausage and bacon in here. It's delicious.
I'm
but
so jealous. I can't even fucking look at you.
But I think this is this might be the gravy sauce.
I don't know if that speaks to what kind of white trash I am, but I like legit. Casey's Pizza is one of the things I miss most about Minnesota.
So where does Casey's stop? Does it stop in like Iowa?
There's like one. I was looking at the map. There's like one in like Oklahoma or something. Like there, it like gets just kind of close enough to me, but not enough to where it's actually practical to go to.
Okay. Citizen M says, I don't have friends in real life. That's why I'm always here. How stupid are you?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, Citizen M.
I
do like how he was like, oh, I want to interview for, like, I'm convinced he doesn't even have a show. He keeps like razzing me about interviewing me for the show. I'm convinced he doesn't even have a show.
That would be funny though. If he just interviewed you and never really
I just think it's funny to ask people for interviews when you don't even have a show. That's like, that would be way funnier to me.
April says, no, that was cheese sauce and bacon. Okay, so there's no sausage. So I have no idea what I'm talking about. I really do want to eat this whole thing on the air. It's so unprofessional. The only thing that makes me like a complete well, not the only thing. The biggest thing that will make me an unprofessional, hypocritical piece of shit on the air is Casey's Pizza. Like when it comes to the eating on air thing, I won't do it. It's terrible. I think it's awful. But if there's 10 minutes left in the show and I have a Casey's Pizza, I really don't want it to get cold. That's it. There's something.
Well, whatever. Who cares? I don't know. That's not necessarily true. I remember when you used to start out your show with the fucking banana thing with Oz. Don't lie.
That wasn't a food. That was props.
Okay.
That was on purpose. It's different when I do it.
Yeah. No, I know. Everything's different when you do it.
That's a shirt.
Uh-huh.
It's different when I do it.
That's all you are. You're just recycled shirt phrases, wearing a polo and eating gas station pizza.
Look, it's not as low on the totem pole.
Citizen, clipping this for my show.
It's not as low on the totem pole as it sounds.
You don't have a show. I gotta really like fucking vent this. He doesn't have a show. I'm convinced. What show, Citizen M?
It's the Citizen M program.
It's not.
He calls it program because it's highbrow. I was DMing with that.
To do program like fucking Common Man.
I was DMing with that lossless guy who recorded the Sven Stoffel's Red Bar phone call. That guy.
Yeah.
I was talking with him because he hates Elisa Jordana as well. I kind of want to work with him. I don't know how to do I love watching those YouTuber documentaries. And I asked him, I said, dude, if you want to do something together on Elisa, let's do that. I would love to branch out into that shit. The only thing is I could never be one of those guys. They're so hardworking. That's so difficult, like Porcelain and guys like that. I really admire what they do, man. Those YouTuber documentaries, because it's gathering and researching. I'm more of a spew uneducated horse shit out of my face kind of a guy. They're more the know what you're talking about and sound educated kind of people. That always escaped me. Brittany says, I'm going to start a show. If Aaron can do it, so can I. Why not? Hey, that's what I'm here for. Motivation. If that goofy-looking fuck can do it, why not me? That's going to be my Radio for Dummies book that I write. If I can do it, why not you? Police arrested a Florida man Thanksgiving morning after he allegedly threw a sex toy at a woman during an argument. But it has to be...
As you do.
It has to be her sex toy, though, right? Like, it can't be yours, because that's kind of gay. Like, if you're a guy and you throw your own sex toy at your chick, it's kind of like a rubber fist that smells like your ass. I don't really know if that's the own you think it is.
I disagree. I think that's a deep own, bro.
No, now she smells like your ass. Yeah, scrub all you want. That's
your property.
Yeah. According to court documents obtained by the Smoking Gun, Christopher Pacito, 45, and his 33-year-old girlfriend were in a room at the Sun Island Motel when they got into an argument at around 4:45 in the morning. Oh, I'm sure they were up early for work. According to police, Pacito was packing his suitcase to leave. He began throwing the victim's items out of that suitcase, and in the process, the woman was hit with a sex toy on her torso, leaving a bruise. How fucking big was the sex toy he threw at you? What did you carry?
She was a size queen.
Yeah, would you carry something the size of a fucking car battery that you have to pull start and he just chucked it at you?
It's like the fucking stick in that Rock Johnson movie, Stand Tall or whatever.
Yeah, it was a big piece of cedar, vibrating hunk of cedar that he just, a 4x4, just chucked it at her. Yeah, some of those sex toys can get way too involved. I mean, some of you gals, no offense, and men can judge because we don't need what you need. Apparently. And I don't even know if it's a need. I think it's more of a want. We'll dry prison stroke ourselves with our own hands. It's not a big deal. But you guys have shit that it's like a leaf blower. Like you guys have heavy machinery.
I'm always scared of that shit. Like just any of that. Like I've never used a fleshlight or anything like that, right? Like I have friends that just fucking swear by them, but I'm just like, I'm worried that I'll find like that sex toy and then just like masturbating with my hand will never work again.
Yeah, like you're like Batman. You're like, I won't go down that road because it's too easy and I don't know if I'd ever come back.
Right, but it's like, if you, like, as a dude, like, sometimes you just have to jerk off, right?
Yes.
Like, if you get to the point where you can't even jerk off without your fucking toy, like, what are we even doing here?
Right. Dr. Silverwolf says he threw the double-ended vibrating Fisto 5000. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But, yeah, like, women, no offense. And, look, I'm not trying to, tell you how you should be or anything, but for God's sake, if a guy comes into your bedroom and he sees a fucking electric melon baller, he's going to start thinking some things. I mean, why do you need it? Why do you need it? Can't you figure your shit out without a fucking leaf blower in the bedroom?
I remember when I lived in Vegas when I was like 20 something. I hooked up with this chick and she had a nightstand.
Yeah.
And she opened the drawer of the nightstand and there were like a bunch of toys, clamps, all the usual suspects. But then she had like a Tupperware tin of probably like, I don't know, 200 condoms.
Jesus.
I know. And I was just like, why do you need these?
Yeah.
And she's like, well, I have a latex allergy, so I like to be prepared. I'm like, for like a hockey team? Like what?
Like you get in there and you see that and like it's going to affect your performance because you're like, okay, no, now I know I'm not alone. Like I was willing to suspend my disbelief when I got here and just think that maybe she's in a dry spell too. What do you do? But I see the jar full of condoms and it's not full, by the way. It's 3/4 full. So I know it's being used.
It's not full. There was a sizable gap in where like it would have been full.
With a second sizable gap in that bedroom. And so now you've got to deal with this knowing that, God damn it, I might not be the first one today. I don't know. Jameson says, I use my fist for fixing things and stuffing chicks. Attaboy. Today I learned that Corey is afraid of undulating sex toys. He's just worried about what the consequences would be.
I'm not afraid of it. I'm just afraid of having to be some kind of fucking weirdo like you, Granny, where I can't get off unless I'm like tying off my balls or some shit.
I think he is the one who said that all his butt plugs have ball warmers. I mean, that's
right. Exactly. And that's the thing is like you get to the point where like everything has to be like one-upping itself. And eventually like, you get to the point where you can't even come unless you're shooting a snuff film or some shit. Like, fuck that.
Yeah. Marble Arms with a good point, Corey. Kind of a glass half full thing here. He says at least she didn't have them in a bowl like mints.
No, she did have them in a bowl like mints.
Shit. Well, yeah, what if she, let's say she had like one waiting on the pillow for you? That'd be kind of gross.
Yeah. And like a welcome note.
Yeah. April says,
We here at this pussy's establishment would like to welcome you to our humble abode.
No, even worse, it starts out with Dear Blank.
Oh.
Your name here.
Dear patron.
Dear patron. Help yourself to the jar on the nightstand.
Yeah.
Don't use the magnums. We all know you're full of shit.
That's right.
Brittany says, low blow, Aaron. Well, I'm sorry. You gals, you get into the heavy machinery and then you expect us to think that you're puritanical at heart. Like you have to pick one. You can either run your pussy over with a lawnmower and have a giant box of condoms in your bedroom, or you can convince us you're virtuous. You can't have both. And you know what? In most guys' eyes, virtue is overrated, but they just like you to be honest about it. That's all. I mean, are you smacking your pussy with a hammer like Gallagher, or are you someone who's just like really conservative and, prim and proper and all that shit? Which one is it?
Like Gallagher.
Like Gallagher. Rest in peace, buddy. Had you met Gallagher?
Yeah, I worked with him a couple times.
Yeah. Is he he's gone
Super
now.
racist.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, is he as bad as some I've heard from some people?
Oh yeah, I remember. What was it? St. Paul. The place was called Station 4. I don't remember. I don't know what it's called anymore. But he, in his writer, when he called in to like prepare, like he calls the fucking like venue and tells him what he needs or whatever.
Yeah.
In his writer, it said he wanted the front rows packed with people who liked watermelon, and not the people who like to eat them. If you know what I mean, and that's a direct quote.
Well, why would people like them if they don't like to eat them? I get it. No, but okay.
Yeah.
So he was, but that was kind of Gallagher's racism from what I've always heard from other people, it was like he thought it was cute and fun.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely did.
But he also didn't want black people in the front row. I mean, that was not a joke.
Truth, it was not a joke.
Yeah, he was like, look, this may be cute and fun, and I be maybe putting it in a sarcastic way, but I fucking mean it. Yeah, people are saying Gallagher was based. Yeah, again, I cannot highly recommend enough the Patrice O'Neill Gallagher interaction from the Opie and Anthony show.
Anything Patrice O'Neill from O&A.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of O&A, a couple days ago, Pat from Moonaki, part of that O&A super fan crew, passed away. Too bad. If people remember the Baby Bird segment from Opie and Anthony, where they had the big guy drinking eggnog and then puking onto the O&A intern's face over the garbage can, that was Pat from Moonaki, the big guy throwing it up. Well, that's going to do it for today. I've got the link in the chat to Corey's program, twitch.tv/Corey Adam Comedy, but also every other streaming service there is, Corey Adam Comedy.
Yeah, we'll be over on YouTube, right? Meow.
Okay, so you're going to YouTube now, and then after that, it's going to be everywhere else. All right. Oh, yeah. He's gone now. All right. There we go. Corey is going over to Twitch. Guys, that's going to do it for today. I hope you appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the show today. We are 225 ahead for tomorrow's goal. So I believe tomorrow our goal is going to be 135. So thank you guys very much. And tonight, no goal, we have the prize show. So if you want to try and win some prizes tonight, especially if you're a member or VIP, we're also going to be giving away $250 cash on top of the $100 drawing for the VIP, $100 drawing for the members. We will talk to you guys tonight at 7 p.m. Central. Take it easy until then, and thanks for watching.